A question. Why would the mighty Roman Empire, known for its generally tolerant stance on a multitude of gods and cults, single out and viciously persecute a small sect of devotees of a crucified Judean? It's pretty puzzling, isn't it? The Roman persecution of early Christians was not a single event, but rather a series of confrontations that unfolded over several centuries. In AD 64, for example, the infamous Emperor Nero famously blamed the Great Fire of Rome on the Christians, therefore subjecting them to horrific punishments. And then we have the historian Tacitus, who describes how Nero, quote, inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Thus the Christians were torn by dogs, crucified, burned alive to serve as nightly illumination in Nero's gardens. Even the Roman onlookers, initially inclined to hate this obscure group, felt pity, sensing that the emperor's cruelty was excessive and unjustified. And such vivid episodes compel us to ask, why did the Romans view the Christian faith as a threat deserving such brutal suppression? It's exactly what we're going to explore today, chronologically mainly, from the persecution of early Christians from its beginning under the First Imperial Dynasty through to the great persecution of the early 4th century. We'll begin by examining Roman attitudes towards religion in general, and then we can understand the foundation on which Christianity emerged. Then, moving on to key historical moments, from Nero's scapegoating of Christians to the empire-wide edicts of later emperors, we'll trace how and why Roman policies evolved. Along the way, we're going to consider both Roman and Christian perspectives. There's two sides to every story. The Roman authorities' rationale, who saw Christians as disloyal or dangerous, and the experiences and responses of Christians, who endured official suspicion and violence. We're going to look at direct quotations from the ancient sources, Roman historians, imperial edicts, Christian apologists. That's what our analysis is grounded in. And by the end, I think we'll have a nuanced understanding of the reasons behind why Roman persecution of Christians, appreciating the collision of religious principles, political expediency, and cultural misunderstandings, was so brutal, and also grimly fascinating. But where are my manners? Welcome to the channel. If you're a newcomer, good to meet you. For those returning, good to see you again. For those who have not clicked the subscribe button, I invite you to do it. It's right next to the like button. How convenient is that? And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and have checked out the merch store with all of its interesting goodies. Now, with the customary introductions and begging out of the way, let us begin. We go all the way back to those ancient times. So we begin to grasp why Christianity aroused such hostility and fear. And in doing that, we have to understand how Romans traditionally approached foreign religions. You see, the Roman Empire, they were polytheistic, and generally, pretty inclusive. It absorbed and tolerated a wide variety of cults, gods, religious practices across its vast territories. Of course, this is as long as these cults did not disrupt public order or loyalty to the state. That was the caveat. As long as they weren't doing that, or Rome, more often than not, permitted them to function. In practice, this meant that conquered peoples could continue worshipping their own gods without really any change, often identifying them as with Roman deities in a process known as interpretatio Romana. For example, the Egyptian goddess Isis, the Persian Mithras, and countless local gods were worshipped openly in the empire alongside Jupiter and Mars. The Roman mindset was pretty pragmatic. More gods could only help maintain the pax deorum, divine favor, and that was something that Rome sought to preserve. However, Roman tolerance had its limits. The state distinguished between religio, legitimate proper worship, and superstitio. We don't need to translate that, don't we? Excessive or deviant forms of religious practice. But who's making those sorts of distinctions? You see, traditional Roman cults and those formally accepted by the state fell under religio. But in contrast, rituals that seemed strange, new, or threatening to social order could be branded as superstitio, a negative term, of course, implying impious or even dangerous belief. Notably, secretive or fanatical sects aroused suspicion. A famous example often cited by historians occurred in 186 BC, when the Senate brutally suppressed the Bacchanalian cult, that is, worshippers of Bacchus or Dionysus, due to reports of scandalous rites and conspiracy. This precedent illustrated that when the Romans perceived a cult as subversive or immoral, they didn't hesitate to ban it. Of course, it's all in the name of public morals and security. And so against this backdrop, we have Judaism, which held a unique place in the Roman world. You see, the Jews were a bit different. They worshipped one god exclusively, refusing to honor the other gods or the emperor's divine spirit. And this exclusivity was unusual. Yet Rome largely respected Judaism as an ancient national tradition, a religio licita, permitted religion. And Jews were generally exempted from participating in the imperial cult, as long as they paid their taxes and prayed for the emperor's well-being. Still, if you know your history, occasional tensions flared, especially if Jewish practices seemed to challenge Roman authority. Under Emperor Claudius, a disturbance involving Jews and Chrestus led to an expulsion of Jews, likely including Jewish Christians from the capital. It is in this context of Roman pragmatic tolerance, but sensitivity to perceived subversion that Christianity first appeared. Initially regarded as just another sect of Judaism, the Christian movement began in Judea and quickly spread through the eastern Mediterranean. As long as Christians were seen as just another offshoot of Judaism, they benefited from Judaism's protected status. But critical differences soon drew Roman attention. Unlike mainstream Judaism, Christianity eagerly sought converts from all ethnic groups, spreading in cities all across the empire. Moreover, Christians' refusal to participate in Roman civic religion, to sacrifice to the gods, or acknowledge the emperor's divinity, well, that would come to be seen as a direct challenge to Roman religious policy. What the Romans at first misunderstood or ignored, this tiny little group, by the mid-1st century, became a target of suspicion. The first recorded conflict between the Roman state and the nascent Christian movement occurred under Emperor Claudius around 49 AD. The Roman biographer Suetonius notes in his Life of Claudius, which I do recommend too, Suetonius is fantastic, that the emperor expelled Jews from Rome, since they were constantly rioting at the instigation of Chrestus. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? And indeed most scholars interpret Chrestus as a likely reference to Christ. Latin writers often confuse the spelling, suggesting that disputes between Jews and Christian believers in Rome had become somewhat disruptive, and disruption to the harmony is not good. If so, the Roman solution was characteristically pragmatic. Claudius simply banished the people who were causing public disorder. Get rid of the problem by just removing it. It's significant that Suetonius does not distinguish Christians from Jews in this episode. The implication is that Romans still viewed Christians as part of the Jewish community. The measure was not a grand ideological persecution, but more like a police action, a move-on order to restore civic peace. Nevertheless, it's telling that already barely 2 decades after Christianity's founding, strife associated with a new group had drawn imperial intervention. But a far more infamous event soon followed under Emperor Nero. In AD 64, a catastrophic fire consumed much of Rome. Rumors swirled that Nero himself had caused the blaze. He had a reputation. Facing mounting public anger, a scapegoat had to be found. He ducked at the Christians, likely because they were a small and unpopular minority in Rome, and rumors about their abominations were already in circulation. Tacitus describes the scene in chilling detail as follows. To get rid of the report of arson, Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called the Christians by the populace. The choice of victim reveals much about Roman attitudes, too. The Christians were hated for their abominations. Now that is a reflection of the wild rumors accusing them of monstrous practices. We're talking about cannibalism and even accusations of incest, due to misunderstandings of the Eucharist and Christians calling each other brother and sister. They were already seen as an immoral sect, even before any official policy was set up against them. Rumors. People were talking. Of course, Nero's persecution was brutal, to say the least. Tacitus records, those who confessed to being Christian were arrested, and an immense multitude was convicted, not so much of the crime of setting fire to the city as of hatred against mankind. And that phrase, hatred against mankind, odium humani generis, encapsulates how alien Christians appeared to the Roman society. Their refusal to participate and fit in to common social and religious life led to the charge that they just were kind of misanthropes who hated the rest of humanity and did not want to get along with anyone. Now the punishments were ghastly. Some Christians were dressed in animal skins and torn apart by dogs. Others were crucified, kind of irony, and many were burned alive at night, as we said, serving as those human torches to light the imperial gardens. While these atrocities satisfied the bloodlust of some, even Tacitus, who was certainly no friend of the Christians, we have to say, notes that pity arose because the victims seemed to be sacrificed to glut one man's cruelty, rather than to serve in any public interest or good. And the excess of Nero's cruelty backfired somewhat, eliciting sympathy for the Christians as martyrs. But it is crucial to understand that Nero's crackdown, though horrific, sure, was largely a localized response to a specific crisis, i.e. the Great Fire. There was no empire-wide edict or law at this point declaring Christianity illegal. Suetonius, writing a few decades later, mentions quite matter-of-factly that punishment was inflicted upon the Christians, a class of men given to a new and mischievous superstition. There's that word again, superstition. Interestingly, Suetonius lists this among Nero's various administrative actions, separate from the fire, implying that even aside from the incident of the Great Fire, the emperor had already taken a dim view of Christians. Now that label, superstition, is telling. To Roman minds, Christianity was not a legitimate religio, but, as we've said, a illicit superstitio. It was new, brand new, and thus inherently suspect. It seemed to have came out of nowhere, and Romans revered antiquity in religion. The deeper the roots, the better. But it was also mischievous and seen as dangerous in its potential effects on social harmony. Roman writers of the late 1st century thus solidify an image of Christianity as a strange and pernicious cult. Still, it's important to note that after Nero's purge, there is no evidence of an official campaign against Christians for some time. The Flavian emperors, that being Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian in the years 69 to 96, did not issue general laws against Christians. However, there were isolated cases that hinted continued animosity. Emperor Domitian, in the 90s AD, is sometimes credited with persecuting Christians, though the evidence is a little murky about this, and it might have even been exaggerated by later Christian writers. Both sides are known for exaggerating things a little bit in these early days. But what we do know from the Roman historian Cassius Dio is that Domitian executed or exiled several members of the Roman aristocracy on charges of impiety, or another word for it being atheism, a term often applied to those who rejected the Roman gods. Dio writes that under Domitian, the charge brought against them both was that of atheism, and the charge on which many others who drifted into Jewish ways were condemned. One of those executed was Flavius Clemens. That was the emperor's cousin, believe it or not. His wife was up on charges too, Domitilla, but she wasn't executed, just banished. This phrase likely included converts to Judaism and Christianity too. The Roman authorities refusing to worship Rome's gods was just atheism, effectively treason against the state's religious order. Thus, even absent a large-scale persecution, we see that the stage is certainly set. Christians, often indistinguishable from Jews in Roman eyes at the time, were liable to punishment for what Romans perceived as a rejection of the state's gods and customs. By the end of the 1st century, a pattern had certainly emerged. Christianity was no longer shielded under the umbrella of Jewish protection in the Roman mind. It was a distinct, new superstition, still small, but steadily growing, viewed with a mix of curiosity and contempt. Roman actions against the Christians so far, Claudius's expulsion, Nero's savage pogrom, Domitian's execution of the sympathizing nobles, they were sporadic and tied to specific circumstances. There was not yet a uniform empire-wide policy. That would develop in the 2nd century, as Roman governors and emperors had to grapple more directly with the question, what do we do about the Christians? And so, in the 2nd century, Christians spread further and further throughout the Roman Empire, and their presence increasingly came to the attention of the officials. One of the most illuminating snapshots of Roman policy and attitudes from the period comes from a certain correspondence between Pliny the Younger, who was a provincial governor, and Emperor Trajan himself, around AD 112. Pliny, the governor of Bithynia Pontus, around modern-day Turkey, encountered Christians in his province and was unsure of what to do with them. His letters, which he published as part of the official correspondence, reveal a Roman official attempting to apply reason and Roman law to a new and perplexing situation. Pliny writes to Trajan that he had never participated in trials of Christians, and therefore was uncertain what offences it is to practice, or punish, or investigate, and to what extent. His uncertainty shows that there was no clear legal precedent. Christianity was simply not covered by a specific statute, yet Christians were being denounced to him as potentially criminal. But what laws were they breaking? Pliny's main questions were, is simply being a Christian a punishable crime? Or do we only punish specific legal acts committed by Christians? Whether the name itself without offences, or only the offences associated with the name are to be punished, was, as Pliny puts it, the crux of the matter. No pun intended. In the absence of guidance, Pliny improvised a procedure. He interrogated those who were accused of being Christians, and if they persisted in avowing Christianity after repeated questionings and repeated warnings, he simply ordered them to be executed. If they denied it, and especially if they proved their loyalty by offering incense to the Roman gods and cursing Christ, then he would release them. Roman citizens among the accused were sent to Rome for trial. Pliny justified this approach by reasoning that whatever the nature of their greed, stubbornness, and inflexible obstinacy, surely deserves to be punished. This remark is extremely revealing, don't you think? To Pliny, and indeed to many Romans too, the most offensive thing about Christians was their stubbornness, the unyielding refusal to bend the knee to authority by performing such a simple act of reverence to the gods. Such defiance of Roman social norms, the refusal to show loyalty to the emperor and the community by a token act of worship, struck officials as a dangerous and frankly rude form of civil disobedience. Even if Christians were not violent revolutionaries, their principled stubbornness undermined the uniformity of devotion that the Romans believed held the entire empire together. And so, as Pliny investigated further, he discovered that the Christians of Bithynia were, in fact, rather innocuous in their own activities. Those who recanted told him that their meetings were, on a fixed day before dawn, to sing a hymn to Christ as to God, and to bind themselves by oath not to commit crimes, but to live morally. Furthermore, they added that their gatherings ended with a common meal of ordinary harmless food, and that they had ceased even this practice after Pliny banned secret societies. Eager to verify this, Pliny even put 2 female Christian servants to torture, and discovered nothing else but depraved, excessive superstition. In Latin, Pliny calls it superstitio prava immodica, reiterating that the Roman view that Christianity was irrational, debased superstition, not a valid religious belief. In the eyes of Pliny, the issue was not any concrete crime, but the essence of the group's belief and refusal to conform. But Pliny was also alarmed at how Christianity was spreading. He notes that many people of every age, class, and even of both sexes were implicated, and that, quote, the contagion of this superstition has spread not only to the cities but also to the villages and farms. This language of disease, contagion, interesting, isn't it? It again reflects that view that the Romans had of Christianity as socially infectious, and infection need to be checked for the health of a society. But it's not all doom and gloom. On the bright side, Pliny reports that as a result of his actions, the trend could be reversed. Pagan temples that had been almost deserted were being frequented again, and that the market for sacrificial animals had seen somewhat of a rebound. In other words, many lapsed Christians returned to the civic religion when pressured. Exactly the outcome that the Roman state wanted. Trajan's reply to Pliny set a pretty important precedent. The emperor praised his handling of the situation and provided some brief guidelines. Christians are not to be hunted down actively, but if they are denounced and refuse to recant, they have to be punished. Importantly, Trajan added that if a suspected Christian demonstrated repentance by worshipping Roman gods, then he shall obtain a pardon through repentance. Anonymous denunciations were to be disregarded, by the way, to prevent malicious false accusations. Trajan's rescript essentially made official a de facto policy. Christianity was a punishable offense. The very name Christian was grounds for punishment, but the state would not actively seek out Christians or conduct a kind of witch hunt to find them. The policy aimed to balance pragmatism with principle. The Roman government did not want to devote endless resources to ferreting out every believer, nor did it wish to needlessly start creating martyrs. But it also insisted that the imperial cult and Roman gods be respected in public. Outright defiance of that rule could not be tolerated. Christians thereby existed in a precarious legal gray zone. Effectively, they were always potentially criminals if someone chose to accuse them. Living under the threat of sudden denunciation, it's not good for anybody, isn't it? The Pliny-Trajan correspondence shows persecution in practice on the ground. Not continuous violent oppression, but a series of procedures triggered by local complaints. It also shows a key reason for Roman persecution: the Christians' refusal to participate in the state religion that was seen as a denial of Roman authority and tradition. So from the Roman perspective, this could look like subversion, or at least a source of divine disfavor. A Christian writer, Tertullian, summed up the Roman attitude with a bit of acerbic wit. If the Tiber rises as high as the city walls, if the Nile does not send its waters up over the fields, if the famine or pestilence, straight away the cry is, away with the Christians to the lion. In other words, Christians were a convenient scapegoat for pretty much any calamity the Romans could find. Blamed as culprits because of their impiety was thought to anger the gods. Tertullian's remark from around AD 197 shows how deeply the idea had taken root that Christians, by refusing to honor the old gods, imperiled the welfare of the entire society, and that had to be punished. Roman policy in the 2nd century, following Trajan's line, generally continued in this vein. There was no new law openly declaring Christianity illegal, yet the principle was clear. Adherence to it was punishable by death, unless one recanted. Successive emperors mostly upheld Trajan's approach. Under Hadrian, who reigned 117 to 138, the trend was towards restraining undue zeal. We have a letter from Hadrian to the proconsul of Asia, Minucius Fundanus, around 125, responding to complaints of mob violence against Christians. Hadrian instructs that officials should not punish Christians without proper trial or evidence. Quote, "If anyone therefore accuses them and shows them that they are doing anything contrary to the laws, do not pass judgment according to the heinousness of the crime, but, by Hercules, if anyone bearing an accusation through mere calumny, punish him." False accusers were to be penalized, and mere cries from the crowd were not enough, a measure to ensure some legal integrity. This rescript, preserved by the historian Eusebius, reveals a Roman desire to control excesses. Now don't get confused, Adrian was not endorsing Christianity. He was just curbing chaotic persecutions driven by hysteria rather than law. Despite relatively moderate stances by emperors like Hadrian and Antoninus Pius, persecutions still erupted in the 2nd century, most of the time stirred up by local hostility. For example, in Smyrna, around AD 155, the bishop Polycarp was martyred. A frenzied crowd shouted for his death, calling Christians atheists, those deniers of the gods. The Roman proconsul offered to spare Polycarp if he was to swear by the genius of Caesar and curse Christ, essentially proving his loyalty to Rome. Well, guess what? Polycarp did not do this, and his refusal led to his execution, burning. Pretty typical of how these situations played out. Similarly, in Lyon, which used to be called Lugdunum in Gaul in 177, an outbreak of mob violence led to dozens of Christians being imprisoned and then brutally executed. Such incidents usually originated from public anger or scapegoating in times of misfortune, which then pressured officials to act. Governors would then apply the standard policy, give the accused Christians a chance to recant and sacrifice, and those who didn't, execute them. Even the philosophically minded like Marcus Aurelius, reigning 161 to 180, did not halt the persecutions. His reign saw some notable martyrdoms, actually, but it's not that Aurelius personally set out to exterminate Christians, but neither did he really sympathize with them. His own writings show a dismissive view of the faith. In Meditations, Marcus praises the soul that is ready to depart life, quote, of its own judgment, not from mere obstinacy with the Christians, but considerately and with dignity. This brief remark shows a little bit of the emperor's mindset. He regarded the Christians' eagerness for martyrdom as stubborn and somewhat misguided, lacking the rational serenity that his Stoic philosophy valued so much. To Aurelius, the Christians were exactly that, just misguided enthusiasts. Sincere, sure, but irrational. In practice, he allowed governors to continue enforcing the laws against them, which is why during his reign, figures like a Justin Martyr were executed in Rome, and the massacre at Lyon occurred in the provinces. From the Roman point of view in the 2nd century, Christians were just problematic, primarily because they just refused to conform. It posed a challenge to religious unity, and by extension, the empire's relationship with the gods. They also formed a distinct social group that met privately and pledged allegiance to a leader other than the emperor, behaviors that made officials uneasy, especially in times of war or plague when unity was at a premium. Yet it's important to note that persecutions in this era were intermittent and localized still. Still, we're waiting for that concrete empire-wide effort to eliminate Christianity. The pattern was reactive and governed by the prevailing policy of offering the loyal sacrifice test. But the nature of Roman persecution changed in the 3rd century, as the empire itself was plunged into crisis. Between AD 235 and 284, Rome endured political chaos, dozens of usurpers, and short-lived emperors, economic breakdown, pestilence, and external invasions. Not a good time to be a Roman. And in such an environment, emperors became more concerned than ever with restoring the traditional stability, and that included the favor of the old gods. The Christian refusal to sacrifice to them or the divine emperor, once an occasional annoyance, now looked like an all-out threat to imperial survival. The result was the first truly empire-wide persecutions, initiated by imperial edict. The first came under Emperor Decius in AD 249–51. Decius, confronting a disintegrating empire, initiated a dramatic policy. He ordered all subjects of the empire to perform a sacrifice to the Roman gods and the genius of the emperor, and to obtain a certificate proving that they had done so. Uh-oh, the Christians are not going to do that. This was kind of like a universal test of loyalty, aimed at reviewing people's devotion throughout Roman society. It wasn't explicitly targeted at Christians, by the way, but in practice it of course placed them into a terrible dilemma. Devout Christians could not offer a pagan sacrifice without betraying their faith. Decius's edict thus triggered a crisis of conscience across Christian communities. Many Christians complied or found ways to evade the requirement. Some had obtained fake certificates, but many refused and were punished. Bishops, seen as community leaders, were especially targeted. Fabian, the Bishop of Rome, was executed in 250, and others were locked up. Although we lack the text of Decius's edict, later Christian writers portray it as an attempt to exterminate the Church. Whether Decius actually intended that or simply wanted religious unity, the effect was a wave of persecution across the empire. It was the first time being Christian was tantamount to a capital crime everywhere, by imperial command. The persecution was severe, but relatively brief. It abated after Decius died in battle mid-251, but still, it set a precedent for empire-wide action. After some respite, persecution flared again under Emperor Valerian, 253–260. Valerian renewed persecutions in 257, first banning Christian assemblies and exiling non-compliant clergy, then escalating to an order in 258 to execute Christian leaders and confiscate property of high-ranking Christian laity. This edict claimed the lives of prominent figures such as Pope Sixtus II and Cyprian of Carthage. Valerian's aim seemed to be to decapitate the Church and cow its members, especially the elite, into conformity. In contrast to Decius's broad approach, Valerian was a lot more targeted. He focused on bishops, priests, and any influential Christians who refused to toe the line. And thus Valerian's persecution ended abruptly when he was captured in war by the Persian king in 260. Pretty humiliating fate. His son and his successor Gallienus immediately changed course. Gallienus, surprise, surprise, issued an edict of toleration, the first ever for Christians, and that halted persecution and even allowed confiscated church property to be restored. From AD 260 to 303, the Church enjoyed relative peace empire-wide. This period, sometimes called the Little Peace of the Church, saw Christianity grow in numbers and organization. By the end of the 3rd century, Christians were found in all social strata and regions, even in the imperial household and the army. The Church's resilience and expansion during this time meant that any future persecution would face a much larger and more entrenched Christian population. Yet, the fundamental clash between the Christian exclusivity and the Roman state religion was far from resolved. It was merely in abeyance. The final and most extreme persecution was just around the corner, triggered by a combination of renewed imperial absolutism and conservative backlash. When Diocletian became emperor in 284, he reorganized the emperor into a tetrarchy, that is the rule of 4, with 2 senior Augusti, Diocletian and Maximian, and 2 junior Caesars, Galerius and Constantius. For most of his reign, Diocletian coexisted with the growing Christian minority without really any incident. Christians even served in the army at his own court. However, his Caesar Galerius was a zealot adherent of the old religion and harbored deep hostility towards the new Christians. According to Lactantius, a later Christian chronicler, as the turn of the new century approached, Galerius pressed the aging Diocletian to act decisively against the Christians, casting them as a kind of threat to unity and pax deorum of the empire. A dramatic incident at the imperial palace in Nicomedia, an oracle allegedly failing to give a prophecy due to the presence of an impure Christian individual, finally convinced Diocletian to act. And so, in February of 303, Diocletian would initiate what would become the Great Persecution with a series of sweeping edicts. He first ordered Christian scriptures be burned, churches demolished, and civil rights withdrawn. Next, all Christian clergy were arrested and compelled to sacrifice to the gods on pain of torture. Finally, by 304, every subject was required to perform sacrifice to the pagan gods, with execution as the penalty for refusing. All these edicts taken together aimed at nothing less than the desired eradication of Christian worship and the forcible return of the population to the old ways. The enforcement was of course brutal, especially in the eastern provinces where Diocletian and Galerius held sway. Many Christians defied the edicts and were imprisoned, tortured, or executed for refusing to sacrifice. Some were burned alive, others thrown to wild beasts, or beheaded, the traditional fates of martyrs. However, in the western provinces, the persecution was much less thorough. Constantius, the Caesar ruling Gaul and Britain, largely ignored the more bloodthirsty commands, contenting himself with destroying a few churches. Thus the intensity of the great persecution varied across the empire. But what motivated this ferocious campaign? The official rationale can be gleaned from an extraordinary document issued at its end, the Edict of Toleration by Galerius in AD 311. By 311, Diocletian had retired, and Galerius himself, now Augustus, had laid fatally ill. In this edict, Galerius proclaimed an end to the persecution, and in doing so, spelled out why it was undertaken. He explains that the emperors had desired to bring all things into harmony with the ancient laws and public order of the Romans, and to provide that even the Christians who had left their religion of their fathers should come back to reason. Basically, the aim was to restore the ancient laws and the old social cohesion back to the glory days by correcting what they saw as Christian obstinacy against the ancestral path. Christians, Galerius said, had fallen into such a folly that they would not obey the institutes of antiquity, instead holding their own assemblies. The language portrays Christianity as a reckless deviation from custom. The emperor saw it as their duty to recall these errant subjects to the fold of Roman tradition. Galerius then candidly admits that coercion had only partial success. Quote, "When our law was promulgated, many were subdued by the fear of danger. Many even suffered death. And yet, since most of them persevered in their determination, and we saw that they neither paid the reverence and awe due to the gods nor worshipped the God of the Christians, we have resolved to grant indulgence." This is a remarkable concession, isn't it? Despite killing many Christians, the emperors found that Christian movement as a whole was preserved. Some former Christians, having apostatized under duress, turned out not to worship the Roman gods so sincerely. Thus, The persecution failed to achieve its goal of unity. It even created a populace of disaffected people who revered neither the old gods nor the Christian God. In light of this, Galerius declares an end to the persecution and allows Christians to exist once more, holding their assemblies as long as they do nothing contrary to public order. Tellingly, he asks Christians to pray for the welfare of the emperors and state in return, effectively acknowledging Christianity as a reality in the empire and soliciting its divine aid. Galerius' edict, issued in Nicomedia, April 30th, 311, thus terminated the great persecution in the east. In the west, persecution had largely ceased earlier, especially after Constantius' son Constantine came to power in 306 and showed favor to the Christians. 2 years later, in 313, Emperors Constantine and Licinius met in Milan and agreed on a further-reaching edict, the Edict of Milan. That granted full freedom of religion to Christians and restitution of church property across the empire, and the long era of persecution was finally over. So really, the Roman persecution of early Christians was kind of a complex mix of social, religious, and political factors. It was no one thing. Now, religiously, the exclusivist monotheism of Christianity somewhat clashed with the more inclusive polytheism of Rome. The Christians' refusal to worship the emperor and partake in sacrifices, it was a slap in the face to the Roman notions of piety and loyalty. To Romans, this impiety and even treason, potentially inviting the wrath of the gods upon their community, was just not something they could tolerate. The Christians in Roman eyes were atheists for denying the traditional gods, and adherents of a mischievous superstition rather than a real and respectable faith. And socially, Christians were seen as separatists, strange loners. They often kept to themselves, meeting in private, and abstained from many normal civic activities, public games, festivals, and sacrifices. And that bred distrust and rumors. And it was these wild rumors that painted them as immoral conspirators. That charge of hatred of mankind that Tacitus mentions encapsulates how Christians were perceived as outsiders who repudiated the common values of Roman society. For a Roman emperor or governor, the notion that a sect refused to perform the simple act of emperor worshipping or sacrifice, well, they were acts that bound the empire together. That was deeply troubling. The Roman state was always concerned with order and unity as the most important thing. So what began as local sporadic actions, that is, Nero's scapegoating to placate the angry citizens, evolved into principled policy decisions when emperors like Decius sought to revive traditional religion as a means to save a crumbling empire. The persecutions often intensified during times of crisis. Marcus Aurelius's reign saw war and plague. The mid-3rd century was chaos. Diocletian's time saw a major effort to reinforce imperial ideology, precisely when unity was most needed. Emperors did not persecute Christianity out of sheer cruelty or madness. Well, maybe Nero did a little bit. But they did so to believe, because they sincerely believed that Christians' refusal to honor Rome's gods undermined the emperor's security and divine protection. In their view, a refusal to sacrifice was tantamount to an attempt to weaken the empire. But from the Christian viewpoint, these persecutions fulfilled the expectations that disciples would suffer as martyrs to their faith, exactly as their Lord had told them. Martyrs like Polycarp, Cyprian, and others went to their death holding that obedience to God came before obedience to any earthly authority. They interpreted Roman actions as a diabolical assault on the one true religion, and at the same time, they tried to defend themselves in the court of public opinion. Writers such as Tertullian and other apologists addressed the Roman authorities, arguing that Christians were loyal subjects who in fact prayed for the emperor, that they committed no crimes, and they were being persecuted solely for their name. Roman readers rarely heeded these pleas, of course, but they stand out as evidence that Christians sought understanding and coexistence, even as they braced for their own martyrdom. And so the Roman persecutions, brutal as they were, ultimately failed to destroy Christianity. In fact, they often had the opposite effect, strengthening the resolve of Christians and inspiring admiration from some pagans too. Within a few years of the final persecution, Emperor Constantine's conversion would initiate a new era. The once persecuted faith would become the favored religion of the empire. The long ordeal between Rome and Christianity demonstrates how profoundly the new faith tested the old order, and how, in trying to stamp it out, the Roman authorities inadvertently highlighted the very virtues of conviction and community that helped Christianity endure and flourish. And on that, I want you to imagine walking through a dim, foul-smelling corridor where chains clank with every shuffling step. From behind iron-barred doors come unnatural screams and sobbing pleas. The air is thick with stench of unwashed bodies. In one cell, a man lies shackled to the wall, half-naked and malnourished, muttering incoherently. Down the hall, a woman in a soiled, dirty gown rocks on the floor, her ankle chained to the bed, while a pair of well-dressed onlookers peer in through a small window, leering, observing the lunatics on display. This is not a scene from a horror film. It's just the reality of the world's first mental asylums. Hospitals meant to cure and treat the troubled, but instead became houses of torment, where cruelty was routine and suffering was the norm. From the early days of England's notorious Bethlem Asylum, mental institutions earned a deservedly nightmarish reputation that spanned centuries and continents. The historian Roy Porter aptly called London's Bethlem Hospital a symbol for man's inhumanity to man, for callousness and cruelty. It was in these halls beatings, starvation, and bizarre treatments were inflicted on the helpless in the name of care. As the asylum system spread to America in the 19th century, the same patterns often followed. Grand buildings, overcrowded, filled with abuse and outdated remedies that seemed more like methods of torture. So today we're going to explore the dark chapters of early insane asylums in the UK and the USA. We'll visit the most infamous institutions, from Bethlem in London to the sprawling Victorian hospitals in America, and shine a light on the cruel treatments that their inmates had endured. And along the way you're going to hear some real historical anecdotes, the true story behind Bedlam's legends, a Quaker woman's mysterious death sparking outrage in New York, a reporter's daring expose of abuse in New York, and doctors who pulled patients' teeth or even cut into their brains in misguided attempts to cure their madness. So prepare to be shocked, perhaps dismayed, by these authentic historical accounts. I think by the end you will have walked the wards of history's most nightmarish asylums and learned the forgotten truths of how the generations before us treated those who they deemed insane. The journey begins in London, where for centuries one name was synonymous with the horrors of these institutions: and that name was Bethlehem. But where are my manners? I'll first welcome you to the channel. If you like this sort of content, which I'm sure you do, how about you click the like button on the video and subscribe to the channel? And maybe you can tell me in the comments where you're listening from. I always like to know the breadth of this channel's reach. Those supporting on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store, you have my thanks. So now let's begin. The story of institutionalized cruelty begins with Bethlehem Royal Hospital in London, better known by its nickname, Bedlam. Founded in the 13th century as a religious hospice, by the 1400s it had become England's first asylum for the insane. For the desperate poor, deemed mad, Bedlam was often the end of the line. Here, under the guise of care, inmates lived in squalor and brutality. Conditions behind Bedlam's walls were medieval at best. Patients, often called prisoners by staff, and I'm not joking, were kept in tiny cells, often with no furnishings but a straw pallet. Chains, manacles, locks, and stocks filled the inventories of the asylum. It was believed that madness could be shocked or beaten out of a person, quite literally. Staff whipped and flogged inmates as a supposed treatment, thinking pain might jolt the mind back to sanity, kind of like hitting the top of your television when it refuses to work. I assume that's the logic. One can imagine the screams echoing throughout the stone halls, as another, quote, patient is struck for relapsing into delirium. Now, if they were not being beaten, many were simply left shackled to the walls, in their own filth nonetheless. In 1598, Bedlam's governors noted that loathsomely filthy state of the cells and that inmates lacked even basic clothing or eating utensils. Cleanliness and comfort were afterthoughts. Restraint and control, they were the priorities. And so, by the 1700s, Bedlam had become a public spectacle. The asylum infamously opened its doors to paying visitors, turning misery into a tourist attraction. Curious Londoners, from ladies and gentlemen to rowdy holiday crowds, wandered the wards, gawking at the lunatics on display. On peak days, hundreds of visitors streamed through the galleries. They would laugh at patients babbling nonsense, or cowered at the sight of the truly disturbed. One Swiss traveller, César de Saussure, described in 1775 how on holidays, I quote, numerous persons amused themselves watching these unfortunate wretches, who often gave them cause for laughter. He excited that melancholy abode, the Bedlam porter expected a tip, and if given a silver coin, he pocketed it all. Bedlam's human zoo was lucrative. Donations from visitors brought in around £300 per year in the mid-1700s, and that was a huge sum back then. The hospital eagerly welcomed the public to parade through. Of course, it was the patients who paid the real price. They were tormented, poked with sticks, and harassed by the thrill-seekers. Some were plied with alcohol to make them act out. This grotesque voyeurism was condoned because it raised funds, even as it degraded and tormented the very people needing care. Inside Bedlam, outright abuse was frequent. In the late 1700s, the Monroe family of doctors presided over the hospital and kept to a regimen of cruelty. Dr. John Monroe and his son Thomas rejected this new moral treatment, which emphasized kindness and calm, and instead insisted on violent physical remedy. They used spinning chairs to whirl patients at high speed, applied leeches to bleed them, and routinely resorted to starving and beating patients into submission. These practices were widely considered torturous, even in their own time. Under the Monros, Bedlam also continued to host throngs of sightseers. The doctors even allowed visitors at night for an extra fee to poke fun at inmates chained in their rooms, prodding them with sticks to provoke reactions. Meanwhile, attendants sometimes embezzled food donations, selling off provisions meant for patients, and left the mentally ill, malnourished and starving. Bedlam was also used as a convenient dumping ground for the right price for unwanted relatives or troublesome spouses. They could be committed there on dubious grounds, effectively disappearing into the world of nightmare. One infamous case forced the outside world to actually confront Bedlam's horrors. In 1814, a Quaker philanthropist named Edward Wakefield managed to slip into the asylum and discovered a patient named James Norris in an appalling state. Norris was actually an American member of the Navy who had been locked up at Bedlam for over a decade. Wakefield found him chained upright to a metal bar, a stout iron ring clamped around his neck, and attached to a vertical iron rod set in the wall. Iron hoops also encircled Norris's chest and arms, pinning his arms to his sides. He had been kept in this iron harness continuously for about 12 years. Wakefield learned that attendants would sometimes yank Norris's chains and slam him against the wall for their own amusement. For Norris, every day was an unending torment. He could not lie down to sleep. He could barely feed himself. Reportedly, his beard grew long, and his clothes rotted away from his body. He spent day and night fixed in one spot. Man treated worse than a caged animal. When Parliament learned of his plight, it became a scandal, symbolizing everything that was wrong with Bedlam. By 1815, the public outrage over such abuse could no longer be ignored. Investigations into Bedlam and other madhouses uncovered naked, mistreated patients and systematic brutality. One witness described inmates chained to the walls, unwashed and unclothed, treated like wild beasts by thuggish keepers. Bedlam's chief physician, Thomas Monro, was forced to resign in 1816 for wanting in humanity towards patients. Reform slowly followed. Chains were gradually removed, and scandalized officials pushed for more oversight of asylums. But Bedlam's centuries-long reign of cruelty was not so easily forgotten. The name Bedlam entered the English language as a synonym for chaos and madness, forever linked to the atrocious conditions once inside its walls. But one good thing did come out of it. Bedlam's abuses did spur change. After the 1815 parliamentary inquiry, the British public became more aware of the madhouse atrocities. Other scandals emerged, notably the York lunatic asylum. That supposedly respectable York asylum had been founded in 1777, but by the 1810s, there were rumors swirling of horrific neglect within its walls. In one notorious case, a Quaker woman named Hannah Mills was admitted in 1790 for melancholy. When fellow Quakers tried to visit her, the asylum refused them entry. It was only weeks later that Hannah was dead. Whispers hinted that she had been abused and left to die, a charge that the asylum, of course, denied completely. But before a full investigation could occur, a mysterious fire broke out in 1814, conveniently destroying the asylum's records and killing 4 patients along the way. Many suspected the blaze was deliberately set to hide the evidence of abuse. A local magistrate, Godfrey Higgins, relentlessly pushed for an inquiry, despite the lost records. And it came to light that York Asylum had not allowed independent inspections for years. Witnesses later testified to beatings, SA, and filthy conditions. The scandal led to an influential Quaker, William Duke, to pledge to create a benevolent institution for Quakers with mental illness, and thus the York Retreat was established. Notably in 1793 in Paris, Philippe Pinel had dramatically removed the chains from the mad at Bicêtre Hospital, symbolizing a new humane era, but in far too many places, literal or metaphorical chains stayed on for decades to come. These revelations in York and London helped fuel the drive for reform. In 1828, Britain passed a law to license and inspect private asylums, attempting to curb the worst abuses. A new generation of superintendents emerged, with genuinely humanitarian ideas. At Lincoln and Hanwell asylums in the 1830s, leaders experimented with abolishing mechanical restraints entirely. Dr. John Connolly of Hanwell, the large Middlesex County asylum, famously instituted a strict non-restraint policy in 1839. No more chains, no straitjackets, no manacles. Patients were to be managed with gentleness and supervision alone. Remarkably, Connolly succeeded through improved staffing and careful oversight. Hanwell's hundreds of patients were calmed without the whip or the fetter. This was a revolutionary proof that the, quote, mad did not have to be treated like convicts, like they'd done something wrong. And quite soon after, non-restraints became accepted practice throughout England, at least in the well-run public asylums. Visitors to progressive asylums in Victorian times, like writer Harriet Martineau's tour of Hanwell in 1834, noted a few improvements. Patients engaged in work and recreation. They had decent food, too. And that old tradition of brutality was pretty much gone. But the reform was uneven. While some asylums became more humane, others, especially overcrowded, out-of-sight institutions, quietly continued the old practices behind closed doors. The new laws could be skirted or poorly enforced. An 1850s investigator still found padded cells reeking of excrement, and attendants using leather straps to tie patients to bedsteads in certain country asylums. Change came slowly, often only after publicized tragedies. Indeed, the 19th century saw an explosion in asylum population. In 1800, only a few hundred lunatics were confined in all of England. By 1900, 100,000 plus people were living in British asylums, a scale unimaginable in earlier times. That exponential growth often outpaced humane oversight, of course. By the late 19th century, most British asylums had officially banned chaining and whipping, but neglect and overuse of isolation remained problems. So in short, Britain made halting progress. Outrage sparked inquiries. The inquiries led to laws, and more enlightened doctors demonstrated a new and better way. But the dark roots of the system were not so easily dug out. The British experience, a blend of scandal, reform, and relapse, set the stage. Across the ocean, the Americans were watching, and determined to build a more enlightened asylum system, But they would soon learn, however, how easily the same horrors of mismanagement and mistreatment could take hold on their own soil. In the early United States, the plight of the mentally ill was, if anything, even more desperate. Before dedicated asylums existed, those who were deemed insane were often locked up like common criminals, or locked up in the attic like Disney protagonists. In 1843, social reformer Dorothea Dix reported finding mentally ill people confined in cages, closets, cellars, stalls, pens, chained, naked, beaten with rods, and lashed into obedience. Her memorial to the Massachusetts legislature painted a horrifying picture. Vulnerable men and women shivering half naked in the cold, filthy cells, sometimes lashed to posts or kept in pens like animals. Doesn't sound very good, doesn't it? Many at the time mistakenly believed that the insane were not sensible to external circumstance, that dungeons, chains, cold and nakedness were acceptable to them as comfort and care. Dix forcibly dispelled this myth, insisting that those with mental illness suffered keenly from such mistreatment and deserved proper shelter and compassion. Dix's crusade galvanized Americans to act. They resolved to build institutions that they believed would be a lot more humane, true refuges for healing, rather than those of neglect. And thus began the rapid growth of the American insane asylum in the 19th century. Early efforts were pretty hopeful. In 1773, colonial Virginia had opened its first public system in Williamsburg, and by the 1820s and 1830s, other states followed. Even in America's colonial era, the same voyeurism occurred. The Pennsylvania Hospital in Philadelphia. Lunatics were kept in a basement, and the public could pay a small fee to gawk at them on certain days. Reformers embraced the moral treatment principle from Europe, a regimen of kindness, routine, and productive activity. So they designed asylums to be peaceful havens where disturbed minds could rest and recover. Dr. Thomas Kirkbride of Pennsylvania pioneered a standard asylum template, a grand building in a serene rural setting, with airy wards and sunlit parlors. You know the ones. You've seen them in the movies. Kirkbride's influential design featured a long bat wing, sort of set up, and towering central spires, making many asylums look like castles or even palaces. And by the mid-1800s, dozens of these elaborate hospitals arose across the U.S. landscape. On paper, they were idealistic places offering rest, work, and gentle discipline. In practice, however, many American asylums quickly slid into the same nightmare conditions seen in Bedlam. Patient populations swelled far beyond what anyone had anticipated. For example, the imposing Danvers State Hospital in Massachusetts, opened 1878, was built to house 500 patients amid bucolic hills. But within 20 years, it held over 1,000 of them, crammed into every available space. This overcrowding led to a collapse of humane care. The nationwide trend was similar. In 1850, only a few thousand mentally ill people were in asylums across America, but by 1904, there were 150,000. This ballooning continued into the 20th century, reaching over 500,000 patients in state hospitals by 1950. Such staggering overcrowding virtually guaranteed that many institutions would descend into mere human warehouses rather than curative havens. It was only a matter of time until things fell apart. Like their British counterparts, American doctors often resorted to brutal methods to control patients. Mechanical restraints were ubiquitous. Restraining chairs, handcuffs, chains, and the infamous Utica crib. What is an Utica crib? It's kind of like a coffin-like wooden box with a slatted lid, barely 3 feet wide and 6 feet long. First introduced in the 1840s at the New York State Lunatic Asylum in Utica. It was meant to safely confine violent patients, but in reality it became a tool of convenience and punishment. Unruly patients would be shut for hours, even overnight, in these cage beds, unable to sit or stand. Some liken the experience to being buried alive. The cribs were widely adopted by asylums in the US and Canada, despite public criticism. Only in 1887 did Utica's superintendent finally order every crib removed from the wards. By then, countless patients had already known the terror of that boxed imprisonment. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. But even seemingly progressive asylum doctors often inflicted pain. Bloodletting and purging, standard 19th century medical practices, were liberally applied to the mentally ill. In the early 1800s, Dr. Benjamin Rush, revered as the father of American psychiatry, insisted that insanity was caused by congestion of blood vessels in the brain. His remedies included bleeding patients routinely and dosing them with mercury-laced purgatives until they were violently ill. Rush also invented a contraption called the tranquilizing chair, which sounds about as fun as it is. This device, essentially a heavy wooden chair with straps to immobilize the patient's arms, legs, and head, was used to bind agitated patients for hours at a time. It was supposed to physically force calm by slowing the circulation. But in truth, it was just another form of sensory deprivation and punishment. A similar gadget, the gyrator, spun patients on a horizontal wheel to induce dizzying shock. Such methods were used well into the mid-19th century under the guise of curing the illness. But as the decades passed, the optimistic vision of cure gave way to a more harsh reality. Many asylums just became holding pens, more about containment than treatment, keeping the undesirables off the streets. State legislatures chronically underfunded these institutions, leading to sparse staffing and meager supplies. Neglect invited disaster. Patients slept on straw mats in dirty, drafty wards. Disease was rampant. Death rates were high. An inspector in 1880 found the asylum in Milledgeville, Georgia, had 50 patients packed into a single room, many lying in their own filth. At Blackwell's Island in New York, the city's public insane asylum, conditions were exposed by undercover reporter Nellie Bly as nothing short of hellish. Bly feigned insanity in 1887 to get committed to Blackwell's. Now how brave is that? And then her published account, 10 Days in a Madhouse, shocked the entire nation. She found rotting food, ice-cold baths, and casual violence on the women's ward. Patients were forced to endure freezing baths, and then put to bed soaking wet, shivering until they almost froze. Many women at Blackwell's were not actually insane at all, merely poor or just foreign-born, yet they were treated with cruelty. Bly described nurses choking or beating patients for minor infractions. One delusional woman who begged, "For God's sake, ladies, don't let them beat me," was grabbed by her hair by a nurse, dragged shrieking from the room, later found tied up in a straitjacket. Inmates who dared complain about the freezing temperatures or abusive attendants were threatened or struck. Bly wrote, "I have seen patients dashed headlong onto the floor, and others given black eyes that the nurses blithely explained away." Food consisted of spoiled meat, gristly soup, and bread that was little more than dried dough, so vile that many just went hungry. Bly's courageous exposé revealed that the American asylum systems could be just as abusive as the old Bedlam. Despite all the rhetoric of reform, it was all a lie. Her articles prompted a grand jury investigation and some immediate changes. More funding. A couple people got fired, sure. But the deeper problems of a rotten system were harder to remove. Now, if you'll permit me to step back for a moment, I'm going to go into storyteller mode, describing the day in a lunatic ward around 1880. A little bit of a departure from the history, but it's a good way to introduce this section. A cell door creaks open at dawn. The attendant clangs a metal cup against the bars to rouse you, and dozens of other patients on the ward. You sleep on a straw-filled mattress on the floor, with only a threadbare blanket. The air is frigid. There's no heating for the insane. Shivering, you line up with the others for breakfast. In the dining hall, bowls of thin oatmeal await. It's burnt. No flavor. The bread's black and hard. But if you don't eat it quickly, the nurse might yell or shove you. One woman refuses her food. She's wrestled to the ground, force-fed through a tube. After this meager meal, there's not much to do. You spend the morning sitting on a hard bench in a barren day room. Some patients mumble to themselves or pace back and forth endlessly. A man from across you screams periodically. An aide tries to put him into a restraining chair until he quiets. Another patient won't stop sobbing. Two attendants drag her down the hall for an icy shower treatment. Her pleas echo as she's doused with the freezing water. By the afternoon, the ward reeks of the unwashed. There are no activities or therapy, only endless hours of dull confinement. An older patient approaches an attendant to ask for a clean shirt. He's told to shut up and shoved away. Any small misbehavior might earn a slap or a day in the mania room, solitary confinement. Nights are the worst of all, though. In the darkness, the ward fills with cries of distress. Some patients rattle their chains or bang on their doors. You curl up on your straw pallet, still damp from the earlier bath. Try to block out the sounds. Sleep comes, fitfully, if it comes at all. In a few hours, the cycle of misery will begin again. Good night. Sleep tight. So by the dawn of the early 20th century, massive asylum complexes dominated the approach to mental illness in the US. Nearly every state had one or more large hospitals for the insane, often overcrowded and isolated. Behind their high walls, outdated and dangerous treatments continued to proliferate. Doctors kept experimenting with new cures that now sound utterly ghastly. In the 1910s, Dr. Henry Cotton at Trenton State Hospital believed mental illness was caused by hidden infections in the body. Well, what was his solution? Surgically remove the body parts. Over several years, Cotton and his staff extracted thousands of teeth from patients, often every single tooth in their mouth, convinced that infected teeth caused madness. When that failed to cure them, they moved on to tonsils, colons, gallbladders, ovaries, any organ they suspected of harboring infection. Patients already mentally fragile were subjected to grotesque internal surgeries and involuntary mutilation. Not surprisingly, many died from these procedures, and most of the rest never improved. For a time, Cotton claimed high cure rates and was hailed as a pioneer. even as his hospital wards turned into operating theaters of horror. Likewise, American asylums were early adopters of shock therapies. By the early 1930s, desperate to manage unruly patients in crammed wards, psychiatrists tried inducing seizures or comas as treatment. They injected insulin to cause daily coma seizures, or metrazole to trigger violent convulsions. Treatments that often led patients with broken bones and terrified of the next session. Soon after came the ultimate brutality of the cure, the lobotomy. First performed in the US in 1936, lobotomy involved cutting or destroying parts of the frontal lobes of the brain. Dr. Walter Freeman's infamous transorbital lobotomy, hammering an ice pick through the eye socket into the brain, was fast. It could be done on a ward with a few resources. He traveled to asylums, performing dozens in a day. By the late 1940s, tens of thousands of asylum patients had been lobotomized. Some did become docile, but only because they were left with the intellect and personality of an infant. Others suffered seizures, paralysis, or death. Lobotomy is now regarded as one of psychiatry's most barbaric mistakes. Even after the Second World War, appalling conditions persisted in some asylums. In 1942, for instance, 2 attendants at a New York State hospital were arrested for beating and abusing patients, one of the first times employees faced criminal punishment. Yet such accountability was the exception, not the rule. In 1946, Life magazine ran a searing expose titled Bedlam 1946, revealing abuses at 2 large state hospitals, Pennsylvania's Bibry Asylum and Ohio Cleveland's State Hospital. Photos show naked, emaciated men huddled in filthy wards, scenes indistinguishable from cattle pens. Patients lie on bare floors in their own waste, while overwhelmed staff looked on indifferently. These images horrified the American public and showed that little had changed in the worst institutions despite a century of what people thought was progress. It was a final straw. Public pressure and a new psychiatric drug program in the 1950s would soon lead to the emptying out of these, as they were called, snake pits. The fact that a place like Bibry, with 5,000 patients crammed into conditions as bad as any in Bedlam's history, could exist in 1946 was a sobering testament to how deeply entrenched the problems really were. The voices of the patients themselves began emerging in the early 20th century, confirming the abuses from an insider perspective. One notable witness was Clifford Whittingham Beers, a Yale-educated man who was institutionalized in several hospitals after a mental breakdown in 1900. Beers endured and observed cruelty firsthand, and later recounted it in his 1908 autobiography, A Mind That Found Itself. In one private sanatorium, when he began wanting to take his own life, the staff's solution was not compassionate care, but brutal restraint. He describes how at night his attendants would lock his hands into a muff, a restraining device that imprisoned both hands in a rigid leather pouch, and tie it to the bed to prevent self-harm. To him this was a detestable form of restraint which amounted to torture. By day, if he did not obey orders, he was roughly overpowered by 2 attendants, who would pin his arms and forcibly compel him to comply. Beers also witnessed fellow patients being mistreated. In one instance, he saw an elderly, confused man kicked and slapped by an attendant for failing to move quickly enough. Such incidences were common, and Beers feared that if he didn't speak up, that the abuse of helpless thousands would continue. He noted that many attendants were ill-qualified and hot-tempered, enforcing strict obedience with violence because they simply did not understand mental illness. Some attendants were simply indifferent or just obeying orders, but there were others who seemed to relish the power they had. Bears eventually recovered and left the asylum, and his book became a rallying cry for mental health reform. It was shocking for the public to hear a sane, articulate man described being trapped like an animal in these institutions that was supposed to help him. Bear's account added powerful confirmation that patients lived in constant fear of those charged with their care. His work helped spur the creation of the National Committee for Mental Hygiene and further reforms in the 1910s. By hearing the testimony of survivors like Beers, society could no longer dismiss all the asylum inmates as unreliable narrators of their own experiences. Their stories matched the awful findings of investigators and journalists. Whether it was the manacled prisoner of Bedlam in 1815, the chained woman of Blackwell's Island in 1887, or the traumatized college graduate like Beers in 1902, the theme was disturbingly consistent. Insane asylums were often terrifying places, and they were far from therapeutic sanctuaries. Okay, so before we go, we're going to have a look at more of these outdated treatments and conditions inflicted upon the patients. Of course, at first, everything exists in that environment of neglect and filth. Basic care was often lacking. Patients might go weeks without bathing or change of clothes. Insect and rodent infestations were rife. One investigation found vermin crawling on patients' beds even. Overwhelmed staff sometimes left incontinent or sick patients lying in soiled bedding for days, and such neglect wasn't just unpleasant. It caused epidemics of typhus, tuberculosis, and all manner of disease that killed many patients prematurely. Bloodletting and purging. Based on humoral medicine, patients were deliberately bled, sometimes to the point of fainting, or given powerful laxatives to balance the body. Dr. Benjamin Rush was a famous proponent of bleeding the insane, but in reality it just weakened and traumatized them. They were already in poor enough health as it is. And pioneered in the early 19th century, we have rotational therapy. It involves strapping patients to a chair or hanging bed and spinning them at high speed. Doctors hoped that the resulting vertigo would shock the mind back to sanity. More often it just induced vomiting, unconsciousness, and terror. Now, a device kind of like the one invented by Rush was the tranquilizing chair. Essentially, a big, heavy wooden chair with straps to immobilize the patient's limbs and head, with a box to confine the head. Patients could be left for hours, even fed and made to relieve themselves in the chair too. It was believed to physically force calmness, but of course it just gave them enormous distress and often injury. And then there was a form of hydrotherapy. Cold water baths and showers used well into the 20th century. Agitated patients might be suddenly plunged into an icy tub or doused in cold shower water as a shock to the system. Others were kept in lukewarm, continuous baths for hours, or wrapped tightly in cold, wet sheets that would dry and constrict, effectively swaddling them. Nellie Bly's expose described women forced into freezing baths and put into bed as soaking wet as punishment. Of course, the use of straight jackets is one of those images that we have conjured up. The use of canvas jackets with long sleeves tied behind the back became common in the 1800s as a way to subdue violent patients. Some lived nearly permanently in these restraints. Other inventions, like the Utica crib that we talked about, similarly kept patients physically incapacitated for long periods. These devices often cause muscle atrophy, joint pain, and, of course, profound despair. As an alternative to the mechanical strains, many asylums simply used prolonged solitary confinement. Patients might be locked in a small padded cell for days, weeks, or even months with minimal human contact. It's enough to make you go crazy. Doctors thought that the quiet and lack of stimulus might settle disturbed minds, but of course, we know that wasn't going to work. In reality, the loneliness often magnified the patient's anguish and drove them to a deeper insanity. And if they weren't insane before they went in, they probably would be when they came out. Of course, before modern antipsychotics, asylum doctors relied heavily on sedatives, there being opium, chloral hydrate, bromides, and later barbiturates, to knock patients into submission. Doses were crude and often excessive, leaving patients in a stupor or with addictions. Over-medication was an easy substitute for humane care. But starting in the 1930s, methods like insulin coma therapy, that is, injecting insulin to induce daily comas, and metrazole convulsive therapy triggering violent seizures were introduced. While a few patients showed improvement, many others suffered broken bones and brain damage. The treatments provoked terror. Patients often begged to skip the next session. But the crescendo, of course, was lobotomy. Introduced in 1935, the surgical destruction of brain tissue to dull emotions. Doctors would literally cut the neural connections of the frontal lobes. In the 1940s, tens of thousands of asylum patients worldwide were lobotomized. Some became docile, but at the cost of personality and intellect. They were empty shells. Many others were left blunted, disabled for life. Lobotomy has since been condemned as one of the worst medical mistakes in history. So really, to sum up today, I suppose the tale of the early insane asylums is grim and ironic. Institutions meant to heal, instead often harmed. But it is one that we have to confront to understand the progress of psychiatry and, in general, human rights. In the span of 2 centuries, society went from chaining mentally ill individuals in dungeons to seeking more compassionate, scientific treatments, however imperfect they may be. The patients suffering in Bedlam's fetters and Blackwell's locked wards, it wasn't all in vain. Their plight eventually stirred conscience and reform. Dorothy Dix's crusades, Nellie Bly's revelations, and the courage of whistleblowers like Wakefield and Beers helped turn the tide by forcing the public to see what was happening behind the asylum walls. Gradually, laws were passed to inspect institutions, limit restraints, and fund alternative care. By the 1960s, the introduction of effective psychiatric drugs and the growing public condemnation of the conditions led to deinstitutionalization, the mass release of patients and closure of many old hospitals. The brick wards that once held thousands now stood empty or were demolished. It's telling that the chief victims of the asylum abuse were society's most vulnerable, the poor and marginalized, who had nowhere else to go. Wealthier people could often keep afflicted relatives at home or in genteel private sanatoriums, thus sparing them the worst of the indignities. Walking through the overgrown ruins of a place like Danvers State Hospital, or visiting the preserved former cells today at Bedlam Museum, one can't help but feel a chill. The voices of the past, the screams, the pleas, and the silent tears, they still faintly echo. They are just to remember the humanity of the vulnerable. The crumbling walls of Danvers State Hospital or the preserved cells of Bedlam's Museum still stand as a memorial to those who suffered. And even today, the word Bedlam survives in our own language to mean chaos, a linguistic ghost of the real legacy. A slave ship. One eyewitness to the trade described the ship's deck so covered with blood and mucus that it resembled a slaughterhouse. Such ghastly scenes were common on the transatlantic ships during the height of the slave trade. From the 17th through the early 19th centuries, European and American vessels crisscrossed the Atlantic with human cargo, forging the brutal Middle Passage that carried Africans into the New World. Today, we're going to take a look at the experience of what the enslaved people went through aboard these ships, and we're going to do it in unflinching detail. Where do we get our information? First-hand narratives, ship logs, primary sources. You'll hear it from the people themselves. Our scope is broad and global. The captives came from many regions of Africa, destined to plantations on Brazil, the Caribbean, North America, and beyond. But the one thing they have in common was that the conditions they endured on the voyage were universally horrific. And so, by grounding today's account in the primary sources and eyewitness testimony, we're going to reconstruct how horrifying this journey was. One of unimaginable suffering, and if you were lucky, survival. Let me welcome you to the channel. If you're a newcomer, it's good to meet you. And those who have not yet done so, I invite you to click the subscribe button, which is conveniently right next to the like button. And thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and the merch store. Now, with all that out the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. It's going to be a bit of a uncomfortable video, so you may as well relax now. During the height of the transatlantic slave trade, roughly the 1700s, slave ships became a conveyor between continents. Over 12 million Africans were forced onto about 35,000 slave voyages across the Atlantic. By the 1780s, the peak of this traffic, tens of thousands of Africans were sent across the ocean every year to meet the insatiable demand for enslaved labor in the New World. These voyages were all part of a profitable triangular network linking Europe, Africa, and the Americas. Multiple European colonial powers were involved, including the Portuguese, British, French, Spanish, and Dutch, and each dispatched ships to West and Central Africa to purchase slaves. Enslaved Africans from diverse regions such as Senegambia, the Gold Coast, the Bight of Biafra, and West Central Africa all found themselves chained up, first in the markets, then in the holds of the ships. Most would be taken to labor on sugar, coffee, and cotton plantations in the Americas. The largest share were delivered to Portuguese Brazil, millions more to British and French colonies in the Caribbean, and a smaller number to North America. For the captives, the Middle Passage was but one stage of a much longer ordeal. Many had already survived violent capture, coffles marching them to the coast, and imprisonment in slave pens or forts, before they even saw any white man from overseas or any ship come to purchase them. Historians estimate that out of every 100 people seized in Africa, only about 57 of them made it onto a slave ship, and merely 48 survived to be sold in the Americas. Now this means that over half of those captured perished from the point of capture through to the transatlantic crossing. Most of them didn't even get out of Africa. The Middle Passage itself accounted for 1 million or more deaths. Yet those who did survive the voyage, that didn't mean the suffering was over. Far from it. It was time to get to work. Primary accounts by formerly enslaved Africans offer a rare insight into the moment they were forced aboard a slave ship. One such account comes from Oluwada Equiano, who was about 11 years old when he was kidnapped from his Igbo community in today's Nigeria and sold to European slavers around 1756. Equiano describes his first sight of the Atlantic Ocean and the slave ship waiting for him at anchor, filling him with terror. When he was brought on deck, the crew immediately handled and tossed him to inspect his fitness, much as one would examine livestock. He recalls that the white man's complexions, hair, and language were utterly alien to him, and he feared he encountered a world of bad spirits who intended to kill and eat him. This fear was not uncommon. Many African captives, having never seen Europeans before, believed the slavers to be cannibals. Equiano notes that when he saw a large cooking furnace on deck and the chained Africans around him in despair, that he no longer doubted his fate and fainted from horror. Upon arrival, Equiano was so overwhelmed that he wished for death rather than to know the terrors ahead. He was soon forced down into the ship's hold, where a horrifying new assault on his senses began. He writes, "I was soon put down under the decks, and there I received such salutation in my nostrils as I have never experienced in my life. The stench below deck was overpowering, a foul mix of sweat, vomit, urine, and feces that nearly suffocated him. Equiano became seasick. He refused to eat until the crew members intervened. He describes how when he initially refused food, one man grabbed his hands while another tried to force feed him, an ordeal that threw him into consternation. This foreshadows a common experience. Enslaved people who lost the will to eat were often forcibly fed by the crew, sometimes using a device called the speculum oris to pry their mouths open. Such was the captive's introduction to life aboard the slave ship, one of fear, sensory torment, and immediate violence to enforce compliance. Once the ship was set sail with its cargo, those in the hold faced an environment designed for profit, not for comfort. Slave ships were typically overcrowded to a nightmarish extreme. Men were chained together in pairs and packed spoon-fashioned in rows beneath the decks, with scarcely room to turn themselves. Women and children, though sometimes given slightly more space than allowed on deck, were also crowded into tight quarters. A schematic of the British slave ship Brooks, 1788, famously showed over 480 people arranged in a hold, only about 5 feet high, illustrating the practice of tight packing. Traders calculated that packing more people could offset the high mortality rates. Others argued for looser packing, in hopes that more captives would survive to sail. Either way, conditions were unbearable. One ship surgeon, Alexander Falconbridge, observed that enslaved people were often packed so close that it was impossible to sit or stand upright, and that they lay in a tangled mess of bodies and filth. The air quality below deck rapidly became pestilential once the ship was fully loaded. Equiano noted that when all the captives were combined together, the combined heat of the climate and the crowded humanity almost suffocated them. With inadequate ventilation, the atmosphere turned foul and poor of oxygen. The hold reeked of human waste and decay. Equiano accounts that the loathsome smells made the air unfit to breathe and caused widespread sickness among the slaves. The closeness and filth were aggravated by the galling of chains and the captives' limbs, the overflowing of toilet buckets. Children sometimes fell into these little buckets and nearly suffocated in excrement. The combination of heat, lack of sanitation, and stress created a breeding ground for disease. Deadly epidemics of dysentery, smallpox, measles, and fevers swept through the packed ranks. Captains like Thomas Phillips of the Hannibal tried to curb dysentery by feeding captives fiber-rich food, cornmeal, palm oil, pepper, and beans, and providing them citrus fruit. But such measures were meager against rampant illness. On the 1693 voyage of Phillips, 47% of the 700 enslaved Africans died, despite all his efforts. The living lay chained amidst the dying and dead. Equiano described how the shrieks of the women and the groans of the dying filled the gloom, creating a scene of horror almost inconceivable. Disease and despair claimed victims daily. Those who expired from sickness or injuries were unshackled and dumped overboard without ceremony. Sharks often trailed behind slave ships, well accustomed to feeding on the corpses jettisoned at sea. Such macabre details were noted by many observers. The odor of a slave ship was said to carry for miles on the wind, sometimes alerting other vessels, not by sight but by smell. For week after miserable week, the captives were effectively lost at sea, stranded in horrific conditions, not knowing where they were, subject to a regime meant only to keep them alive and subdued until landfall. A stew of human misery and terror. Life aboard a slave ship followed a strict and brutal regimen intended for maximum control over the captives, and to keep them alive, just enough to sell at the journey's end. Each day typically began with the crew doling out meager rations of food and water. Enslaved Africans were usually fed twice a day, often some sort of boiled beans or cornmeal, sometimes supplemented with rice, yams, or a bit of dried meat. This was typically cooked in a large copper pot on deck. Water was severely rationed. An enslaved person might receive about 1 liter of water a day. As Captain Phillips recorded, even these sparse meals could be life-saving. Slavers knew that starved captives would fetch low prices or just not survive at all. However, many captives were too sick or heart-sick to eat anyway. Refusal to eat was common, whether out of protest or extreme despair. A term for it was fixed melancholy. The crew responded by whipping those who would not eat, or using instruments previously described to force-feed them. One slave ship captain admitted to using the speculum oris to pry open the jaws of captives who tried to starve themselves. It was a cruel practice, aimed at preserving the captain's profit, even at the cost of torturing people determined to die rather than live. After the morning rations, the crew would undertake their version of cleaning the hold. This often meant having enslaved people scrape and swab the decks, while still in chains, to remove some of the accumulated filth. Sand or vinegar might be sprinkled and scrubbed across blood or waste-stained planks. Yet, the deep foulness could never truly be cleansed during the voyage. The slave deck remained a hellish, filth-strewn place throughout. To avoid the worst build-up, some captains forced captives to use the necessary buckets on a schedule and had crewmen empty them frequently. But in rough weather or at night, the enslaved were sometimes not allowed above to relieve themselves at all, causing them to soil the cramped space. One more of the bizarre daily rituals on some ships was called dancing the slaves, a euphemism for forced exercise. Captains believed that making captives move would keep their muscles strong and perhaps lift their spirits enough to prevent mass death from despair. As a 1729 slave ship medical guide advised, the health of the voyage depended on dealing kindly with Africans, and often diverting them with the drum, dance, etc., in order to dissipate the sorrowful thoughts of quitting their own country. In practice, this dance was enforced by the whip. Each day, when weather allowed, small groups of shackled men were brought up to the main deck. Sailors armed with cat-o'-nine-tails, a multi-lashed whip, or ropes would compel them to jump and stomp in whatever space they had, sometimes to the rhythm of a drum or fiddle. Those who refused to dance or were too weak were often flogged until they either complied or collapsed. Captors also encouraged the enslaved to sing during these exercises, though if they grew irritated, if the Africans sang mournful, defiant songs, the beatings would continue. They must appear cheerful. Cruel punishments were a constant of the slave ship regime. Any perceived defiance, not eating, not exercising, attempting to rest, could result in a lashing or any other form of abuse. Enslaved Africans were whipped with such frequency that many bore scars by journey's end, and some were even beaten to death as an example to others. Discipline aboard was maintained by terror. The enslaved were usually kept in chains and watched by armed guards at all times. Captains often had special manacles, leg irons, collars, and shackles made for the voyage. Men were chained in pairs, wrist to wrist, ankle to ankle. Women were typically left unshackled but still confined below or kept under surveillance on deck. At night, gratings over the hatchways were locked to prevent anyone from coming up. Many ships also strung netting along the deck rails to make it harder for captives to leap into the sea. Some vessels even repositioned cannons to command the slave deck. Phillips, for instance, placed 2 of the Hannibal's guns pointing down through the hatch, ready to blast grape shot into the hold in case of an uprising. The crew had a cache of weapons at hand: muskets, pistols, cutlasses, sometimes even grenades. Captains and sailors regarded the Africans as potential threats as much as cargo. Indeed, as Phillips wrote, some captives were experienced warriors capable of plotting to take over the ship. The crew always remained alert and ruthless in preempting rebellion. Essentially, it was a floating prison camp under martial law. Amid this routine of controlled brutality, there were occasional attempts at rudimentary care or pragmatism. Occasional, that is. If individuals felt deathly ill, they might be brought on deck for fresh air or segregated to prevent contagion. For instance, smallpox victims were sometimes quarantined in a makeshift infirmary area. Equiano, being a child and gravely sick, was kept mostly on deck and spared constant chaining, which, happily, perhaps saved him from the fate of the adults below. Ship surgeons applied basic treatments, cleaning sores, bleeding fevers, giving doses of lime juice to prevent scurvy, mainly to protect the captain's investment. Any recovery was counted a gain. Those who died were written off. The crew's underlying attitude remained mercenary. As long as a captive could survive to be sold, he or she would be sustained, however minimally. The moment a captive was deemed a lost cause, irrevocably ill or injured, they may be summarily discarded to save food and space. Throughout the passage, the captives themselves sought ways to cope with the trauma. Some found strength in songs, prayers, or quiet solidarity. Officers' journals occasionally noted the enslaved people singing at night, often mournful lamentations that carried in the dark. Such songs likely allowed them to mourn together and preserve a piece of their cultural identity amid the chaos. When possible, those who shared a language or region tried to console each other and care for the more vulnerable. Mothers comforted children. Shiplogs mention African women assisting ailing shipmates. These human gestures persisted, despite the dehumanized environment. Still, every act of camaraderie took place under the watchful eyes of the guards, quick to quash anything they feared might lead to collective action. While the male captives endured the harshest physical constraints, women and children aboard the ships faced their own set of horrors. Women were typically not chained in the hold and were allowed a degree of mobility on deck compared to men. Captains assumed women were less likely to foment rebellion. However, this relative freedom made women extremely vulnerable to sexual exploitation. Contemporary witnesses, including ship surgeons and enslaved survivors, confirm that assault of African women by sailors was commonplace. Enslaved women and girls, seen as property, had no recourse against the advances of crewmen. Officers sometimes explicitly selected a woman as a concubine for the voyage. One account by a ship's doctor described how crew members would drag women screeching from below at night. The victims of such assaults were left traumatized, and if they resisted, they could be beaten or even killed with impunity. There were no laws or ship rules to protect them. They were treated simply as another spoil of the trade. But despite these dangers, they could also play their roles in resistance. We'll see it in the next section. They sometimes used their relative freedom to communicate between the groups of male captives, or to make small makeshift weapons or tools that men could use in a revolt. Women also had to maintain whatever care they could for the children present. Children, of course, were generally not shackled, and those old enough to walk might move around the ship freely during the day. Crew members often viewed African children with a mix of amusement and indifference. They were less valuable cargo. Very young children might sell for lower prices, but they also posed no threat. Older enslaved children sometimes assisted the crew with minor tasks, perhaps to earn small favors or food morsels. Younger children clung to their mothers or other adults. Mothers did their best to soothe the crying infants amid the foul conditions. Some women even risked punishment to obtain a bit of extra food or water for their little ones. And even tragically, some enslaved women were forced to give birth during the voyage. In such instances, both mother and newborn were in grave danger due to the lack of medical care and the unsanitary environment. One famous formerly enslaved man, Ignatius Sancho, was born on a slave ship in 1729. His mother died soon after giving birth. His father, in despair, chose to take his own life. This was not an isolated case. Ship logs occasionally recorded stillbirths or infants born at sea who lived only a short time. If a mother died in childbirth, the crew might throw her infant overboard alive, rather than spare resources on an infant unlikely to survive. Such cruel actions underscore the utter commodification of those on board. The psychological torment for women was acute. They had witnessed their villages attacked, their families torn apart. Now at sea, they endured both the general misery of the hold and the personal terror of exploitation. Some women found ways to fight back. There are accounts of enslaved women attacking predatory sailors, scratching, biting, even stabbing them with utensils, though such resistance was usually met with lethal retaliation from the crew. Yet it sometimes took other forms. they might encourage men to revolt, or conceal plans from the inquisitive crew. In a few recorded instances, women committed infanticide or took their own life as an act of defiance. For example, mothers who smothered their infants or jumped overboard with children rather than let them live as slaves. Each woman's experience was unique, but collectively, enslaved women had to endure a burdensome dual role, victims of the same brutal regime of the men, and the additional victims of violence and family devastation. And so, faced with relentless cruelty, the enslaved Africans did not uniformly submit. Many resisted in whatever ways they could, ranging from quiet defiance to all-out rebellion. Despair, however, was pervasive. Some captives sought to simply take their own lives instead, and many did. In the terminology of the time, crews reported individuals dying of melancholy, essentially severe depression, leading to the loss of will to live. Some captives simply refused to eat until they wasted away, despite beatings and force-feeding attempts. Others attempted more direct ends to their suffering. There were numerous cases of Africans jumping overboard to drown. Equiano recounts how two of his fellow captives chained together managed to slip through the netting and leap into the sea. How they, quote, preferred death to such a life of misery. A third man, unshackled due to illness, followed them overboard. The crew sprang into action, stopping the ship and launching a small boat. But at least 2 of the 3 escapees drowned before they could be recovered. Enslaved people understood that the ocean offered an escape from torment. Some even believed that their souls would return to Africa if they died at sea. To deter such incidences, crews put up nettings and barriers and kept close watch. Yet the desperate captives still found their opportunities where they could. On some voyages, multiple people jumped to their deaths. In one notorious incident in 1776, a group of enslaved men deliberately drowned themselves by leaping from a ship off Jamaica, refusing to accept their fate as slaves. Contemporaries noted that these attempts were thousands in number over the centuries of the trade. Beyond individual acts, enslaved Africans regularly plotted revolts aboard slave ships. Shipboard revolts were especially common while the vessel was still near to the African coast, as captives saw a chance to ally with others on shore or swim to land. Over time, shipbuilders and captains modified vessels specifically to thwart rebellion, with reinforced hatch gratings, barricades, and weapons at the ready. The crew were constantly on guard. Any hint of uprising would prompt brutal, preemptive action. Still, history records dozens of slave ship rebellions. A ship's journal from June of 1770 off the coast of West Africa documents a series of revolt attempts within 1 month. It goes as follows. 6th of June, 1770. The slaves made an insurrection, which was soon quelled, with the loss of 2 women. 23rd of June. Died a girl slave, number 13. The slaves attempted an insurrection, lost a man of Captain Montpenny's purchase, who jumped overboard and was drowned. Employed securing the men in chains, and gave the women concerned 24 lashes each. 26th of June. A few of them got off their handcuffs, but were detected in time. 27th of June. The slaves attempted to force up the gratings in the night, with a design to murder the whites or drown themselves. The women as well as the men were determined, if disappointed of cutting off the whites, to jump overboard and burn the ship as a last resort. Their obstinacy put me under necessity of shooting the ringleader. End of the log entries. Well, this all happened in a single voyage. definitely getting more than what they bargained for, trying to keep them all below deck. It shows that the captives persistently resisted and were willing to risk death for a chance at freedom, or at least to get their own back. So when a mutiny erupted, the crew responded with overwhelming force. Sailors used swords, firearms, and whatever means necessary to suppress rebellion. Those Africans who survived a failed revolt faced savage punishment. It was common for ringleaders to be executed on spot, for example by shooting or hanging, with all the other captives being made to watch. Some were thrown alive to the sharks as both punishment and a terror tactic. Others might be tortured or mutilated. There are accounts of crews cutting off the limbs of captured rebel leaders, or forcing the remaining captives to watch as their bodies were dragged behind the ship. These gruesome reprisals were meant to crush any further thought of resistance. Now, ironically, the financial loss from killing slaves in a revolt could be mitigated by insurance. European insurers often covered losses from insurrection or, quote, perils of the sea, effectively reimbursing slave owners for dead captives. In one Dutch insurance policy of 1770, a clause explicitly compensated owners for slaves lost to revolt or thrown overboard. This practice only reinforced the view of enslaved people as expendable. But perhaps the most infamous example of cruelty and calculated murder at sea is the case of the British slave ship Zong in 1781. The Zong was overloaded with slaves, around 440 of them on board, on a voyage from West Africa to Jamaica. Disease and malnutrition began killing captives and crew alike as the ship entered the calm equatorial waters known as the doldrums. Facing a shortage of portable water, Captain Luke Collingwood made a horrific decision. He resolved to jettison some of the cargo and save supplies. And by cargo, he means the slaves. Of course, he would then just claim insurance compensation for the loss. Over several days, in late November 1781, the crew disposed of 132 enslaved Africans, throwing them overboard. These were people deemed too sick to survive, or just too thin to fetch a good price. Another 10 captives, in a final act of defiance, jumped into the sea rather than be cast over. The captain later noted quite cynically that it was a loss due to an act of obstinacy on their part. In total, about 142 Africans were gone. When the Zong reached port in Black River, Jamaica, the ship's owners filed an insurance claim for the value of 132 slaves who had been thrown overboard. The subsequent legal case in England, Gregson versus Gilbert, initially treated the matter as a routine insurance dispute, essentially ruling that a captain could lawfully dispose of cargo in emergencies. It was only after the abolitionist Granville Sharp publicized the case that the British public began to grasp the inhumanity that it laid bare. The Zong massacre epitomizes the utter devaluation of African life in the slave trade. One later depiction of such an atrocity appeared in an American abolitionist newspaper in 1832, showing a captain on a Brazilian slaver having sick Africans thrown overboard to avoid import duties, calmly treating people as disposable commodities. As commentators noted, it was the profit motive taken to a murderous extreme, an attitude that regarded enslaved people as worth more dead via insurance or cost saving than alive in the most certain moments. This simultaneous objectification of people and disdain for their lives allowed many crews to wantonly discard human beings without a hint of remorse. And they did. And so, after weeks, perhaps even months at sea, typically a 6 to 8 week crossing in the 18th century, though sometimes much longer. The survivors of the Middle Passage finally saw land on the horizon. For better or worse, we don't really know. By the time a slave ship approached the Americas, those still alive were often emaciated, dehydrated, and ill. Their ordeal did not end on reaching port, however. The captives would now be prepared for sale, just like any other product arriving in the market. As soon as the ship docked or anchored, the crew got busy bringing the enslaved on deck and began efforts to improve their appearance. They were usually washed with buckets of seawater or taken to shore and bathed. After months in close confinement, many had skin covered with grime, sores, or salt from dried sweat. The crew shaved the men's faces, sometimes their heads, to make them look younger and healthier. Bodies were rubbed with a palm oil or grease to hide blemishes and give the skin a sheen of vitality. If a person had wounds or ulcers, these might be filled with hot tar as a crude cosmetic treatment to cover raw flesh. In some cases, dye was applied to hair to cover any graying, and ruptures, being from hernias or from strain or injury, were trussed up with bandages to prevent any obvious bulges. These preparations were all aimed at fetching the highest possible price at auction. The more marketable the product seemed, the more you could sell it for that higher price. And of course, it was all about getting the highest possible price. And so, like that, all of the slaves, as best as they could, were prepared. On shore, slave traders separated the captives by category. Now, the categories were somewhat as follows. The prime slaves, typically young adult males who looked nice and healthy and strong, were isolated for prominent auction display. Of course, these would be the strongest workers. The slaves were there to do the heavy lifting, so the stronger and taller someone would be, the better slave they would be for the one who purchases them. As for the women and the adolescent youths, they were grouped, and small children who appeared weak were set aside. Sometimes a doctor or an assessor would examine the captives, poking and prodding to judge their condition, and assigning them arbitrary values. Think about giving them classifications such as first-class slaves and second-class slaves, this kind of thing. And then came the sale itself, often a public auction or a so-called scramble. At auctions, buyers scrutinized the Africans as much as the crew had done back on the coast of Africa, forcing mouths open to check teeth, feeling limbs, and making the enslaved walk or jump to assess their fitness, sometimes making them lift heavy things, a kind of test run of some of the work they would be doing for the customer. Families that had managed to stay together through the voyage were frequently torn apart at this stage, as different buyers bid on individuals, and it was very rare that they would purchase a whole family together. One eyewitness in the Caribbean described children clinging to their mothers when they realized they were about to be sold separately, only to be dragged away by the new owners amidst heart-rending screams. Many newly arrived captives were so weakened that they died soon after arrival. In fact, plantation societies like Brazil and the Caribbean, a significant percentage of imported Africans perished in their first year, a period grimly referred to as the seasoning time. They succumbed to new diseases, which of course they had zero immunity to, things like yellow fever and all the rest, little surprises that the new world had in store for them, or to the compounded effects of malnutrition and the abuses suffered during the Middle Passage. Plantation owners took this high early mortality for granted, viewing the fresh imports as replaceable units that might not all survive long. In North America, where conditions were somewhat less lethal, newly arrived Africans still faced a tremendous adjustment, and often carried lasting scars, physical and psychological, from the voyage. For every individual, the transition from the nightmare at sea to the harsh reality of slavery on land was yet another profound shock. The Middle Passage was over, but the long journey into bondage continued on foreign soil in a foreign world. Pretty horrifying from start to finish, I'm sure you'll agree. Well, to wrap all this up, the experience of the enslaved people aboard the slave ship could be one of the most horrific chapters in history. It's definitely up there. It must be top 5. The Middle Passage subjected millions to extreme overcrowding, violence, disease, and don't forget the psychological terror. Why? To make money. That's all it was. They just wanted to make money. Well, not good at all. We have heard in the words of those who endured it, how the holds of the slave ships became airless, pestilential dungeons, filled with loathsome filth and utter despair. We've seen through ship logs and accounts how captains treated human lives as units of profit, chaining, flogging, and even randomly killing them with impunity. And yet, even in the depths of this floating prison of depravity, enslaved people did their best to resist and assert their humanity, whether through open revolt or simple acts of singing a lament together in the dark. By examining the Middle Passage through all the sources in the first-hand testimony, we avoid sanitizing the past. The facts speak plainly. The slave trade was a human disaster on a vast scale, fueled by greed, maintained by terror. Its broad geographical scope, spanning Africa, the Americas, and Europe, meant that the legacy of this violence is global. Understanding what enslaved people endured on the ships is essential to understanding the history of what's going on with the diaspora and the enduring impact of slavery. Well, unfortunately, there's still plenty of slaves around. We might have banned the practice in the civilized world, but it's still happening in other parts of the world. Now, hopefully we can bring all that to an end soon. It's largely thanks to the testimony of survivors, though, like Equiano, and even the records of the slave traders themselves, that we can even talk about this grim reality and reconstruct it so many years later. I hope that I've presented a factual and unembellished narrative of that experience. I'll let the brutal realities speak for themselves. The emotional weight of the Middle Passage doesn't come from rhetoric, but it comes from the real cries and sufferings recorded in those historical sources. In bearing witness to their ordeal, even at a remove of centuries, we have to acknowledge the true human cost of the trade, ensure that the victims' experiences are never forgotten. List off a few of the terrifying and awe-inspiring figures from history, and no doubt you'll come across Attila the Hun, who ruled over the vast Hunnic Empire covering Central and Eastern Europe from 434 to 453 AD. Renowned for his extraordinary military skill, he led multiple campaigns against the Eastern and Western Roman empires, causing such a catastrophic loss that he gained the nickname the scourge of God. The geopolitical landscape of late antiquity was altered by the Huns' tremendous pressure on the established civilizations, which was made possible by Attila's ability to unite disparate tribes under a single, disciplined force. In addition to his military skill, he was also quite a good diplomat, who negotiated tributes and treaties that preserved the stability and power of his growing empire. And so, as a testament to this unwavering strength and determination, Attila's legacy lives on. It shows the difficulties of leadership and the influence of nomadic empires on the development of European history. And we're going to learn all about it today, from start to finish, as we talk about the life of Attila the Hun. But first, where are my manners? We can't begin without welcoming you to the channel again, can't we? I do it in every video, you know. So here I am again, saying welcome to the newcomers and welcome back to those who are watching again. If you've been watching from the start, well, leave me a comment. Actually, tell me how long you've been on the train for, and we can all discuss in the comments for the juicy engagement. Well, with all that said, let us begin. Of course, we have to begin in a little bit of a blurry spot. Now, this is pretty normal for nomadic peoples not keeping records and only really getting talked about from the sources that come from Roman and Greek records, those quote-unquote civilized peoples that they came up against writing about them once they got in contact with them, and doing so from quite a biased point of view. So with that in mind, the only real comprehensive sources are written in Greek and Latin, and by the enemies of the Huns. And this is why putting together a historiography about him faces, well, more than a few obstacles. Only shards of the numerous testimonials that Attila's contemporaries left behind about his life survive to our modern day. Now, we do know that as a member of Theodosius II's embassy at the Hunnic court in 449, one Priscus, a Byzantine historian, that being the Eastern Roman Empire, you know, Constantinople, this sort of thing, and a diplomat who wrote in Greek, was both a witness to and an actor in Attila's story. In fact, he's the only person known to have written a physical description of Attila, not a very kind one at that. And his writing is a significant source of information about Attila's life. But despite all that, he's still an Eastern Roman, and you can clearly see the political bias. He wrote 8 books, spanning the years 430 to 496, in which he chronicled the history of the late Roman Empire. And of course, with Attila ruling from 434 to 453, well, this is smack bang in the middle of where we need to be to say that he is indeed a primary source. Now, there are only pieces of Priscus's work left, unfortunately, in addition to being a significant source of information about the Hunnic Empire and its neighbors. Was frequently cited by historians Procopius and Jordanes in the 6th century, particularly in the work of Jordanes, The Origin and Deeds of the Goths, which is filled with references to Priscus's history. 100 years, actually, after Attila's passing, he recounts the Hunnic peoples and Attila's legacy in general. And we'll get to Jordanes a little bit later. It's quite a good description that he provides us of the death of Attila. Between the 6th and 17th centuries, many ecclesiastical writings contain valuable but dispersed information. that has occasionally been distorted by years of hand copying, or is just in general difficult to verify. The 12th century Hungarian writers suppressed some historical details and added their own legends in an effort to present the Huns as their glorious ancestors. Of course, this isn't just the case with Attila. This happens for many historical figures, many historical events. You might find a trend in all the history books that when it comes to the wars, the good guys win every time. What a coincidence. Well, with that in mind, of course, whenever you look over these sources for Attila, I hope you've brought your many grains of salt with you, because you are going to have to take many of them. So the Huns themselves, well, they passed down their literature and knowledge orally, from generation to generation through chanted poetry and epics, much in the same way that we'd see it with the Gauls, the Germanics, and pre-Roman Germanics, even going up to the Britannic tribes that were inhabiting Britain before they had writing and all the rest. One of the main reasons why we've lost all of the Druidic knowledge was because it was simply orally transmitted through stories and poetry, epics, this kind of thing. Well, literature of the Scandinavians and Germans, who were the Huns' neighbours, and wrote between in the 9th and 13th centuries, has indirectly given us these little snippets of the oral history. Attila plays a significant role in numerous Eddas, sagas, and medieval epics, and there is one that he's particularly prominent in, that is the Nibelung Genlied, which you can look up. Now, archaeological research in more modern times has revealed some information about the Huns' way of life, their art, and of course, the warfare, what they're really known for. But I hate to disappoint to tell you that the actual location of Attila's capital and his tomb have not yet been discovered, although there are some indications of battles and sieges. Perhaps it's not so much of a disappointing thing to let you in on that, but perhaps it's more of an exciting thing that, well, it's still out there. Same as the burial place of Alexander the Great, by the way, which is reportedly, the last I heard, at the main crossroads of Alexandria. Of course, the main crossroads of Alexandria have certainly changed in the last 2,000 years. Perhaps it's going to be a little bit difficult to find that, and we're not going to be ripping up the entire city just yet, but I digress. Back to Attila. So let's start and try to trace back the Huns. Originating east of the Volga River, the Huns were a group of Eurasian nomads who moved further into Western Europe around 370 and managed to establish a vast empire. Now, what was their prime military skill? Really, they were famous for their javelin throwing and, of course, mounted archery, which they were masters of. Essentially, they would show up, kick heads in, and then just ride away. Now, this was a little bit different because everybody was supposing that they would have the normal pitched battles and, swords to swords, all this sort of thing. Well, the Huns didn't really do that. Unfortunately, they were not playing by the old rules. Well, although they were a pastoral warrior society that was still establishing settlements prior to their arrival in Western Europe, the main source of food they had were the meat and the milk from their herds. Really, they behaved somewhat in the same manner that the Mongols of later times had behaved. Pretty much the same sorts of techniques. But
For centuries there has been disagreement over the Hun's language and place of origin. The Turkic language, possibly the closest to the contemporary Chorvash language, may have been spoken by their leaders, at the very least, according to some theories. Well, the Huns, especially those who migrated to the west, there may have been a combination of Central Asian Turkic, Mongolic, and Ugric peoples, and is at least according to the Encyclopedia of European Peoples. It's pretty reliable, though. It seems to make sense. So early in the 5th century, there was a Hunnic empire jointly ruled by the kings Oktar and Ruga, whose brother was Attila's father, Mundzuk. Although the Huns frequently practiced this type of diarchy, historians are not sure if it was a regular occurrence, a custom, or perhaps an institutionalized system. Although he came from a noble family, it's unclear if they were part of a royal dynasty in general. And what about Attila's birth date? Well, guess what? No one really knows. But it's been put really around 395, or thereabouts. Give or take a few years. Some say it falls somewhere between the 1390s and the first 10 years of the 5th century. In fact, even as far as the year 406 has been suggested. Well, Attila was raised in this very quickly changing world. Of course, if you know anything about the time, you would know that the old order was well and truly collapsing. The Roman Empire was a shadow of its former self. And whatever happens to those fallen empires, when the new people start dipping their toes in, and a new order takes its place? Well, only recently had the nomadic people of the Huns reached Europe. They invaded the Gothic kingdom between the Danube and the Carpathian Mountains after crossing the Volga River in the 370s and annexing the territory of the Alans. And they were a highly mobile people. The Germanic tribes simply didn't seem to be able to hold up against the mounted archers. And by this time they had already well established a reputation for being unbeatable. In the west and in the south, as well as along the banks of the Rhine and the Danube rivers, large populations of Hun refugees migrated from Germania into the Roman Empire. After crossing the Danube in 376, the Goths first submitted to the Romans, before turning against Emperor Valens, whom they assailed in the Battle of Adrianople, 378. In order to flee the Huns, a large group of Vandals, Alans, Suebi, and Burgundians invaded Roman Gaul, that is modern-day France, at the end of December in 406, crossing the Rhine. Since 395, the Roman Empire had been divided into two parts. Many political and religious disputes. Well, with two separate governments in charge of the West, which was not based in Rome, actually, but based in Ravenna. At that time, Rome was not a place that you wanted to be. But in the East, the great city of Constantinople was the capital. Of course, this is bearing the namesake of its progenitor, Constantine, and in our modern vernacular it is called Istanbul, and it has been for about almost 600 years, but we don't want to talk about that. Despite a number of power struggles, the majority of the Roman emperors during Attila's reign, both east and west, were actually members of the Theodosian family. As for the Huns, they ruled over a sizable area with hazy borders that were set by the will of numerous ethnic groups, while many maintained their own identities and rulers while acknowledging the suzerainty of the Hun king. Others were simply assimilated into the Hunnic nationality. Although many of the Romans' issues were indirectly caused by the Huns, who drove different Germanic tribes into Roman territory, the two empires had more or less friendly relations, because the Romans employed the Huns as mercenaries, you see, against the Germans, and even in their civil wars. Thus, in 424, Joannes the Usurper was able to assemble an army of thousands of Huns to fight Valentinian III. This operation was overseen by Aetius, who would actually go on to become patrician of the West. Not a bad career progression, though the retirement plan's not very good. Their alliance, which lasted from 401 to 450, and allowed Romans many military triumphs, involved the exchange of ambassadors and hostages. The Romans would have preferred to see this as payment for services rendered, but the Huns saw it more as tribute. When Attila had reached adulthood during his uncle Ruga's rule, the Huns had grown to such a great power that Nestorius, the Patriarch of Constantinople, lamented the state of affairs, stating that they had become both masters and slaves of the Romans. Of course, the old patriarch seems to be a little bit worried about balances of power. But as you know, the pendulum always swings, doesn't it? After Rugila, also called Rua or Ruga, died in 434, the united Hun tribes were ruled by his brother Mundzuk's sons, that being Attila and Bleda. The Hun tribes were negotiating with the envoys of the Eastern Roman Emperor Theodosius II at the time of the two brothers' ascension, in order to bring back a number of renegades who had sought asylum in the Eastern Roman Empire. These individuals might have been Hunnic nobles who disapproved of the brothers' takeover. Well, so seated in horseback in the Hunnic fashion, Attila and Bleda met with the imperial legation at Margus the following year and negotiated a favorable treaty. In exchange for opening their markets to Hunnish traders, returning the fugitives, and paying a ransom of 8 solidi for each Roman captured by the Huns, the Romans agreed to double their previous tribute of 350 Roman pounds, which is about 115 kilograms of gold, bringing it up to about 700 Roman pounds of gold. And that's a lot more gold than before, if you're not a mathematician. Well, of course they were satisfied with this agreement. After all, doubling the amount of gold is a pretty good result. So the Huns left the Roman Empire and went back to the great Hungarian plain, possibly in an effort to fortify and expand their empire. After all, they had the money to do that now. But Theodosius took advantage of this chance to fortify Constantinople's walls, constructing the city's first sea wall, and to bolster his Danube border defences. Ever wonder why they're called the Theodosian Walls? Well, I don't need to explain too much into that, don't I? So as the Romans invaded the Sassanid Empire over the following few years, that is, the kind of like the Persians, we can bubble it down to that, the Huns stayed pretty much out of sight. I wonder what they were doing. Well, after the Sassanids defeated them in Armenia, they simply gave up their invasion and returned their focus on Europe. And then they resurfaced in force on the Roman Empire's borders in 440, attacking the traders at the market established by the 435 treaty on the north bank of the Danube. They destroyed forts on the Danube and the cities of Illyricum, including, at least according to Priscus, the Moesian city of Viminacium. At Marcus, where they demanded the Romans surrender a bishop who had kept property that Attila considered his, they launched their advance. The bishop betrayed the city to the Huns by sneaking away while the Romans were debating his fate. Of course, he is remembered as a coward. Well, in come the Vandals. Sure you've heard of them, under Gaisaric's leadership, and they took control of the Western Roman province of Africa, and its capital, which I'm also sure you've heard of, Carthage. This was all while the Huns were targeting city-states along the Danube. Not a very good time for the Eastern Roman Empire. Well, Rome relied heavily on food from Africa, of course, and it was the wealthiest province in the Western Empire. In fact, Egypt was known as Rome's bread basket, or grain basket, whatever you want to call it. And every single day, ships would go back and forth across the Mediterranean, taking Rome everything it needed to survive. Once that was threatened, you can certainly imagine how much panic could set in. Well, in 441, Armenia was also invaded by the Sassanid Shah, Yazdegerd II, as if things could not get any worse. So, to launch an expedition against the Vandals in Africa, the Romans depleted the Balkan region of its troops and sent them to Sicily. And this gave Attila and Bleda a direct route to the Balkans, which of course they invaded in 441 after passing through Illyricum. After looting Margus and Viminacium, the Hunnic army captured Sirmium and Singindunum, which is modern-day Belgrade, by the way, in Serbia. In order to finance operations against the Huns, Theodosius ordered a large issue of new coins during 442, recalling his old troops from Sicily. He rejected the demands of the Hunnish kings, because he simply thought that, well, why even hear the demands? I'll just show up and kick some heads in, and no problem. As a matter of fact, we're Romans. That's what we do. Well, he was about to learn a few grim realizations. In response to all this, Attila launched a campaign in 443. His troops successfully attacked the military bases of Ratiara and Nisus, modern-day Nish, and slaughtered the locals after acquiring rolling siege towers and battering rams for the first time ever. At least, that's what the Romans thought, that was the first time ever that they ever had them. Either way, new toys, always welcome. Priscus had remarked, "On our arrival in Nisus, we discovered the city completely abandoned, as if it had been looted. Only a few sick people were lying in the churches. We stopped in an open area, a short distance from the river, because the entire area next to the bank was covered in the bones of soldiers who had died in the battle." The Huns then advanced along the Nishava River and captured Arcadiopolis, which is modern-day Lulaburgats. They also captured Philippopolis, modern-day Plovdiv, and Serdica, modern-day Sofia. Outside of Constantinople, they came across and routed a Roman army, but the eastern capital's double walls prevented them from continuing. After all, siege equipment will only get you too far. A second army was also routed close to Callipolis. As for Theodosius, he conceded defeat after failing to mount a successful armed defense, and dispatched Magister Militum per Orientem Anatolius to negotiate terms of the peace. The terms were, of course, much more severe than the previous treaty. The annual tribute was tripled now to 2,100 Roman pounds. It's about 700 kilograms in gold, and the ransom for each Roman prisoner increased to 12 solidi. The emperor agreed to surrender 6,000 Roman pounds, about 2,000 kilograms of gold, as punishment for breaking the terms of the treaty during the invasion. The Hun kings retreated into the interior of their empire after their demands were temporarily satisfied. And at this point, Bleda, Attila's brother, passed away after the Huns had left Constantinople, most likely in 445. Of course, this means that Attila was the only Hun ruler after seizing the throne for himself. He rode south through Moesia once more in 447, entering the Eastern Roman Empire. There he fought the Battle of Utis with a Roman army led by the Gothic Magister Militum. Arnegesiclus lost, but not without suffering heavy casualties. So, without any resistance, the Huns swept across the Balkans to Thermopylae. The Isaurian forces of Magister Militum per Orientem Zeno saved Constantinople itself, and Prefect Constantinus stepped in to protect it by arranging for the walls that had previously been damaged by earthquakes to be rebuilt and, in some cases, to build a new line of fortification in front of the old. Of this time, Callinicus, in his Life of Sentipartius, wrote, "The barbarian nation of the Huns, which was in Thrace, became so great, more than 100 cities were captured, and Constantinople also came into danger, and most men fled from it. And there were so many murders and bloodlettings that the dead could not be numbered, for they took captive the churches and monasteries, and slew the monks and maidens in great numbers." In 450, Attila formed an alliance with Emperor Valentinian III and declared his intention to attack the Visigoth kingdom of Toulouse. In the past, he had enjoyed good relations with Flavius Aetius, a powerful general in the Western Roman Empire. Attila's troops against the Goths and Baguade had earned him largely the honorary title of Magister Militum in the West, and Aetius had been exiled among the Huns for a short time in 433. So Attila's plans might also have been impacted by Gaisaric's gifts and diplomatic efforts, as he opposed and feared the Visigoths. I think it's so fantastic that these Visigoths, the Vandals, the Huns, they're all knocking about at the same time. Picked a bad time to be a Roman, that's for sure. But Honoria, that is, Valentinian's sister, had escaped her forced engagement to a Roman senator in the spring of 450 by sending the Hunnish king a request for assistance, along with her engagement ring. Seems pretty obvious what that means, right? Honoria may not have meant, however, for her message to be interpreted as a marriage proposal, but Attila certainly did. And you really can't blame him. He agreed, of course, and he requested a dowry. A pretty generous one, too. In fact, he wanted half of the Western Empire. Now, that's pretty cheeky. That is a pretty hefty demand. Well, only his mother, Galla's Placidia's influence, persuaded Valentinian to banish Honoria instead of murdering her after he learned of the scheme. Additionally, he wrote to Attila, vehemently disputing the validity of the purported marriage proposal, to declare that Honoria was innocent, that the proposal had been valid, and that he would eventually reclaim what was rightfully his. Attila dispatched an emissary to Ravenna to remember that that is where all of the politics is happening now, away from Rome at this time. Following the passing of a Frankish king, Attila meddled in a succession dispute. Aetius backed the younger son, while Attila backed the older. There is speculation, by the way, regarding the whereabouts and identities of all of these kings. Either way, after gathering his vassals, including the Visigoths, Rugians, Heruls, Thuringians, Burgundians, Gepids, and Alans, Attila started a westward march. He arrived in Belgica in 451, with an army that Jordanes had inflated to 500,000 soldiers. Of course, when you read some of these old Roman and Greek sources, remember how I told you about those pinches and grains of salt? Yes, another one of them. It always sounds more exciting when it's inflated like that. Well, either way, both Strasbourg and Metz were taken by Attila on April the 7th of that same year, 451. The hagiographic vitae created to honor, or created rather, to honor their bishops can be used to identify other cities that were attacked. In Reims, Nicasius was killed right in front of the altar of his church. Servatus is said to have used his prayers to save Tongeren, just as Saint Genevieve is said to have saved Paris. By personally meeting Attila, Lupus, the Bishop of Troyes, is also recognized for having saved his city. Of course, meeting with the enemy of God himself, well, definitely must put on the armor of God for that one. So Aetius, in order to fight Attila, organized a force of Franks, Burgundians, and Celts. Theodoric I, the Visigoth king, was persuaded to form an alliance with the Romans by a mission by Avitus and Attila's ongoing westward advance. The Hunnish advance was checked and reversed when the combined armies arrived in Orleans before Attila, a location typically thought to be close to the Catalorum, present-day Châlons-en-Champagne. Aetius pursued and captured the Huns. In order to use his cavalry, Attila chose to engage the Romans on plains. The Battle of the Catalonian Plains, in which the two armies engaged, is generally regarded as a strategic triumph for the Visigothic-Roman alliance. Now, according to Edward Gibbon, the author of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which is required reading, by the way, and also Edward Creasy, too, Aetius failed to press his advantage because he was as afraid of the repercussions of a decisive Visigothic victory as he was of defeat. And as for Theodoric, he was actually killed in the battle. From Aetius's perspective, the best result was really what happened. Attila was in retreat and disarray. Theodoric was dead, well and truly, and the Romans had the advantage of looking quite victorious. Of course, hold that up as a propaganda win. The glory days are back, boys. Rome is on top again. Well, not quite. I'm afraid one victory, one battle, does not mean the war is over. Attila invaded and devastated Italy on his way back. A little bit of revenge, slamming the door behind him in 452 to reaffirm his claim to Honoria's hand in marriage, which he certainly had not forgotten about. These attacks caused the inhabitants to flee to small islands in the Venetian lagoon, where communities were established in what would eventually become Venice. That's right. Oh, and there will be a full history of Venice coming up soon. There's someone in the comments who keeps asking for it. So, well, I better do my damn job and do one for him then. And that's if I haven't already published it. Anyway. His army destroyed Aquileia so thoroughly that it was later difficult to identify its original location after he pillaged many cities. So now, with only a shadow of a force, Aetius was able to harass and impede Attila's advance, despite lacking the strength to engage in combat. We're talking guerrilla tactics, this kind of thing. Small skirmishes on the baggage train. Well, at last, Attila stopped at the river Po. By this time, starvation and illness seemed to have spread throughout Attila's camp. Of course, nothing impedes a war effort like those two, and it possibly led to the end of the invasion. 3 emissaries, including Pope Leo I, and high civilian officers, Gennadius Avienus and Trigetius, were sent by Emperor Valentinian III to meet Attila at Mincio near Mantua and secure his pledge to leave Italy and engage in peace talks with the emperor. In his brief account of the historic meeting, Prosper of Aquitaine attributes all the credit for the successful negotiation to Leo. But Priscus claims that he hesitated because of superstitious fears of Alaric's fate, since Alaric passed away soon after he sacked Rome in 410. That's a little bit of superstition, of course. And so this leads us to 452, when things in Italy were not doing very well. We're talking about crop failures, devastating famine in the year before as well. Not a good time. The year's harvest was not enhanced as well by Attila's destructive invasion of northern Italy's plains. That certainly didn't help. So taking the city would not really improved Attila's supply situation, and advancing on Rome would have required supplies that were pretty much unavailable in Italy. Thus, it was more advantageous for Attila to reach a peace agreement and withdraw back to his native country. In addition to that, an East Roman army led by another officer, Aetius, who had also taken part in the Council of Chalcedon in the year before, had crossed the Danube and defeated the Huns that Attila had abandoned to defend their homeland. Thus, Attila had to retire from Italy without ever setting south of the Po due to strong human and natural pressures. Emperor Marcian, who succeeded Theodosius II in the Eastern Roman Empire, ceased to honor the Huns, while preparing to attack Constantinople, again to recover tribute. Attila retreated from Italy to his palace on the other side of the Danube. But unfortunately, well, not unfortunately for the Romans, but unfortunately for Attila, he died, which is just about the worst possible thing that could happen in the first few months of 453. According to the traditional version of Priscus, Attila was present at a feast commemorating his most recent marriage, this time to the stunning young Ildico, whose name suggests either Gothic or Ostrogothic ancestry. However, he died from severe bleeding while the festivities were going on. He might have choked to death in a daze, or after suffering a nosebleed, or he might have died from an internal hemorrhage, which could have been brought on by an esophageal varices that burst. Now, esophageal varices, which are dilated veins that develop in the lower portion of the esophagus, and are frequently brought on by years of binge drinking, are very delicate and can easily burst, which can result in hemorrhage-related deaths. Marcellinus Comes, a Roman chronicler, was actually the first to write about his death decades after the events, and he states that Attila, king of the Huns and ravager of the provinces of Europe, was pierced by the hand and blade of his wife. But we don't really know if that is true. Either way, we have a full account, as I did promise at the start of the video, from Jordanes before we finish up. And it goes like this. On the following day, when a great part of the morning was spent, the royal attendants suspected some ill, and after a great uproar, broke in the doors. There they found the death of Attila, accomplished by an effusion of blood without any wound, and the girl with downcast face weeping beneath her veil. Then, as is the custom of that race, they plucked out the hair of their heads and made their faces hideous with deep wounds, that the renowned warrior might be mourned not by effeminate wailings and tears, but by the blood of men. Moreover, a wondrous thing took place in connection with Attila's death, for in a dream some god stood at the side of Marcian, the emperor of the East, while he was disquieted about his fierce foe, and showed him the bow of Attila broken in that same night, as if to intimate that the race of the Huns owed much to that weapon. This account, the historian Priscus says he accepts upon truthful evidence, for so terrible was Attila thought to be the great empires that the god announced his death to the rulers as a special boon. His body was placed in the midst of a plain, and lay in a state in a silken tent as a sight for men's admiration. The best horsemen of the entire tribe of the Huns rode around in circles after the manner of a circus game, in the place to which he had been brought, and told of his deeds in a funeral dirge in the following manner. The chief of the Huns, King Attila, born of his sire Mundiuk, lord of the bravest tribes, sole possessor of the Scythian and German realms, powers unknown before, captured cities and terrible, both empires of the Roman world, and appeased by their prayers, took annual tribute to save the rest from plunder. And when he accomplished all this by the favor of fortune, he fell, not by a wound of the foe, nor by treachery of friends, but in the midst of his nation at peace, happy in his joy, and without sense of pain. Who can rate this as death, when none believes it calls for vengeance? When they had mourned him with such lamentations, a strava, as they call it, was celebrated over his tomb with great revelling. They gave way in turn to the extremes of feeling, and displayed funereal grief alternating with joy. Then in the secrecy of night they buried his body in the earth. They bound his coffins, the first with gold, the second with silver, and the third with the strength of iron, showing by such means that these three things suited his mightiest of kings. Iron, because he subdued the nations; gold and silver, because he received the honors of both empires. They also added the arms of foemen won in the fight, trappings of rare worth, sparkling with various gems and ornaments of all sorts, whereby princely state is maintained, and that so great riches might be kept from human curiosity, they slew those appointed to the work, a dreadful pay for their labor. And thus sudden death was the lot of those who buried him, as well as of him who was buried.
Francisco Pizarro, a daring and controversial conquistador, born in Spain around 1471, famous for his expedition that dramatically led to the collapse of the Inca Empire. In 1532, he and a small band of soldiers exploited external strife within the empire to capture the emperor at Cajamarca, setting off a chain of events that ultimately dismantled one of America's most powerful civilizations. By employing a mix of ruthless tactics, strategic alliances, and military ingenuity, Pizarro secured vast riches and new territories for Spain at the expense of the natives of South America. He embodies both the spirit of exploration, but also the grim realities of conquest, and because of that, his legacy remains a subject of enduring debate. But we're not going to draw any conclusions until we get to the end of the video. Let's learn about him first and see what we come up with. First, let me welcome you to the channel. If you want to learn about more history, well, you're in the right place. Click the like and subscribe, you'll get plenty more of it. And for now, let's start with the topic of today, Francisco Pizarro, going back to the 15th century. So let's begin at his birth. He was born in Trujillo, located in the province of Cagares, in the region that was known at that time as Extremadura, in what was the crown of Castile. Do remember things were a little bit more complicated geographically back then, but think of it as Spain. Exact records of his exact birth date are lacking, unfortunately, which is common for the time, but it is generally believed that he was born sometime during the 1470s, most likely around 1475, but conservative estimates place it a little bit earlier, depending on who you ask. We do know that he was the illegitimate son of Gonzalo Pizarro, who lived from 1446 to 1522, an infantry colonel of modest noble background, and one Francisca Gonzalez, who belonged to the poorer social strata of Castilian society. Because little attention was paid to his early education, Francisco actually remained illiterate throughout his youth. As for Gonzalo Pizarro, Francisco's father, he served under Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordova in Italy and also campaigned in Navarre, gaining some distinction as a military officer. Not quite that high up the ranks, but certainly not on the common levels. Much later, from a marriage he entered into relatively late in life, Gonzalo had a son named Francisco Martin de Alcantara, who would travel to the New World and participate with his half-brother in the conquest of Peru. Meanwhile, through his father's lineage, Francisco Pizarro was also distantly related to Hernan Cortes. I'm sure you recognize the name, being the conqueror of Mexico. He was actually his second cousin, once removed. Small world, I know. Pizarro's journey to the Americas began on the 10th of November 1509, when he and the explorer Alonso de Ojeda sailed from Spain to Uraba on the Isthmus of Panama. Their attempt to found a colony unfortunately did not succeed. Pizarro led the few remaining settlers as they abandoned the site. What a disappointment for them. Afterwards they sailed to Cartagena and, together with Martin Fernandez de Enquiso, went on to accompany Vasco Núñez de Balboa during the historic 1513 crossing of the Panamanian Isthmus, culminating in Balboa's discovery of the Pacific Ocean. The following year, King Ferdinand designated Pedro Arias Davila, often known as Pedrarias, as the new governor of Castilla de Oro, effectively replacing Balboa. Over the ensuing years, Pizarro developed close ties with Davila, who rewarded him with a repartimiento that included both cattle and indigenous laborers. However, Davila
who had mistrusted Balboa, and quite openly at that, viewed him as more of a political rival, ultimately ordering Pizarro to apprehend Balboa and bring him to trial. What was the charge? Treason. It's pretty easy to just lay that upon somebody without too much evidence. So poor old Balboa was condemned, and he had his head removed for good measure in January of 1519. As a mark of loyalty to the new governor, Pizarro was appointed mayor and magistrate of the newly founded Panama City, a position which he held from 1519 to 1523. Not a bad job at all. As for the first attempt to explore the Pacific coast of South America, that occurred in 1522. It was undertaken by Pascal de Antagoya. During his forays, Antagoya learned from local indigenous communities about a region that they called Viru, a place abounding in gold along the Piru River. The name eventually, of course, morphed into Peru. Garcilaso de la Vega, the famous Spanish Inca chronicler, would later recount these same legends in his Comentarios Reales de los Incas in 1608. Perhaps I'll do a full reading of that one too. At the time, Andagoya advanced as far as the San Juan River, presently near part of the Ecuador-Colombian border, and made contact with several indigenous curacas or chiefs, some of whom he accused of practicing witchcraft. Of course, seeing all of these new and wonderful things were a little bit too much to handle. European sensibilities in the South American continent were pretty rattled when they saw what was going on. Well, either way, illness forced Andagoya to abandon his expedition and return to Panama. And when he got back, he spread the word, the rumors of an intense, gold-rich domain to the south as the fabled El Dorado. Intrigued by these stories, as well as by Cortez's striking success in Mexico, Pizarro was getting excited. He was motivated to mount a series of explorations aimed at verifying the existence of this legendary Peru. These expeditions would soon set the stage for one of the most influential conquests in the Americas. Still based in Panama in 1524, Francisco Pizarro entered into partnership with two associates, Diego de Almagro, a fellow soldier of some renown, and Hernando de Luque, a cleric adept at handling finances. They had a common goal. That was to explore and ultimately conquer the unknown lands to the south, rumored to be exceedingly rich. The three men agreed that Pizarro would lead the expeditions. Almagro would secure provisions and arms, and Luque would oversee financial backing and supplies. Although they had no official written contract, they referred to their undertaking as the enterprise of the Levant, Empresa del Levante, signifying their ambition to conquer and share among themselves whatever new empire they were about to overthrow. In November of 1524, the first of the three planned expeditions left Panama with around 80 men and 4 horses under Pizarro's command. Juan Carvalho served as inspector, Nicolas de Ribera functioned as treasurer, and Juan de Salcedo carried the standard. Meanwhile, Almagro, he stayed behind in Panama to recruit more troops and gather resources for eventual reinforcement. Initially, the Panamanian governor, Pedro Arias Davila, offered a tentative nod of approval for the venture, likely hoping that new conquests would enrich the colony,
However, conditions during Pizarro's foray along the Pacific coast turned out to be disastrous. They never got beyond the coastal regions of present-day Colombia before being beset by severe hunger, unrelenting storms, and repeated clashes with the indigenous people, who were not very happy to see them. One encounter actually costed Almagro his eye to a hostile arrow. Their misfortunes reflected in the stark place names that the Spanish bestowed, such as Burned Port, Desired Port, and Port of Hunger. Definitely do not sound like very inviting locations. But ultimately, Pizarro, seeing the writing on the wall, decided to abandon the expedition, and, feeling quite sorry for themselves and a few kilograms lighter, returned to Panama, wary of more deadly confrontations, like the one at the Battle of Punta Quemada. But despite the disappointing outcome, don't write them off just yet. Pizarro, Almagro, and Luque regrouped 2 years later, still intent on penetrating the lands to the south. By now, Pedrarias had grown distrustful of Pizarro, suspecting him of overreaching ambitions. Yet he also recognized the potential windfall if a rumored gold-laden territory could be subjugated. The game was certainly worth the candle. But moreover, the governor was himself planning an expedition north towards Nicaragua. So he wavered between outright refusal and guarded permission. Ultimately, his term was nearing its end, and he felt compelled to grant Pizarro and his partners just enough authority to try again. When Pedro de los Rios replaced Pedrarias in July of 1526 as colonial governor, he continued the practice of approving expeditions under Pizarro's leadership, a decisive fact that would soon influence the fate of the entire region with the stroke of a pen. March 10th, 1526, Pizarro embarked on his second expedition from Panama with 160 men and 2 ships, accompanied by a small number of horses, making his way to the San Juan River in what is now Colombia. The plan involved splitting forces. Pizarro stayed behind to explore the marshy and often hostile coastal terrain, while Almagro made a return trip to Panama to rally more reinforcements. Around this time, Pizarro's chief pilot, Bartholomew Reyes, continued sailing south and made a significant discovery. He intercepted and boarded a native craft carrying Tumbes inhabitants who possessed refined textiles, ceramic objects, gold and silver artifacts, and they even had emeralds. The presence of such valuables confirmed rumors of a wealthy domain further along the coast, the Peru, that had filled earlier explorers, like Pascal de Andagoya, with visions of boundless wealth. Reyes also brought several indigenous people along, hoping they might become interpreters and guide the Spanish deeper into these enticing but still unexplored territories. After Bartholomew Reyes completed his reconnaissance of the southern waters, he navigated back north to the San Juan River, where he found Pizarro's group struggling in difficult territory. Shortly thereafter, Diego de Almagro arrived at the port with provisions and at least 80 fresh recruits, spirited adventurers newly arrived from Spain, all keen to get their piece of the wealthy little kingdom. Encouraged by Reyes' news of a land rich in gold and by Almagro's reinforcements, Pizarro resolved to revisit the coast that Reyes had already charted. Although strong winds and powerful currents delayed their progress,
The company ultimately landed at Atacames on the present-day Ecuadorian shoreline. Here, they encountered a substantial local population that had recently fallen under Inca dominion. Well, they weren't too fussed about confronting such a large, resolute community, so they figured for the moment it was probably best to withdraw, just to be on the safe side. After considerable debate, it was decided that Pizarro would remain with a portion of the men on Isla de Gallo, a safer island a little bit off the mainland, where Almagro and Hernando de Luque returned to Panama to request more troops and additional backing. This time, Almagro carried both tangible proof of gold and first-hand accounts of prosperous territories they had briefly seen. Things were looking pretty good. But the new governor of Panama, Pedro de los Rios, remained alarmed by the high casualty rates and the overall hardships of Pizarro's expedition. Convinced the venture might once again fail, he refused Almagro's plea for further assistance and ordered Captain Juan Tafur to sail south and retrieve Pizarro, instructing him to bring back any remaining men to Panama, safe and sound. On Isla de Gallo, Pizarro refused to leave. He famously drew a line in the sand and declared, "There lies Peru with its riches. Here, Panama and its poverty. Choose, each man, what best becomes a brave Castilian. For my part, I go to the south." Only 13 companions chose to stay with him, individuals who would later be celebrated as the famous 13. The others returned to Panama with Tafur. Soon after lacking any seaworthy ship on the island, Pizarro and his band improvised a small boat and journeyed about 25 leagues north to Isla Gorgona. They spent the next 7 months awaiting further supplies. Meanwhile, back in Panama, Luque persisted in persuading Governor de los Rios to provide at least a single ship to retrieve the men. Just one. It's not that much to ask, isn't it? Of course, under pressure, the governor reluctantly granted a vessel, but strictly on the condition that Pizarro be brought back within 6 months, and the entire expedition be halted. Seizing this limited opportunity, Almagro and Luque sailed once more from Panama, without fresh recruits this time, and eventually they reunited with Pizarro at Isla Gorgona. There, following consultations with Riza's indigenous interpreters, the partners agreed to push farther south, hopeful that their discoveries would finally open the way to an empire rumored to be laden with treasure. By April 1528, Pizarro and his companions reached the Tumbes region along the northwestern coast of present-day Peru, finally realizing the breakthrough they had been hoping for since departing Panama, finally making some progress. The local Tumbes greeted them with friendliness. They offered them provisions and hospitality. But in the days following their arrival, Alonso de Molina and Pedro de Candia scouted the settlement and returned with enthusiastic descriptions of gold and silver adorning the chief's residence, as well as the warm reception they had received. During these explorations, the Spaniards also encountered llamas for the first time, which Pizarro referred to as small camels. Repeated accounts of a powerful monarch said to reign over this territory reinforced the idea that Tumbes reflected the broader wealth and influence of the Peruvian domain. Recognizing the need for additional manpower and supplies before attempting a full-scale conquest, Pizarro and his men decided to head back to Panama. However, they first ventured farther down the coast.
venturing as far south as the 9th parallel south latitude, traversing places that would take the names as Cabo Blanco, Pata, Segura, Punta de Aguila, Santa Cruz, and Trujillo, eventually founded by Diego de Almagro. On the return voyage, Pizarro stopped at Tumbes again, partly to check in on his 2 men who had stayed behind to learn the local language. At the same time, he brought back 2 Peruvian youths to Panama. One was Martinillo, who, after baptism, became known as Felipillo and would serve as a key interpreter, akin to La Malinque in Mexico. Pizarro also took time to pick up 2 ailing Spaniards he had left at La Isla Gorgona, though one had since died. By the time Pizarro finally anchored near Panama, at least 18 months had passed since his departure. Time flies when you're having fun. When the governor of Panama, Pedro de los Rios, refused to authorize a 3rd expedition, Pizarro and his partners Almagro and Luque concluded that he should travel to Spain in person to appeal to the monarch. In the spring of 1528, Pizarro set sail for Spain, taking Pedro de Candia, several indigenous individuals and llamas, and a sampling of precious metals and textiles to prove the land's riches. After all, you had to show them the goods. Arriving in Seville early that summer, Pizarro traveled to Toledo, where he met King Charles I, who was preparing at that time for a trip to Italy of his own. Pizarro spoke of his endeavors to expand Castile's empire and highlighted the gold and silver-rich territories his group had glimpsed. Struck by Pizarro's reports and their potential for royal gain, the king promised support, though he left Spain before completing the formalities. Instead, on July 6, 1529, Queen Isabel signed the agreement, which granted Pizarro official sanction to push onward with his Peruvian conquest. This royal decree, the Compilation de Toledo, bestowed upon him the titles of Governor, Captain General, and the Mayor of New Castile. That was an area covering about 200 leagues of newly charted coastline. These sweeping powers placed Almagro and others under Pizarro's ultimate command, and that was a decision that sowed resentment and rivalry under the partners who used to be equals. Either way, the agreement stipulated that Pizarro was obliged to raise a contingent of 250 armed men within 6 months, of which up to 100 might be recruited from the colonial settlements. Eager to bolster his planned expedition to Peru, Pizarro traveled from Seville to his hometown of Trujillo in Extremadura, hoping to persuade his brother Hernando Pizarro and other trusted confidants to join him. Among those who answered his call was Francisco de Orellana, destined to achieve fame later as the explorer of the Amazon River. Also enlisted were Pizarro's half-brothers Juan and Gonzalo Pizarro, along with his maternal half-brother Francisco Martin de Alcantara, and his younger cousin Pedro Pizarro, who served as his page. Altogether, when the group finally set sail, they had 3 ships, roughly 180 men, and 27 horses, still fewer than the 250 men required under the Compilation de Toledo agreement. In January of 1530, needing to depart quickly despite the shortfall, Pizarro discreetly left the port of Sanlúcar de Barrameda, stopping at La Gomera in the Canary Islands before pressing on for the Americas. Among his companions in this initial phase of the voyage were Hernando and several other supporters in 2 ships, which would later be returned to Panama. By December 27, 1530, Pizarro led his third and final expedition out of Panama, aiming for the coastline of what is now Ecuador and northern Peru. Arriving in 1531, he traveled through the province of Coaque and the Esmeraldas region, amassing enough gold, silver, and emeralds to send back to Diego de Almagro, who stayed behind in Panama to recruit the extra soldiers. Not long thereafter, Sebastian de Belalcazar joined Pizarro with 30 additional men. But the Spanish soon clashed with the indigenous inhabitants of Punna during the Battle of Punna, where Pizarro's forces lost a handful of men while sustaining a number of wounds. Shortly afterward, Hernando de Soto arrived with about 100 men and some horses to reinforce the contingent. Together, they headed for the Tumbes, only to find it abandoned and largely destroyed, evidently laid waste by hostile tribes who had overrun the region. But determined to establish a foothold in Peru despite the ruins they encountered, Pizarro marched inland in May of 1532. He founded San Miguel de Piura near the coast, which became the first permanent Spanish settlement in Peru. Here, he instituted a reparation system to allocate land and indigenous labor to his followers. On September 24th, 1532, Pizarro resolved to venture deeper into the Andean highlands from his fledgling outpost at Piura, leaving about 50 men behind under Antonio Navarro to safeguard the settlement. Accompanied by around 200 soldiers, he soon dispatched Hernando de Soto to survey an Inca stronghold at Caxas. Roughly a week later, de Soto returned with an emissary who presented gifts on behalf of the Inca sovereign, warmly inviting Pizarro to visit the ruler's camp. This invitation would prove to be a decisive step in drawing the Spanish into the heart of the Inca domain. Meanwhile, Atahualpa, who had recently triumphed over his brother Huascar in the bitter Inca civil war, had stationed himself near the thermal springs of Cajamarca in the northern highlands of modern-day Peru. Arriving in Cajamarca on November 15, 1532, Pizarro commanded a modest force, 110 infantry, 67 cavalry, 3 arquebuses, and 2 small artillery pieces known as falcons. Before long, he dispatched de Soto and his brother, Hernando Pizarro, to meet the Inca ruler. Atahualpa agreed to see Pizarro in the central plaza of Cajamarca the next day. When that long-awaited meeting took place, Fray Vicente de Valverde and Felipillo, an indigenous interpreter, approached Atahualpa on Pizarro's behalf. Fray Vicente explained the core tenets of Christianity and pressed Atahualpa to accept Emperor Charles V as his sovereign immediately. Well, he was not impressed, and rather unconvinced. The Inca ruler reportedly declared, "I will be no man's tributary." So that means no. This confidence, reinforced by the knowledge that he led an army of tens of thousands, even if 6,000 were only with him currently, underestimated the threat posed by the 200 Spaniards who had superior weaponry. It was this miscalculation that sealed both his own fate and ultimately the fate of the entire Inca Empire. The following day, November 16th, 1532, Pizarro took action. He launched a sudden attack on Atahualpa's forces, an event now commemorated as the Battle of Cajamarca. Despite their numeric disadvantage, the Spaniards prevailed. They seized Atahualpa, confining him in what would be remembered as the ransom room, and executed the elite guard of a dozen warriors who formed his immediate retinue. By February of 1533, Diego de Almagro reinforced Pizarro in Cajamarca with a further 150 men and 50 horses, bolstering the Spanish foothold just as their conquest of the Andes began in earnest. But Atahualpa, his problems were not over yet. He was found guilty of 12 charges, including murdering his brother and conspiring against Pizarro and his troops, even though he had to keep his word to fill 1 room with gold and 2 with silver. He was put to death August 29, 1533, by garrote. Atahualpa's execution was actually opposed by Francisco Pizarro and de Soto, but Francisco agreed to the trial because of the great agitation amongst the soldiers, especially by Almagro. King Charles later wrote to Pizarro, "We have been displeased by the death of Atahualpa, since he was a monarch, and particularly as it was done in the name of justice." De Soto was on reconnaissance mission during the day of the trial and execution, so he didn't quite see it, but upon his return, he certainly expressed his own dismay, saying, "He should have been taken to Castile and judged by the emperor." Alongside Chalcuchimac, one of the top northern Inca generals and an ally of Atahualpa, who was later executed by burning at the stake, Pizarro led his army of 500 Spaniards across Cuzco. Following the passing of Tupac Hualpa, Pizarro was joined by Manco Inca Yupanqui. As a result of his admiration for Cuzco, Pizarro wrote to King Charles of Spain through his officers, writing, "The city is the greatest and the finest ever seen in this country or anywhere in the Indies. We can assure your Majesty that it is so beautiful, it has such fine buildings, that it would be remarkable even in Spain." By mid-November of 1533, Spanish troops marched into Cuzco. Long the ceremonial heart of the Inca realm, thereby consolidating their hold on the newly conquered territory of Peru. Although Huaya, a settlement in the fertile Mantaro Valley, was briefly appointed as Peru's temporary capital in April of 1534, its high altitude setting and distance from the coast made it impractical for broader administration. Convinced a coastal city would better serve his ambitions, Pizarro established Lima on January 6, 1535, and proudly considered it among his most significant accomplishments. And of course, to this very day, the capital of Peru is indeed Lima. Despite these rapid successes, the Inca were not done yet. They mounted a tenacious counteroffensive in early 1536, when Manco Inca laid siege to Cuzco with an estimated 100,000 troops. Similar Inca units simultaneously attacked other strongholds around the region. Having observed Spanish tactics for 3 continuous years of conflict, Inca commanders have begun adapting their own strategies, especially regarding how to neutralize the Spanish greatest battlefield advantage, that being their cavalry. Rather than rushing when the Spaniards' lines outright, Inca warriors now lured the armored horsemen into narrow passes where ambushes awaited, often involving falling boulders or volleys of projectiles. This shift in tactics exacted heavier losses on Pizarro's forces than in earlier battles. Still, Manco Inca's inability to penetrate the defenses of the city, garrisoned by about 200 Spaniards armed with gunpowder, ensured a decisive victory remained firmly in European hands.
Soon after Manco Inca's defeat, Pizarro and Diego de Almagro came into conflict over the exact boundaries of their respective territories. And guess what? Both of the men claimed that Cusco was theirs, because of course they would. Pizarro held royal grants, however, as governor of New Castile, whereas Almagro had been named governor of New Toledo, a situation that created ambiguity along their border. And of course the crown was a long way away to intervene in these kind of disputes. Tensions escalated until Almagro was vanquished at the 1538 Battle of Las Salinas and subsequently executed. In the aftermath, Pizarro rubbed salt into the wound by depriving Almagro's son Diego el Mozo of his inheritance, effectively driving the poor lad to ruin. What did he have to do with it? I suppose Pizarro just didn't like his dad so much that he wanted to throw the entire family under the bus. A little bit too far, I think. The 10-year-old wife of Atahualpa had remained with him during his imprisonment while he was in Cajamarca with his army. She was brought to Cusco after his execution, where she was given a new name, Doña Angelina, and became Francisco Pizarro's concubine. She was known to have given Pizarro 2 sons, Francisco and Juan, by 1538. On June 26, 1541, in Lima, a group of 20 heavily armed supporters of Diego de Almagro II, that being El Mozo, stormed Pizarro's palace, assassinating him, and then forcing the terrified city council, I can certainly imagine how terrified they were, to appoint the young Almagro as the new governor of Peru. Most of Pizarro's guests fled, but a few of them fought the intruders, numbered variously between 7 and 25. While Pizarro struggled to buckle on his breastplate, his defenders, including his half-brother, Martin de Alcantara, were killed. Pizarro, for his part, didn't go down without a fight. He ran through a third attacker and killed 2 others. According to Agustin de Zarate, a contemporary chronicler, Pizarro fought until he was too exhausted to brandish his sword before being fatally stabbed in the throat. Ouch. It is said that after he collapsed, he used his blood to draw a cross on the ground and then kissed it before finally dying. How dramatic. According to contemporary forensic analysis of the remains, Pizarro had been brutally attacked and suffered multiple stab wounds to his head and neck, in addition to protective wounds to his hands and arms, effectively a breathing piece of Swiss cheese. After being briefly buried in the cathedral courtyard, Pizarro's body and head were eventually separated and buried in different boxes beneath the cathedral's floor. A body thought to be Pizarro's was exhumed and displayed in a glass coffin in 1892, in honor of the anniversary of Columbus's discovery of the Americas, at least on the European part. A team of American forensic scientists led by William R. Maples was called in to examine the 2 bodies after men working on the cathedral's foundation in 1977 found a lead box in a sealed niche with the inscription, "Here is the head of Marquess Don Francisco Pizarro, who discovered and conquered the kingdoms of Peru and presented them to the crown of Castile." Now, they quickly concluded that the body that had been honored in the glass case for almost a century had been misidentified. In addition to being marked by numerous sword strokes, the skull inside the lead box had striking similarities to portraits of the real man. Seems pretty legit to me. Francisco Pizarro's son from his marriage to Quiespesisa married his relative Inés Pizarro without any problems. Following Pizarro's death,
Inez Yubancoy, an Inca princess and Atahualpa's favorite sister who had been given to Francisco by her brother, became his mistress. She married a Spanish cavalier named Ambuero and departed for Spain with her daughter, who would later be granted legitimacy by an imperial decree. In the end, Francisco Pizarro Yubancoy wed her uncle, Hernando Pizarro, in Spain, October 10, 1537. Francisco, Pizarro's third son, who was never legitimized, was killed soon after arriving in Spain by Donna Angelina, Atahualpa's mistress. Pizarro destroyed the Inca state after his invasion, and during his nearly 10 years in power, started the local culture's decline. The Spanish aristocracy converted a large portion of the local populace to serfdom and replaced the Incas' polytheistic religion with Christianity. The Inca Empire cities were converted into Spanish Catholic ones. In addition, Pizarro is despised for ordering Atahualpa's execution, even though he kept the ransom money after giving the Spanish king what was rightfully his. Although Pizarro was portrayed favorably until somewhat recently, for example in textbooks, for bringing Catholicism, and establishing a privileged class of primarily Spanish descent. Some Peruvians, especially those of indigenous descent, seem to have a bit of a negative opinion about him, and that is to say the least. Well, what do you think about Francisco Pizarro? Certainly personifies all aspects of colonialism, All the adventure, all the misdeeds, all the missteps. Somebody always loses. But in the end, Pizarro, with that knife being shoved up into his neck, I'm sure he didn't feel like much of a winner after that. Yeesh. Take yourself back to the Elizabethan era of England, around the 16th century, and you will meet the remarkable English polymath, John Dee, with talents spanning astronomy, navigation, mathematics, and cartography. But it is not that which we are here to discuss. Beyond all of the scientific prowess, Dee immersed himself in the mystical realms of alchemy, divination, and hermetic philosophy, blending the rational with the esoteric. As a trusted advisor to Queen Elizabeth I herself, he was instrumental in advancing the sciences and supporting England's daring maritime explorations, supplying vital navigational tools and maps that fueled the growth of the British Empire. And of course, his vast library, one of the largest in England during his time, became a centre for scholarly pursuit and the spread of knowledge. His fascination with the occult led him to attempt communication with angels through scrying, believing these divine interactions could unlock deeper wisdom and propel his intellectual quests. And so it is this unique combination of scientific dedication alongside mystical exploration that makes John Dee a standout figure in the Elizabethan era. It perfectly captures the era's relentless pursuit of knowledge, but also the harmonious blend of new scientific ideas walking hand in hand with ancient mystical tradition. Hell yeah, cool introduction. Well, we're all going to talk about John Dee today. Not often talked about, but, well, one of the Queen's very important men in her court. I'm going to discuss his life, his beliefs, and a few of the things that he did. And maybe by the end of it, you'll be left with a bit of a mystery. So let's all get nice and relaxed now. Oh, and do the whole like and subscribe thing if you want to. Now, let's begin.
So we begin, of course, in London's Tower Ward, where a Welshman named Roland Dee, serving at the Tudor court, had a son with Joanna Wild, and his son was, of course, John Dee. Now, the family's surname, Dee, it's actually not an English name. It's actually an anglicized rendering of a Welsh word meaning black. Dee could actually trace his heritage deep into Welsh history. His father, or his grandfather rather, Bedo Du, resided in Nant y Gros, near Pileth in Radnorshire, and the family lore held their lineage stretched back to Rhodri the Great, the 9th century ruler of Gwynedd. Now it is not proven that would actually stretch back to such a formidable figure, but that was what the family was sticking to. So the Dees had settled in London around the time that Henry Tudor rose to prominence as Crown Prince Henry VII. This intertwines their story with this dawn of the Tudor era. Roland Dee's role as a gentleman courtier and mercer to Henry VIII provided his son John with early exposure to the workings of the royal court, and of course the shifting intellectual currents of the age. Now, this is also a very interesting time with Henry VIII, because it's when England starts to move away from being told what to do all the time by the Pope in Rome. It's when they found the Church of England, because Henry wanted to divorce his wives and the Pope wouldn't let him. Well, maybe you should watch the Henry VIII video for more context on that, but I don't really have the time to explain it now. But it is certainly a different time. Lots of new ideas are coming in, especially in the realms of spirituality, and we'll get to them. So, between 1535 and 1542, Dee received his early education in what is now King Edward VI Grammar School, formerly known as the Chelmsford Chantry School. And by November 1542, when he was roughly 15 years old, he began his studies at St. John's College, Cambridgeshire, and he managed to earn a Bachelor of Arts 3 years later, in 1545. His talents soon garnered an invitation to become one of the inaugural Fellows at Trinity College, Cambridge, which, by the way, was actually founded by Henry VIII himself in 1546. It was during the production of Aristophanes' piece at Trinity that Dee's skill in creating spectacular stage effects led to him being regarded as a magician, though it's important to use that word quite lightly. In the context of the day, this referred more to ingenuity and technical mastery than anything really supernatural. If we want to put it into a sense that might be a little bit more familiar to you, those who have seen Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, know that Gandalf shows up, and all of the kids are wanting him to do the fireworks and everything. Well, he's known as a wizard because he has all the fireworks. Now, there's always that little bit of doubt whether he's doing something actually supernatural, like there is with any good magician or sorcerer, whatever we want to call it. But this is kind of where that tradition comes from, that tradition of using the word magician in a more practical sense of technical mastery that rubbed off a little bit into Tolkien's writings. Anyway, I digress. Forgive me for going on a short Lord of the Rings rant. I'm sure you will. Now, Dee's quest for knowledge, and it was a quest, took him across Europe from the late 1540s into the early 1550s. He lectured on Euclid in Paris, attended scholarly centres in Brussels and Louvain, and studied with the renowned mathematician Gemma Frisius. His friendships with celebrated cartographers, that being map makers, that is the word for making maps, cartography, Abraham Ortelius and Gerardus Mercator, reflected his growing network of European intellectuals. I'm sure you recognize the name Mercator. He also collaborated with the other leading thinkers of the time, including Italy's Federico Comandino, further honing his understanding of mathematics and the sciences. And upon his return to England, he came back with quite a few goodies, certainly bringing back those quest items, a considerable collection of mathematical and astronomical instruments, symbolizing his dedication to this precision, discovery, and innovation. And I'm sure when he was showing all the English that, well, everybody getting quite excited. Well, in 1552, Dee had met the polymath Girolamo Cardano in London, and together they examined a gem that was rumoured to have magical properties. Of course, upon discussing this, they touched upon the feasibility of a perpetual motion machine, the kind of things that we would see in the old sketches of Leonardo da Vinci, that kind of thing. Of course, this is, well, going a little bit past the laws of physics, the laws of motion and all the rest. Of course, it wasn't as well understood as it could have been at the time, depending on where you were in the world. But that's where the mysticism comes into play. Either way, in 1554, Dee had turned down an offer from Oxford University to go there and become a mathematics lecturer. He took issue with the university's conservative curriculum, which emphasized the trivium, that being logic, rhetoric, and grammar, over the more advanced quadrivium, being astronomy, geometry, music, and arithmetic. He thought that the whole thing was just too old-fashioned. I suppose he was too cool for school, one could say. He considered essential this quadrivium for true progress in science and philosophy. And either way, by that point, he had held the rectorship of Upton-upon-Severn since 1553, a position that afforded him time to write and to seek greater influence in the legal and scholarly spheres of England. By the next year, 1555, he cemented his status in London's civic and economic life by joining the Worshipful Company of Mercers through patrimony, following in his father's footsteps and reinforcing the family's long-standing connection to the Tudor court, but also the English mercantile elite. Good friends to have around when you're trying to make some coin. Now, we're still firmly in 1555, and in that year, John Dee found himself kind of ensnared in a pretty serious political and religious scandal, which was the style at the time. He was arrested on charges of calculating, because he had cast horoscopes concerning both Queen Mary and Princess Elizabeth. In the fervid atmosphere of suspicion surrounding Mary's reign, these accusations escalated to the severity of treason. Uh-oh. And you know what happens to traitors? Just ask Mary. Well, although Dee managed to clear himself, he was nonetheless handed over to one Edmund Bonner, the Catholic Bishop of London, for more serious religious examination. Given Dee's lifelong penchant for secrecy and his involvement with arcane knowledge, this interrogation could have posed grave danger, not just to his personal safety, but to his reputation too, and that could harm his family. It was one of the most alarming episodes in a life punctuated by harassment and slander. I mean, being handed over to the Catholic Bishop of London for questioning. Well, you know how they did the questioning. I'm sure you've watched my Inquisition video and all that. We don't want to think too much about that. Poor old John. But remarkably, John had quite a way with words, and after navigating these treacherous waters of his life, he proved his innocence, and he even managed to form a close friendship with Bishop Bonner, which, well, I suppose they're the original old couple, I guess. Well, the next year, 1556, fingers crossed for a brighter turn of events, Dee presented to Queen Mary an ambitious proposal that aimed to safeguard England's cultural heritage by preserving ancient books, manuscripts, and historical records. I like him already. He further envisioned the establishment of a national library, an unprecedented and forward-thinking concept at the time. Well, unfortunately, the Crown was not as forward-thinking. But though they did not adopt his idea, Dee thought he'd take matters into his own hands. So he started actively acquiring as many manuscripts and texts as he could, and not just from England, from all over the European continent, somewhat obsessively collecting them, like a Pokemon card collector or something like that. Well, over time, his personal collection at his home in Mortlake would become England's greatest private library. And of course, that attracts the tourists from near and far. And right in the middle of it is John Dee, at the center of the intellectual milieu outside the traditional academic strongholds of Oxford and Cambridge, still clinging to their medieval trinity. It was time for a new, hands-on approach to learning, and John Dee was carrying the standard. And so, Dee's fortunes took a new turn when Elizabeth I ascended the throne in 1558. He became one of her close advisers in matters of astrology and natural philosophy, tasks that he continued until her death in 1603. He's credited not only with choosing the auspicious day for her coronation, but also aligning himself to Protestantism, in keeping with the religious shift of the new regime, which you really wanted to keep with. So from the 1550s through the 70s, Dee offered guidance on maritime exploration, providing navigational and strategic counsel that helped England establish itself as a seafaring power. It was Dee who first coined the phrase British Empire, foreshadowing the nation's future global reach, though he never really lived to see it. But in October 1574, seeking patronage and influence, Dee wrote to William Cecil, Lord Burghley, invoking these alleged occult insights. In fact, he claimed to know of hidden treasures in the Welsh marshes and valuable manuscripts that were locked away in the depths of Wigmore Castle, a subtle appeal to Burghley's ancestral connections and a calculated attempt to gain the powerful minister's support. After all, who would give up buried treasure? Well, among Dee's most enigmatic contributions to the esoteric intellectual world was his own publication in 1564, the Monas Hieroglyphica, or Hieroglyphic Monad. This deeply hermetic and Kabbalistic work offered an intricate symbolic synthesis meant to express the mystical unity that underlies all creation. Dee hoped to impress the Holy Roman Emperor, Maximilian II, by dedicating this treatise to him and attempting to present it to him around the time the emperor was taking the throne of Hungary. If that doesn't impress the emperor, I don't know what will. Either way, John Dee wanted that imperial favor. Also, he authored a treatise on cryptography that earned high praise from the Royal Secret Service and several learned contemporaries. Yet modern scholars seem to struggle to decipher its full meaning, as the key to its interpretation likely laid in oral tradition and secret teachings. And unfortunately, they've long since faded from our memory. He also made the case that mathematics should be regarded as important due to its impact on other areas of creativity and scientific investigation in the mathematical preface he wrote in 1570 for Henry Billingsley's English translation of Euclid's Elements. Despite being written for an audience not associated with universities, it became Dee's most widely influential and often reprinted work. Dee pushed for a strategy that would fortify England's political and economic standing and start the process of establishing colonies in the New World, starting in 1570. His work, Britannicae Republicae Synopsis in 1570, covered topics such as trade, morality, and national authority, in addition to giving a summary of the Elizabethan realm's current situation. His general and rare memorials pertaining to the perfect art of navigation, published in 1576, was the first book in a series aimed at promoting the founding of English colonies overseas. Unfortunately, though, it was never finished. In a frontispiece intended to be symbolic or otherwise significant, Dee featured a figure of Britannia kneeling by the shore and begging Queen Elizabeth to defend her country by bolstering the navy. Dee used Geoffrey's inclusion of Ireland in King Arthur's conquests to bolster his argument that King Arthur had created a British empire outside of the United Kingdom. He also maintained that England would profit economically from the founding of new colonies, which would be safeguarded by a strong navy. But this term British Empire has also been recognized as coined by Humphrey Lloyd, somewhere in 1568. He is credited with the term's initial use, but Dee is credited with its unofficial creation. It's a bit complicated. Either way, it doesn't really matter. What does matter is that by the late 1570s, John Dee had moved beyond this scholarly speculation and informal assertions, opting instead to formally advance England's claims on the New World. On the back of a map, produced sometime between 1577 and 1580, he penned a clear legalistic case for English sovereignty in North America. In his 1580 Title Royal, Dee argued that prior explorers tied to English heritage had reached the Americas long before the Spaniards did. Specifically, he claimed that the medieval Welsh prince Madog ab Owain Gwynedd had set foot in the New World, and that two late 15th century navigators, Robert Thorne's father and a certain Mr. Eliot of Bristol, had discovered Newfoundland around 1494. Certainly bold claims. Hard to prove right, but equally as hard to prove wrong. Maybe that was the strategy. To bolster England's position, Dee drew on semi-legendary figures such as Brutus of Britain and King Arthur, as well as the historical Madog. He contended that Elizabeth I's empire had a legitimate ancestral claim to the North American lands, traced through a lineage of British adventurers and conquerors who had supposedly taken possession of territories there. Dee had articulated these imperial visions as early as 1577, with his publication of the general and rare memorials pertaining to the perfect art of navigation, work that set forth his blueprint for that expansive English maritime force. He thus linked the intellectual heritage with geopolitical ambition, cultivating connections with prominent court figures such as Humphrey Gilbert, and maintaining a close rapport with Sir Philip Sidney and members of his influential circle. Yet, by the early 1580s, Dee found himself increasingly frustrated. His quest to unravel the secrets of the natural world felt like it was progressing too slowly, like a stagnant pool. His once celebrated counsel at court had diminished to near irrelevance. Plans he had supported, ranging from a reformed calendar system to a more systematic colonial enterprise, had either stagnated or failed to gain traction. He was losing on all fronts. Well, what goes up must come down, I suppose. The mixed and often disappointing results of the English expedition to North America left his dreams of British maritime empirical supremacy largely unrealized, at least in the way that he had envisioned. And thus he was disillusioned with the earthly avenues of advancement. These ambitions turned inward and upward, toward the spiritual, toward the supernatural. Convinced that divine intermediaries might offer knowledge and influence denied to him in the mortal sphere, he began experimenting with techniques to contact angels. With the help of a scryer, someone he believed capable of seeing and conversing with spirits, Dee embarked on what would become a defining phase of his life. In seeking direct communication with angels that he thought to exist, he hoped to acquire the transcendent insight and authority that had eluded him in the courts of these earthly sovereigns. After several unsuccessful attempts with various scryers, Dee eventually made contact with Edward Kelly, then known as Edward Talbot, in 1582. Kelly made quite the impression on Dee with his skills, and they became quite good friends. After being brought into Dee's employ, Kelly immediately threw himself into pursuing his supernatural beliefs. These spiritual conferences or actions were always conducted with a great deal of fervor and devotion to the Christian faith, following periods of fasting, prayer, and purification. There was no question in Dee's mind that they could benefit humanity. After all, he's contacting angels, right? Evaluating Kelly's character is a little more challenging. Some people tend to think he acted cynically. It is impossible to rule out the possibility that he engaged in delusion or self-deception too. Maybe he was just going along with the whole thing for the coin. That's always a possibility. The volume, complexity, and vividness, however, of Kelly's subject matter make the output quite noteworthy. According to Dee's journals, angels used methods to speak to him, dictating multiple books via Kelly. A few of these books were composed in a distinctive Enochian or angelic language. And so, in 1583, Dee had the opportunity to meet Albert Lasky, a poor but popular Polish politician. He was so well received at court that he invited Dee to travel with him back to Poland. Apart from the fact that his legal circumstances were getting worse, Dee decided to do so after being persuaded to do so by the angels through Kelly once more. When Lasky, Kelly, and their families left in September of 1583, it was found that Lasky had lost favor in his own nation and become financially insolvent. He failed to mention that when they were planning the holiday. No wonder he made them pay for the tickets. Maybe. Well, spiritual conferences that Dee described in his diaries and the almanacs that he had collected continued when he and Kelly began their nomadic life in Central Europe. Kelly kept going to these conferences as well. When they met with Emperor Rudolf II of Prague and Stefan Bathory of Poland, they were able to persuade both of them of the importance of angelic communication. Located near Krakow, the Polish capital at the time, Neopolmic Castle, I'm sorry for the Polish pronunciation, served as the venue for the Bathory meeting. But unfortunately, not everybody was ready to give him a warm welcome. Despite his reputation as a man of great knowledge, he was also distrusted because of his association with England's Queen. Some thought that he was a spy sent by Elizabeth herself, and Dee did write a secret letter to the spymaster Francis Walsingham saying, I am forced to be brief. That which England suspected was also here. At the start of their meeting or meetings, the Polish king, a pious Catholic who was suspicious of supernatural intermediaries, said that prophetic revelations had to be consistent with the teachings of Christ, the mission of the Holy Catholic Church, and the Pope's approval. And at that time, getting the Pope's approval for anything as an Englishman, that was kind of difficult. At a religious assembly held in Bohemia in 1587, Kelly told Dee that the angel Uriel had commanded the men to divide everything they owned, including their wives. I wonder what the wives thought about that. Particularly among the Central European royal families, it was a profession with a potential for significant and sustained financial gain. As a result, by this time Kelly had become somewhat of an alchemist, and was therefore more in demand than Dee. Dee, however, was more interested in speaking with angels, and that doesn't make as much money as alchemy. But he did think that they would help him use science, navigation, astrology, mathematics, and optics to solve the mysteries of the heavens. It might have been that Kelly wanted to stop Dee from depending on him as a diviner, and at their increasingly long and frequent spiritual meetings he was just getting tired of the whole thing. Dee suffered because of the order to share wives, but it seems that he did not doubt the legitimacy of the order, and it seems that they did indeed do that. On the other hand, these spiritual conferences, seances, if you will, seem to have stopped around this time, and he returned to England in 1589. Kelly got himself a nice little job as an alchemist for Emperor Rudolph II. Not a bad gig. Dee's wife gave birth to a son on February 28, 1588, whom he baptized Theodorus Trebonianus Dee, and reared as his own. We don't really know whether it was his actual son because of this whole wife-sharing thing, but, well, you are not the father. Either way, the son was raised as Dee's own, so I'm gonna step up for this kid. So after 6 years away from Mortlake, Dee returned to find his home had actually been vandalized. His library was completely destroyed, and most of his valuable books and instruments were stolen. In addition, he found that the increasing disapproval of occult practices had made England even less receptive to his new ideas. Elizabeth, who had hoped that he would be able to persuade Kelly to return and use alchemy to ease England's economic burdens, offered him support. She ultimately decided to name Dee Warden of Christ's College in Manchester in 1595. Well, this institution, formerly known as the College of Priests, was re-established as a Protestant institution in 1578 by royal charter. However, his fellow travellers either hated him or betrayed him, making it difficult for him to control them. He was considered at the start of his tenure for the demonic possession of 7 children, but he showed very little interest in the case, even though he permitted those involved to consult his still large library to figure out what to do about the situation. Even after Dee returned to London from Manchester in 1605, he remained warden until his death. By that time, Elizabeth had passed away, and James I did not want to help him until his death in Mortlake in the late half of 1608, or perhaps the early part of 1609. At the age of 81, he was cared for by his daughter, Catherine. In order to support himself and his daughter, Dee had to sell off a number of belongings during his last years of poverty. Both the gravestone that belongs to Dee and the parish registers are still missing. But in 2013, there was a memorial plaque placed on the south wall of the present church in Dee's honor. So that's something. But you see, the story does not end with the magician's death. About 10 years after Dee's death, antiquarian Robert Cotton bought the land around the home and started hunting for papers and artifacts on location. He found several manuscripts, most of them chronicles of communications from Dee's angels, this divine insight, pen to paper. Cotton's son gave these manuscripts to the scholar Merrick Casaubon, who published them in 1659. The book was titled A True and Faithful Relation of What Passed for Many Years Between Dr. John Dee and Some Spirits. Could have picked a better title, but okay. Either way, it was the first public disclosure of Dee's spiritual conferences, and you can imagine that that was extremely popular. As conservative as everybody was, and as, well, people wanting to dodge the Inquisition and all the rest, it was still just too cool not to buy. Well, he also included a lengthy introduction that was critical of the work's author. Of course, he had to, didn't want to run afoul of the authorities. According to Casaubon, who believed in the existence of spirits, Dee was unknowingly serving as the instrument of evil spirits when he thought he was actually speaking with angels. In the introduction, he made the case that Dee was behaving in this way throughout the whole work. This book was principally responsible for the belief that Dee was a liar and a deluded fanatic, a belief that endured over the next 2.5 centuries. Perhaps some people still think that way. Well, members of the Rosicrucian movement, of which Dee was actually a member, asserted that he was among them at the time of the publication of the True and Faithful Relation. However, there is some doubt as to whether a Rosicrucian movement existed during Dee's lifetime at all, and there's no proof that he ever belonged to any sort of covert fraternity. He has become a figure that seems to be irresistible to modern magicians, though, horror story writers and fabulists, due to his reputation as a magician and the compelling tale of his association with Edward Kelly. Even though the facts of Dee's life were remarkable, there is also that tendency for the accumulation of fanciful information. And there's enough good stuff, I think, that we don't need to make things up. Furthermore, it does nothing to advance his Christian beliefs. You see, Dee sought guidance from angels on how to mend the severed and profound divisions that existed between the Protestant movement in England, the Reformed Church of England, and the Roman Catholic Church. He served as Queen Elizabeth's court astronomer on several occasions. This was not only because he was a Hermetic arts expert, but also because he was a man of great faith, wisdom, and integrity, and you must take that into account. Elizabeth wasn't going to let any old runabout just into the court to start using all of the things and all that sort of thing. It just would not have happened, and she certainly would not have let a heretic into the court. This isn't some kind of devil worship situation. No. If anything, we can look at it as a step above prayer, direct contact. Instead of wanting to speak to God, he wanted to speak with God. Maybe we can look at it in that way. At least, that's how I see it. But of course, the 20th century sees this re-examination of Dee's character and his importance, largely due to the work of historians Dame Frances Yates and Charlotte Fell Smith. Now, both of them help to highlight that parallel, the roles that science, religion, and magic played during the Elizabethan Renaissance. After all, they don't call it a Renaissance for no reason. Renaissance being rebirth, okay? And both of these authors effectively say that, well, that Dee has been effectively slandered, even misjudged, by pretty much everyone who came across him in his time. As a result of this and later re-evaluation, Dee's now considered more of a serious scholar and book collector, a devout Christian, albeit at a confusing time for that faith, an accomplished scientist, and all over, one of the most learned men of his time. His Mortlake library was the biggest in England until it was vandalized. Ugh. You can imagine what kind of monstrous people could do that to such a place. It's terrible. Of course, it was regarded as the best in Europe, too, perhaps second only to Defoe's, which was made a great personal defense, sometimes to the point of ruin. Along with being an early advocate of colonizing North America, he also provided Elizabeth and her court all of the scientific and astrological advice they needed. It was the foundation on which British colonialism was sitting upon. Well, Dee promoted the development of the disciplines of navigation and cartography. He was a close pupil of Mercator and possessed a substantial collection of maps, globes, and astronomical instruments. He pioneered that development of specialized navigational techniques and created new instruments for use in polar regions, the final frontier, and it would remain the final frontier until the early 20th century. Dee personally chose pilots and provided them with navigational training while serving as an advisor to the English exploration expeditions. Additionally, he facilitated the expeditions himself, believing that the crucial component of human education was mathematics, which he interpreted in a more mystical way. Dee is a more modern Francis Bacon in that regard, because mathematics played such a role in his vision. Of course, he was also familiar with the work of Copernicus, which was his ward and assistant Thomas Digges had translated into English. Christopher Bra was also friends with Dee, yet many of his astronomical calculations were based on Copernican assumptions. Even though he never openly supported the heliocentric theory, and we say openly because we all know what happened to Galileo. Therefore, Dee applied the Copernican theory to the calendar reform issue. He was called upon in 1583 to advise the Queen on the new Gregorian calendar, which Pope Gregory XIII had instituted starting in October of 1582. His recommendation was that England accept it, but not without a few specific changes. It was first proposed that the calendar be adjusted by 11 days, which would return it to the time of Christ's birth, rather than 10 days, which would return it to the period of the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. Council of Nicaea being the council in which they decided on some matters of doctrine, particularly with Arianism. I have made a video on that too if you want to go watch it. Whatever. Well, one of these other recommendations was to align the liturgical and civil years, starting both on January the 1st. England may have decided to reject proposals that came from the papacy, even though they might have had some significance. But of course, really, from the perspective of the 21st century, these acts fall somewhere between contemporary science and just plain magic. But you can't really draw a clear line, can't you? Especially back in those days. He was given the chance to lecture on Euclidean geometry at the University of Paris, despite the fact he was only in his early 20s at the time. He was a leading authority on navigation, a passionate supporter of mathematics, and highly esteemed in the field of astronomy. But it was sorcery that he really threw himself into, Hermetic philosophy. He made a tremendous effort to speak with those beyond during the last 30 years of his life. He sought to establish a pre-apocalyptic human unity and learn the universal language of creation. This quest for a transcendent comprehension of divine forms that exist beneath the maternal world was what he called pure verities, verity being the word for truth, to the highest truth. He was of course influenced by Marsilio Ficino's Neoplatonism of the Renaissance, and did not distinguish between his studies of divination, hermetic magic, and angel summoning, and his mathematical research. Ashurbanipal, 668 to 627 BC. He was one of the most illustrious kings of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, renowned for his military conquest, cultural patronage, and of course administrative reform. Ascending to the throne following his father Esarhaddon, Ashurbanipal successfully expanded Assyrian dominance through formidable campaigns in Egypt, Elam, and across Mesopotamia. A passionate patron of the arts and scholarship, he is best remembered for establishing the great library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, an unprecedented repository of Mesopotamian literature. It is where we find the Epic of Gilgamesh, which has provided valuable insights, of course, into ancient civilizations. His reign also saw significant advancements in agriculture and the preservation of cultural heritage, but despite all this success, his later years were marked by strife and the burgeoning pressures that would eventually contribute to the empire's decline. Nonetheless, we have a legacy of Ashurbanipal that endures as a testament to the heights of Assyrian power and the enduring value of this cultural preservation, and that positions him as a pivotal figure in the history of the ancient Near East. And welcome back, here we are, once again, going back to the old days of Persia. Not quite the Bronze Age. Back in those good old days. Well, it's good to see you again if you're returning, and for the newcomers, good to meet you. Now, if you are new, how about you click the subscribe button, and if you're coming back and haven't done so yet, well, it's only a small movement of the finger. Now, with that being said, let's get started, nice and relaxed, as always. Now, the aforementioned dates of 668 to 627, that is his reign date, which is typically where we really start to chart the course of his story. But if we're going to go back even earlier than that, of course, we start from 685, where he was born. We mentioned that his father was Esarhaddon, who I've also done a video about, and he reigned from 681 to 669. Even though Ashurbanipal's inscriptions imply that he was destined to rule by a divine magnate, this old tradition of being ordained by the deities above themselves, it seems that his accession was anything but simple, and the complexities that followed planted the seeds for a subsequent civil war. But we'll get to that a little bit later. Being younger than Shin-Nadim Apli, Esarhaddon's first crown prince, and the two other sons, Shamash Shum-Ukin and Shamash Metu Ubalit, Ashurbanipal was most likely the fourth oldest son. In addition, he had multiple younger brothers, and an older sister named Serua Eterat. 674 BC, we have the sudden death of Sin-Nadin Apli, which caused chaos in the Assyrian court. The civil war that followed was won by Esarhaddon after his own father Sennacherib had eschewed his older brother Ardamulisu for the throne and was assassinated by the rejected heir. That's right, killed by his own blood. Esarhaddon swiftly established new succession plans following the death of his own heir, designating his eldest surviving son, Shamash Shum-Ukin, as king of Babylon, that being the area of southern Mesopotamia, and his younger son, Ashurbanipal, as the primary emperor of Assyria. The two were to rule as equals. At least, that was the idea. But perhaps due to poor health, he completely avoided his third oldest son, Shamash-Metu-Ubalit, who was actually older than Ashurbanipal, and typically that would make him more qualified to take the throne. Seems that this didn't happen. Well, the reasons behind Esarhaddon's divided succession, which deviated from the Assyrian custom of unitary rule, have been more than conjectured by scholars. It's possible the arrangements were made to prevent future rivalry by easing the elder Shamash-shum-ukin's jealousy of his younger brother Ashurbanipal. According to one theory, Shamash-shum-ukin may not have been as likely to succeed Ashurbanipal on the Assyrian throne. The reason for this being that his mother was actually Babylonian, whereas Ashurbanipal's mother was actually Assyrian. But it's also possible that the two heirs had a mother in common, being Esarhaddon's main consort, Eshara Hamat. Well, hopefully we'll figure out a little bit more about that if we dig some old tablet out of the ground in the next few decades, or perhaps finally translate the many thousands of them we have just sitting in storage. Most of them are actually just receipts from trade transactions, but every now and then they come across one that is somewhat groundbreaking. Let's cross our fingers. Well, together the two princes reached Nineveh, the capital of Assyria, and celebrated in May 672 with foreign dignitaries, Assyrian aristocrats and military leaders. As his previous name is unknown, Ashurbanipal, or Ashurbanipal, which means Ashur is the creator of the air, Ashur being the chief deity of Assyria, of course, was probably given to him at this time as a kind of regnal title. Perhaps around the same period, Ashurbanipal wed his first wife, Libali Sharat, who would later become his queen. He then entered the crown prince's palace, known as the House of Succession, and started studying, hunting, riding, scholarship, and wisdom, also archery and chariotry and other military arts in preparation for his responsibilities as a ruler. After Esarhaddon's death, Ashurbanipal, who had only been crown prince for 3 years, succeeded him as the king of Assyria late 669. But his sovereignty might not have been safe, but he rode to what might have been the most powerful throne on earth nonetheless. The Segutu Treaty, drafted by his grandmother Naki'a, obligated the aristocracy, the royal family, and all of Assyria to pledge their unwavering allegiance to Ashurbanipal. However, it doesn't seem like there was much opposition to his ascent to power at all, unlike previous times where things were markedly more chaotic. Ashurbanipal's gift of the revered statue of Marduk, which Sennacherib had taken from Babylon 20 years prior, marked his coronation. Also, we may hear of this as the statue of Bel, which is the other rendering of the name Marduk, the chief god of Babylon. Well, for 16 years, Shamash-shum-ukin would govern Babylon, ostensibly without open conflict with his younger brother, although there would be frequent disputes over how independent he should be. But that would come later. Now, the distribution of power between the two heirs was admittedly a little unclear in Esarhaddon's succession decrees, which certainly opens up things to problems. Ashurbanipal was not allowed to meddle in Shamash-shum-ukin's internal affairs, perhaps out of concern that his elder brother would have had the resources to challenge his authority if he gained full independence. Either way, Ashurbanipal eventually tipped the scales in his favor. And then we turn to Egypt, which was first ruled by the Assyrians in 671, when Ashurbanipal's father, Asarhaddon, overthrew the Kushite pharaoh Taharqa. I explain all of that in the Asarhaddon video. It was the pinnacle of the Assyrian Empire, and Asarhaddon's greatest victory, albeit very hard fought. Taharqa then fled south to Nubia and plotted to retake his lands, demonstrating the weakness of Assyrian control over a very chaotic Egypt. Asarhaddon then designated local Egyptian nobles as the nation's vassal rulers and dispatched troops to garrison Egyptian cities. He left Nineveh to confront the threat when Taharqa led Egypt in a revolt against Assyrian rule in 669, but became ill and passed away en route. As Ashurbanipal succeeded to his father's throne, the campaign stalled, and many Egyptian vassal rulers joined the uprising to drive out the foreign invaders. Ashurbanipal dispatched an army to fight the rebels after they massacred the Assyrian garrison in Memphis. The Assyrian army gathered tribute and military support from various Levantine vassal states, such as Manasseh of Judah, and several Cyprus rulers en route to Egypt. The expeditionary forces prevailed in a major battle at Carbonito in Lower Egypt, after fighting their way through the mainland of Egypt across the Nile Delta. Now Assyrian sources claim that the Assyrian army retook Memphis after Taharqa and his followers fled to Thebes, and then returned to Nubia. Necho I, a local vassal ruler, was among the conspirators who had stayed in Memphis and were returned to Assyria. They were then unexpectedly permitted to return and resume their positions in Egypt after taking new oaths of allegiance. Tantamani, the nephew of Taharqa, declared himself pharaoh after Taharqa's death in 664. He then invaded Egypt, quickly took Thebes, and advanced upon the capital of Memphis. Ashurbanipal dispatched the Assyrian army once more, and as soon as they arrived in Egypt, Tantamani fled south. The Assyrians severely looted Thebes in a kind of payback for the repeated uprising. The ancient city was one of Egypt's most important political and religious hubs, and this sacking was the worst disaster to have ever hit it. Without the astute diplomacy of its governor, Mentuemat, the city might have been destroyed. Well, as for Tantamani, there was no further pursuit of him outside of Egypt. He seems to have simply disappeared. Perhaps an easy retirement. Either way, the Assyrian army returned to Nineveh, and many obelisks and treasures were repurposed to be used in Ashurbanipal's projects, and the spoils from Thebes were proudly paraded in a triumph through the streets. The Elamite king Urtak, who had maintained cordial ties with Asarhaddon, unexpectedly attacked Babylonia in 665, an unwelcome surprise. Urtak, though, died soon after being successfully forced back into Elam. Teoman, who was unrelated to the previous king, succeeded him as Elamite king and had to eliminate his political opponents in order to maintain his position of authority. Teoman demanded that Urtak's 3 sons, who were the main rivals for the Elamite throne, be brought back to Elam, but they fled to Assyria and were taken in by Ashurbanipal himself. In 653, Teoman launched an attack on Babylonia, following a protracted period of peace. Shamash-shum-ukin had to rely on Ashurbanipal for military support, since he was basically unable to protect Babylonia from an Elamite invasion, because he had not been supplied with any sizable military force. And so the army of Ashurbanipal moved south, took Der. Teoman marched to confront the Assyrians, but he quickly had second thoughts and returned to Susa. That was the capital of the Elamite kingdom. And then the Battle of Ulai, the last engagement in the Teoman War, was fought close to Susa, ending in a resounding Assyrian victory, which Ashurbanipal gives an account of in his inscriptions. And it goes like this. Like the onset of a terrible hurricane, I overwhelmed Elam in its entirety. I cut off the head of Teoman, their king, the haughty one who plotted evil. Countless of his warriors I slew. Alive, with my hands, I seized his fighters. With their corpses I filled the plain about Susa, as with Bautu and Ashagu. Their blood I let run down to the Ulai. Its water I dyed red like wool. Duranu and his family were captured and put to death after Dunanu joined the Elamites in their war. Ashurbanipal's army attacked the Gambulians and ruthlessly punished them, flooding their capital city of Shapibel and killing many of its residents. After Dadanu consented to pay a sizable amount in tribute to the Assyrian king, Ashurbanipal named a noble named Urimitu as the new Gambulian chieftain in his place. Under Ashurbanipal's father's rule, Assyria had been invaded by the Cimmerians, a nomadic Indo-European people who lived in the southern Caucasus north of the country. The Cimmerians attacked Lydia in Gyges-ruled western Anatolia after being routed by Esarhaddon. Gyges sent his diplomats to Ashurbanipal to seek help after he supposedly had a dream in which the Assyrian deity Ashur gave him advice to do so. The Cimmerian invasion of Lydia was beaten around 665, after two states were successfully able to establish communications with the aid of interpreters, and the Assyrians were unaware that Lydia had even existed. Large quantities of spoils were secured by the forces of Ashurbanipal, and two Cimmerian chiefs were thrown into prison at Nineveh. In fact, it's unclear how much of Assyrian army actually participated in the Lydian campaign. But Gyges seems to be dissatisfied with the assistance because he only reformed his alliance with Ashurbanipal 12 years later and sided with Egypt, which was becoming more and more independent. Ashurbanipal then cursed Gyges. There was a great deal of celebration in Assyria when Lydia was overrun by its enemies between 652 and 650. Well, it's fair enough to have troubles abroad and triumphs abroad, but back home, things were about to warm up. Remember I said that equal share of rule was not going to work out? Well, in 652, Shamash-shum-ukin revolted, hoping to free Babylonia under his own rule and break away from Ashurbanipal. Later Aramaic language legends state that Serua Eterat, the sister of Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin, tried to step in and actually talk her two brothers out of fighting. Legend has it that she vanished into self-imposed exile after the war had started. I can imagine it. I'm keeping out of this. Well, the brothers fought each other for 3 long years. Brutal ones at that. Shamash-shum-ukin's rebellion was not only aided by the southern certainty of support, but also by the Babylonians' ongoing resentment to Assyrian rule. The rulers of Elam were certain allies who would always prepared to support anyone who fought Assyria. Very old hatreds. According to inscription evidence, Shamash-shum-ukin called on the Babylonians to support him in his uprising. The statement, Ashurbanipal will cover with shame the name of the Babylonians, is attributed to Shamash-shum-ukin in Ashurbanipal's inscriptions. He uses words like lies to describe their communications with them. Soon after Shamash-shum-ukin launched his uprising, Ashurbanipal was joined by the rest of southern Mesopotamia in rebelling against him. Ashurbanipal's description of the conflict is as follows. In these days, Shamash-shum-ukin, the faithless brother of mine, whom I had treated well and set up as a king of Babylon, every imaginable thing that kingship calls for, I made and gave him, soldiers, horses, chariots, I equipped and put into his hands, cities, fields, plantations, together with the people who live therein. I gave him in larger numbers than my father had ordered. But he forgot this kindness I had shown him and planned every evil. Outwardly with his lips he was speaking fair words, while inwardly his heart was designing murder. The Babylonians, who had been loyal to Assyria and faithful vassals of mine, he deceived, speaking lies to them. Shamash-shum-ukin was unable to stop Ashurbanipal's advance, in spite of this apparent alliance of Assyrian adversaries. His lands were lost, allies dwindled, and his forces were gradually routed as the war went on and on, every day getting worse and worse for him. With Ashurbanipal's forces having besieged Cutha, Borsippa, Sippar, and Babylon itself by 650, the situation appeared more or less hopeless. Of course, add into that a little bit of famine, and it's well and truly hopeless. According to Ashurbanipal's description of the siege, some of the locals became so desperate and hungry that they began eating their own children. After a 2-year siege, Babylon fell in 648. Ashurbanipal plundered it extensively, and according to his own inscriptions, I fed their carved-up bodies to dogs, to pigs, to wolves, eagles, to birds of the heavens, to fishes of the deep. A massive fire spread throughout Babylon at the same time the city fell. According to conventional wisdom, Shamash-shum-ukin took his own life by burning himself and his family in his palace. Only that he met a cruel death, and that the gods consigned him to a fire and destroyed his life are mentioned in the text from those days. Perhaps he didn't do it himself. Perhaps he was simply locked in. Maybe we'll never know. I don't think he had time to scribble down a cuneiform tablet in those last moments. In addition to the reported taking his own life by self-immolation or another method, it seems that he could have been executed, or just died in another matter. It would make sense for the Assyrian scribes to probably omit the execution of Shamash-shum-ukin from historical accounts, because you see, it's still, yes, the killing of an enemy, but fratricide, i.e. killing one's own brother, and that was forbidden and would still be considered murder regardless of the circumstance of an Assyrian royal family member, had it been committed by a soldier rather than Ashurbanipal. I mean, he could get away with it, but no one else really could. Well, little is known about Kundalanu, the new vassal king of Babylon that Ashurbanipal installed following the defeat of his brother, except for Nippur, which Ashurbanipal turned into a strong Assyrian stronghold. Kundalanu's kingdom was identical to Shamash-shum-ukin's. Few records of Kundalanu's reign in Babylon survive, and his authority was probably quite limited. He could have been a Babylonian nobleman who sided with Ashurbanipal during the civil war and was subsequently rewarded with the title of king. Or he could have been just another one of Ashurbanipal's lesser-known brothers. Either way, since Ashurbanipal held all the real political and military power, Kundalanu most likely didn't really have much pull in reality, just kind of put there to have someone in the seat. Well, of course, this whole situation of defeating Shamash-shum-ukin was seen as more of a problematic victory because it resulted in the death of a member of the royal family. And once again, regardless of circumstances, that is never good. Significant wider repercussions of the civil war also affected Assyrian dominion. The conflict depleted the economic resources and diminished the Assyrian Empire's power and authority. Despite Babylonia's gradual post-war recovery, but even that was a hard slog. Well, even though there had been indications of deterioration prior to civil war, historians do believe that the conflict's conclusion signified the end of Assyrian power. There was just too many resources wasted. In addition to inciting anti-Assyrian sentiment in southern Babylon, Ashurbanipal's sack of that city, the second large-scale sack of it in the space of 30 years, may have played a key role in the Babylonian uprising of Nabopolassar a few years after Ashurbanipal's passing, which resulted in the establishment of the Neo-Babylonian Empire and the true fall of Assyria. While the early defeat of Umanigash's army near the city of Der had effectively ended the Elamite effort to aid Shamash-shum-ukin in the civil war. And following his defeat, Tamaritu II overthrew him in Elam and seized the throne for himself. Ashurbanipal gave Umanigash asylum after he fled to the Assyrian court. Tamaritu ruled for a short time before being overthrown in yet another uprising in 649, despite a few victories against the Assyrians. He was accompanied by the renegade governor, Nabu-bel-Shumati, who was already well known for his involvement in the conflict with Shamash-shum-ukin because of the kingdom's support for him and his other enemies. Ashurbanipal threatened to invade Elam once more, which led to the assassination of the new king, Indabibi, who ruled for a bit of a short time. Humban-Haltash III succeeded Indabibi as the king of Elam. Humban-Haltash was in favor of surrendering the Chaldean rebel, but Nabu-bel-Shumatu had too many supporters in Elam for this to work. Nabu-bel-Shumati continued to fight Ashurbanipal from outposts within Elam. Thus, in 647, the Assyrians invaded Elam once more, because Humban-Haltash was unable to react to Ashurbanipal's threats. Humban-Haltash left his seat at Madaktu and fled into the mountains, while the Elamite defense behind him crumbled. Tamaritu II briefly succeeded him as king and reclaimed his position, following their return home after the Assyrians had ravaged Khuzestan. Humban-Haltash rose again from the mountains and reclaimed the throne. In 646, the Assyrians made their way back to Elam, and Humban-Haltash once more fled Madaktu, first to Dur-Untash, and then to the mountains in eastern Elam. While pursuing him, Ashurbanipals pillaged and destroyed any cities they could find, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, like a melted Kit Kat. Just seeing if you're paying attention. Nearby chiefdoms and petty kingdoms that had previously paid homage to the Elamite king started doing so to Ashurbanipal. After all of Elam's major political centers were destroyed. One of these kingdoms was Farsua, which may have been an antecedent of the Achaemenid Empire that would be established a century later. The king of Persia, Cyrus, who might have been the same person as Cyrus I, that being the grandfather of Cyrus the Great, had been forced to provide his son Aruku as a hostage, because he had initially sided with the Elamites at the start of the campaign. Nations that had never interacted with the Assyrians before, like a kingdom that extended beyond Elam, and was also ruled by a king named Humidri, also started honoring the Assyrians. And then Susa was ruthlessly pillaged by the Assyrian forces as they returned from their campaign. Ashurbanipal's triumphant inscriptions about the sack go into great detail about how they destroyed temples, and it reads as following. Susa, the great holy city, abode of their gods, seat of their mysteries, I conquered, according to the word of Ashur and Ishtar. I entered its palaces. I dwelt in their rejoicing. I opened the treasures where silver, gold, and goods and wealth were amassed, the treasures of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, that the ancient kings of Elam had looted and carried away. I destroyed the ziggurat at Susa. I smashed its shining copper horns. In Shushanak, god of the oracles, who resides at these secret places, where no man sees his divine nature, with their jewelry, their wealth, their furniture, the priests, I brought as booty to the land of Ashur. I reduced their temples of Elam to naught, their gods scattered to the wind. The secret groves, where no outsider had ever penetrated, where no layman had ever trod, my soldiers entered. They saw their mysteries and destroyed them by fire. The tombs of their ancient and recent kings who had not feared the goddess Ishtar, my lady, and who were the cause of torments to the kings, my fathers. Those tombs I devastated. I destroyed. I exposed to the sun, and I carried away their bones toward the land of Ashur. I devastated the provinces of Elam, and on their lands I spread salt. The Elamites persisted as a political group for a while, in spite of the exhaustive and violent campaign, and instead of annexing Elam, Ashurbanipal let it be. Although Nabu Bel-Shmati later took his own life on the road to Nineveh, Humban-Haltash returned to power at Mudaktu, and later sent himself to Ashurbanipal. Elam is not mentioned in Assyrian records after Humban-Haltash was overthrown and sent to the Assyrians in rebellion shortly after. Either way, after 646, Elam was never fully able to recover and was always vulnerable to attacks by tribes and kings, eventually vanishing completely from history. Another empire grinded into the dust. Well, in the Assyrian Civil War, a few Arab tribal leaders actually sided with Shamash-shum-ukin. Among them was his brother, Aya-Amu, who dispatched soldiers to Babylonia, and Abiyate, who was the crowned king by Ashurbanipal's army. You see, at first, Ashurbanipal's attention to Elam allowed them to avoid punishment and reprisals. As the Elamite wars continued, a number of Arab kings stopped honoring Ashurbanipal and started attacking Assyrian communities in the area, which of course had pretty devastating effects on trade as well. The generals of Ashurbanipal organized a significant campaign to restore order after this development proved sufficient. The main focus of Ashurbanipal's account of this conflict is his army's travels across Syria in pursuit of Uyate, who is sometimes confused with Yauta, but may actually be someone else, and his Arabian soldiers. The story goes that the Assyrian army marched from Syria to Damascus and then to Huliti, where they defeated Usho and Akko and took Abiyate. According to reports, the hostile and unfamiliar terrain presented significant challenges for the Assyrians during the conflict. It is stated that Nabayate, who had supported Ashurbanipal in the first campaign, lost the second war against the Arabs, but it is not explained why their relationship with Ashurbanipal changed between the two campaigns. The final known version of the Arabian story mentions the two campaigns as part of Ashurbanipal's 9th campaign and goes into further detail about them. According to this version, Shamash-shum-ukin was joined by Abiyate and Amul-ad-Din. For the first time, Ashurbanipal is also given direct credit for the campaign's success in this version. According to this later version, Ayamanu was actually skinned alive. Uyate was tied up to Ashurbanipal's chariot like a horse, and Uyate was captured and paraded in Nineveh alongside prisoners taken during the Elamite Wars. Well, due to the lack of available sources, the end of Ashurbanipal's reign and the start of his son and successor Ashur-etil-ilani are more than a little mysterious. Since the secure eponym canon, known as the Assyrian year names, ends in 649, events during Ashurbanipal's reign up to that year are comparatively poorly documented. Compared to the numerous records from earlier years, Ashurbanipal only left 2 inscriptions after 639. This lack of documentation could be seen as an impending internal crisis. The king and the empire's traditional elite seemed to have become increasingly estranged during the final days of his reign. It seems that Ashurbanipal severely elevated eunuchs to high positions at the expense of the aristocracy and nobility. Of course, they would not have been very happy about that. In an unprecedented and possibly self-indulgent move, Bulutu, the chief singer, was given his own name towards the end of his reign. While some Assyriologists have compared the scant evidence from Ashurbanipal's late reign to Sardanapalus, the decadent final king of Assyria and Greco-Roman literature. I suppose there's something to that. Well, even Ashurbanipal acknowledged his failure to keep the Assyrian Empire resilient. We have one of his last known inscriptions, where he bemoaned the state of his empire while feeling depressed and confronted with his own impending death from illness. And he wrote as following: "I cannot do away with the strife in my country, and the dissensions in my family. Disturbing scandals oppress me always. Illness of mind and flesh bow me down. With cries of woe I bring my days to an end. On the day of the city god, the day of the festival, I am wretched. Death is seizing hold upon me and bears me down." Apart from internal conflict, it's evident that by the end of the reign of Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian Empire's control over its surrounding areas had weakened significantly. Certain outlying regions had reclaimed their independence. For example, the Assyrians were no longer present in the southern Levant, prime real estate, that's for sure, where the Egyptians had taken over as the dominant force. It's possible that religious movements in Babylonia, which were the forerunner of Nabopolassar's, started during Ashurbanipal's final reign. Egypt had already reclaimed its independence during Ashurbanipal's rule. Psamtik I, the son and successor of Necho I, who had received his education at the Assyrian court, seems to have brought about Egypt's peaceful and gradual liberation. As a faithful Assyrian vassal, Psamtik ascended to the throne in 664 and gradually expanded his rule over all of Egypt. Eventually, in 656, he united the nation. and brought about a period of prosperity and a kind of renaissance before achieving a complete independence from Ashurbanipal. Both Psamtik and his son Necho II hurried to Assyria's aid during the later Medo-Babylonian conquest of the Assyrian Empire under the rule of Sin-Sharishkun, or Ashur-etil-Ilani's successor, and a son of Ashurbanipal, and the Egyptian armies fought alongside the Assyrians. Ashur-etil-Ilani's inscriptions imply that his father passed away naturally, but they don't specify how or when exactly this occurred. Although his last year is frequently incorrectly recorded as 627, or even 26, this is based upon estimates from an inscription that Adat-Gupi, the mother of the Neo-Babylonian king Nabonidus, wrote at Haran almost a century later. But a 631 contract from Nippur provides a last modern proof that Ashurbanipal was alive and ruling as a king. Given that the city was taken by Nabopolassar in 626 and never again fell into Assyrian hands, the inscriptions of Ashurbanipal's successors, Ashur-etil-Ilani and Sin-Sharishkun, in Babylon spanning several years, would not have been possible if his reign had ended in 627. It is also generally accepted that Ashurbanipal either died, abdicated, or was overthrown in 631 or 630, in order to match the attested durations of his successors' reigns. So usually, 631 is chosen as the year that he really passed away. Ashur-etil-Ilani succeeded Ashurbanipal as king, and he appears to have been motivated by his father's succession plans, despite the negative outcomes. Since Sin-Sharishkun was given the fortress city of Nippur and was chosen to succeed Kundalanu in Babylon after Kundalanu's death. Well, Assyrian royal ideology held that the king was Ashur's divinely appointed mortal representative. The king had a moral, humane, and a necessary duty to expand Assyria, because lands outside of Assyria were considered uncivilized and a threat to the cosmic and divine order. Instead of exploitative imperialism, expansionism was portrayed as a moral obligation to civilize the chaos. The Assyrian king represented Ashur, so opposing his rule was considered a rebellion against divine will and punishable by law. Therefore rebels violated the divine world order according to Assyrian royal ideology. So when we look back on Ashurbanipal's reign, I suppose we could almost call him a religious extremist, some kind of fundamentalist, especially with all the massacres and the temple burnings. Those poor Elamites, all those Babylonians. Well, under Ashurbanipal, of course, the Assyrian army fought its largest campaign outside the heartland, and he was the most brutal Assyrian king, even though he rarely participated in military campaigns, but boy oh boy, when he did. Given that Ashurbanipal rebuilt, restored, and expanded most of his empire's major shrines, and was interested in omen reports, his excessive brutality seems to have been motivated by this religious zeal. He was just doing it because Ashur told him to. He also appointed his younger brother, Ashur-etil-Shame-eresti-Mubalisu, and another brother, Ashur-mukin-Palea, as priests in Haran and Assur. Of course, his reign has the most Neo-Assyrian reliefs depicting violence. The reliefs contain 35% of Neo-Assyrian violent depictions, and that's, well, over the course of all of that time for one ruler to occupy that much. It seems that he is the cruelest monarch in a variety of scenes. Now only 4 Neo-Assyrian kings, Esarhaddon, Tiglath-Pileser III, and Ashurbanipal II, claimed in their inscriptions to have killed civilians and committed heinous acts against them. We're talking dismemberment, skinning them alive, impalement, all the horrible things of the masochist's imagination. In fact, Ashurbanipal's reliefs are one of the few Assyrian works to actually depict women as victims. One of them depicts both direct assaults on women and their corpses. In fact, one relief depicts the most heinous act, the tearing open of a pregnant woman. Perhaps the most heinous act against a woman ever recorded in history up to that point. Not good. Not good at all. Well, after the Assyrian Empire fell, Ashurbanipal's stories lived on in the Near East for centuries. He is known as Nebuchadnezzar in the Book of Judith. Northern Mesopotamian literature and folklore featured Ashurnarpal and other Assyrian rulers too. The most famous Ashurbanipal legend was the long-lived Greco-Roman Sardanapalus legend. It's been described as more effeminate than a woman, a lascivious and idle man, a governor who loathed all expressions of militarism and war. But then again, that's the Greeks telling the story, and they saw ancient Mesopotamian kings as drab and feminine rulers who couldn't really protect their subjects. In fact, they all got very annoyed when Alexander the Great started exhibiting Eastern qualities after his conquest. And you see, this happens quite a lot when people end up going over to Persia and conquering them. They end up becoming them. The Greeks did not like that at all. When the American merchant ship, the Mary Celeste, was found drifting, deserted in the Atlantic Ocean on December 4th, 1872, it became one of the most perplexing mysteries in maritime history. The ship was discovered in astonishingly good condition, with all of its cargo and personal effects completely undisturbed after leaving New York Harbor on November 7th for Genoa, Italy. However, the whole crew was mysteriously gone. There were a lot of wild theories and conjectures about the terrifying scene and the lack of distress signals, which led people to suspect everything from mutiny and piracy to natural disasters like water spouts or even unexpected earthquakes. Mystery surrounds the fate of the crew, and no conclusive explanation has been found despite thorough investigations. This event, of course, has continued to fascinate authors, historians, and the general public, and it solidifies the Mary Celeste's position as a symbol of mysterious maritime disappearances. It continues to pique interest in both academic discussions and popular culture. And welcome to the channel. Today we're, I suppose, doing a bit of a mystery video. It's a historical mystery, I suppose. Once again, best way to support the channel is just to enjoy it, and I hope you learn something. But if you feel like clicking the like and subscribe and leaving a comment, certainly helps the algorithm tell other people. Now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. And so the story begins at Joshua Dewey's shipyard in the Nova Scotian village of Spencer's Island, where the keel of the future Mary Celeste was laid in late 1860. The ship was Carvel built, with the hull blanking flush rather than overlapping, and was rigged as a brigantine. It had 2 masks, and all of the timber was locally felled. Eventually it was launched in the year 1861, May the 18th, and was registered at neighbouring Parsborough on June 10th, 1861. But it wasn't called the Mary Celeste first. Originally, it was called the Amazon. According to the original registration documents, she was 99 feet long and 25.5 feet in width, with 11.7 feet in depth, and weighing approximately 198 gross tons. There was a local group of 9 people, led by Dewis, her owner. Robert McClellan, the ship's first captain, was also one of the co-owners. And so in June of 1861, the Amazon set sail on her first voyage, sailing to 5 different islands: Nova Scotia to load up on timber for the journey to London across the Atlantic. Captain McClellan unfortunately became ill after the ship's initial loading, and his condition deteriorated. On June the 19th, the Amazon made its way back to Spencer's Island, where McClellan passed away. After taking over as captain, John Nutting Parker continued the journey to London, during which the Amazon experienced more bad luck. You see, after departing London, she ran into and sank a brig in the English Channel after colliding with fishing gear in the narrows of Eastport, Maine. For the 2 years that Parker was in charge, the Amazon focused mostly on trade in the West Indies. In November of 1861, she traveled across the Atlantic to France, where she was once again painted, possibly by the renowned maritime artist Honoré de Pellegrin of the Marseille School. Parker was replaced in 1863 by one William Thompson, and he held the position until 1867. He commented on the original voyagers. "We went to the West Indies, England, and the Mediterranean, what we call the foreign trade. Not a single unusual thing happened." Bit of a foreshadowing, isn't it? Quiet years. Smooth sailing, if we are to use the analogy. But in October of 1867, the Amazon was driven ashore at Cape Breton Island, in which she was so severely damaged that her owners thought to abandon her as a wreck. But it was not the end of the story. Alexander McBean of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, purchased her as a derelict on October the 15th, sure something could be salvaged, return her to her former glory. At least that was the plan. A month later, McBean, though, sold the wreck to a local businessman, who then sold it again to Richard Haynes, a New York-based American mariner, in November of 1868. Haynes spent almost $9,000 of that day's money restoring the wreck after paying $1,750 for it. So he must have seen some kind of potential. He appointed himself as her captain and registered her as an American vessel with the collector of the port of New York on December of 1868. And that was when she was renamed the Mary Celeste. So for the rest of the video, we will be referring to it as the Mary Celeste. Haynes' creditors seized the ship in October of 1869, and James Winchester led a consortium from New York that purchased it again, The consortium's makeup, of course, changed multiple times over the course of the 3 years, but Winchester always held at least half a share. There is no documentation of Mary Celeste's trading activities during this time. Now, around 1872, the ship had a significant refit, and it was more than before. It cost about $10,000 and significantly increased its size. She was made 103 feet long, 26 feet wide, and 16 feet deep. A second deck was added as part of a structural modification. The ship's tonnage rose to 282.28 as a result of the work. Winchester held 6 of the consortium's shares on October 29, 1872, while 2 smaller investors each held 1. Benjamin Spooner Briggs, the ship's new captain, held the remaining 4 of the 12 shares. Nathan Briggs, a sea captain, had 5 sons, including Benjamin, who was born on April 24th of 1835 in Wareham, Massachusetts. 2 of the sons became naval captains, and all but one went to sea. He took a Mediterranean honeymoon aboard his schooner Forest King after marrying his cousin, Sarah Elizabeth Cobb, in 1862. Shortly after, in September of 1865, they had a son, Arthur, and a daughter, Sophia Matilda, in October of 1870. By this time, Briggs had attained a prominent position in his field. With his seafaring brother, Oliver, who had also grown weary of the nomadic lifestyle, he contemplated leaving the sea to start a more land-based business. Instead of moving forward with this project, however, they each invested their savings into a ship. Benjamin invested in Mary Celeste, and Oliver invested in Julia A. Halleck. Following her extensive New York refit, Mary Celeste was scheduled to sail to Genoa, Italy for her first voyage, which Benjamin took command of in October of 1872. He made arrangements for his wife and young daughter to go with him, leaving his school-age son at home to be looked after by his grandmother. Briggs carefully selected the crew for the journey. Albert Richardson, the first mate, had previously sailed under Briggs and was married to the niece of Winchester. About 25-year-old second mate Andrew Gilling was actually of Danish descent but born in New York. William Edward Head, a recently married steward, was hired on Winchester's personal recommendation. The 4 general seamen were Gottlieb Gottschall, Arjen Martens, and the brothers Volkert and Bos Lorenzen, all of whom were Germans from the Frisian Islands. Briggs wrote to his mother just before the trip, stating that he was extremely pleased with the ship and crew, and a substantial testimony characterized them as peaceable and first-class sailors, who seemed quite capable, if they continued as they had begun, Sarah Briggs had told her mother. In order to oversee the loading of the ship's 1,701 barrels of alcohol, Briggs arrived at Pier 50 on the East River in New York City on October 20th, 1872. A week later, he was joined by his wife and young daughter. Briggs wrote to his mother on Sunday, November 3rd, stating that he planned to depart on Tuesday, and that our vessel is in beautiful trim, and I hope we shall have fine passage. Well, fingers crossed for that. And so Mary Celeste moved into New York Harbor on Tuesday, November 5th, leaving Pier 50 with Briggs, his wife, daughter, and 7 crew members. but because of the unpredictability of the weather, Briggs chose to hold off. Sarah took advantage of the delay to write to her mother-in-law a final letter after he anchored the ship just off Staten Island. 2 days later, the weather seemed to be good enough to set sail, and Mary Celeste stepped out of the harbor and into the great Atlantic. Now, in that final letter that was written by Sarah, she had wrote, "Tell Arthur I make great dependence on the letters I shall get from him, and will try to remember anything that happens on the voyage which he would be pleased to hear." Well, unfortunately, the big, important happenings we just do not know about. Well, the Canadian brigantine De Gratia was also waiting in Hoboken, New Jersey for a shipment of petroleum bound for Genoa via Gibraltar, as Mary Celeste readied herself to set sail. Both First Mate Oliver Devoe and Captain David Morehouse were Nova Scotians, and they were not new to the game. They brought a wealth of experience, along with a stellar reputation as sailors. Because of their shared interests, some authors believe that Captain Briggs and Morehouse were acquainted, albeit briefly. According to some stories, they were just close friends who ate dinner the night before Mary Celeste left. But the only proof for this is a memory made by Morehouse's widow 50 years after the incident. And we can't really take that as gospel, can't we? Well, either way, 8 days after Mary Celeste, on November 15th, De Gratia set out for Gibraltar, taking the same old time-tested route. At approximately 1 p.m., De Gratia had arrived halfway between the Azores and the Portuguese coast. On Thursday, December 5th, or sea time rather, or Wednesday, December 4th, 1872 land time, if we're taking into account for the time differences. Now, when Captain Morehouse arrived on deck, the helmsman reported a ship at a distance of roughly 6 miles that was moving unsteadily in the direction of De Gratia. Morehouse suspected that something was amiss, because the ship's strange set of sails and her unpredictable movements. With no one on deck and no response to signals as the ship approached, he dispatched Devoe and second mate John Wright in the ship's boat to investigate. Based on the name on her stern, the two determined that it was indeed Mary Celeste, and they climbed on board, took a look around, and discovered that the ship was completely abandoned. Much of the rigging was also broken, with ropes dangling loosely over the sides, and the sails were partially set and in bad shape, with some of them missing completely. The fore and lazarette hatches were left open, their covers next to them on the deck, but the main hatch cover was still fastened. The binnacle that held the ship's compass had moved, and its glass cover was broken, and only the lifeboat on board was a tiny yawl that had reportedly been stowed across the main hatch, but was nowhere to be found. For a ship of this size, the amount of water in the hold was substantial, but not really concerning. Roughly 3.5 feet, not enough to really sink it. On the deck, a homemade sounding rod, a kind of tool for gauging the volume of water in the hold, was discovered abandoned. The ship's daily log, which was dated at 8 a.m., was discovered in the mate's cabin 9 days prior, on November 25th. Nearly 400 nautical miles, about 750 kilometers give or take, from the location where De Gratia met Mary Celeste, It noted her position at that time as off Santa Maria Island in the Azores. Although the cabin's interior was in reasonably good order, Devo noticed that it was damp and messy from water that had gotten through the doorways and skylights. Although he discovered personal belongings in Briggs' cabin, such as a sheathed sword beneath the bed, the majority of the ship's documents and the captain's navigational aids were gone. Added to that, there was plenty of food still in the stores, but no food prepared or in the process of being prepared, and the galley equipment was all neatly stored away. The galley, by the way, being a kitchen on a ship. Now all this evidence suggests a peaceful exit from the ship via the missing lifeboat. There were no overt indications of fire or violence. Really nothing. After returning to inform Morehouse of these discoveries, Devoe made the decision to transport the abandoned ship 600 nautical miles to Gibraltar. Salvo could anticipate receiving a sizable portion of the total value of the rescued vessel and its cargo under maritime law. The precise amount would depend on the level of risk involved in the salvage. The 8-man crew of De Gratia was split between the two ships by Morehouse, who sent Devoe and 2 seasoned sailors to Mary Celeste, while he and the 4 others stayed on De Gratia. The majority of the journey to Gibraltar was in comparatively calm weather, but the progress was slow because each ship was severely undercrewed. On December 12th, De Gratia arrived in Gibraltar. Mary Celeste arrived the next morning after running into fog. The Vice Admiralty Court promptly impounded her in order to get her ready for salvage hearings. The experience of bringing the ship in was apparently so difficult that Devoe wrote to his wife, "I can hardly tell what I am made of, but I do not care so long as I got in safe. I shall be well paid for the Mary Celeste." I mean, fair enough, but he doesn't seem awfully worried about the missing crew. Ooh. Maybe another part of the conspiracy has just opened up. Well, we won't talk about that just yet. Okay, alright, we'll get back to where we are before we explore that option. Right, well, under the leadership of Gibraltar's Chief Justice, Sir James Cochrane, the salvage court hearings got underway in Gibraltar on December 17, 1872. The Attorney General, Frederick Sonny Flood, who served as the Queen's Advocate General and Proctor in her Office of Admiralty, presided over the hearing. Well, according to one historian of the Mary Celeste affair, Flood was the sort of man who, once he had made up his mind about something, could not be shifted, and whose arrogance and pomposity were inversely proportional to his IQ. I don't think she likes him. Well, Flood's conviction that a crime had been committed was cemented by Devoe and Wright's testimonies, and the New York Shipping and Commercial List adopted this view on December 21st. They had wrote in their reports, the inference, is that there has been foul play somewhere, and that alcohol is at the bottom of it. People were starting to talk, it seems. John Austin, surveyor of shipping, performed an examination of Mary Celeste on Flood's order on December 23rd with the help of diver Riccardo Portinato. He discovered potential blood stains on the captain's sword and noticed cuts on either side of the bow that he believed were caused by a sharp object. Citing a vial of sewing machine oil discovered upright in its place, he stressed in a report that the ship did not seem to have been hit by severe weather. Neither Austen nor the court brought up the possibility that the vial had been replaced since the abandonment, which is, well, you'd think they would have bought that up, right? It would have been pretty easy to do. Well, according to Portonato's hull report, the ship had not run aground or been in an accident. An additional examination by a team of Royal Navy captains confirmed Austen's suspicion that the bow's cuts had been intentionally made. Along with a deep mark that might have been caused by an axe, they also found stains on one of the ship's rails that might have been blood. These discoveries confirmed Flood's suspicions that the mystery was not caused by a natural disaster, but rather by human misconduct. He forwarded the reports to the London-based Board of Trade on January 22, 1873, along with his own conclusion that the crew had consumed alcohol and killed the entire Briggs family and the ship's officers in a drunken rage. To mimic a collision, they had cut the bows and then ran away in the yawl, meeting an unknowable end. Flood believed that Morehouse and his men were concealing something, namely that the log had been altered and that the Mary Celeste had been abandoned in a more eastern location. He found it hard to believe Mary Celeste could have gone so far without a crew. But then again, they were in the middle of the ocean. Well, not quite, at least, out on the open ocean near the Azores. And it would depend on how long it would have been adrift for. Well, inquiring as to when the Mary Celeste might be released to deliver her cargo, James Winchester arrived in Gibraltar on January 15th. Winchester lacked the 15 grand that Flood required as a surety. He then learned that Flood believed Winchester might have been part of the conspiracy to intentionally engage a crew that would kill Briggs and his officers. Winchester attested to Briggs' excellent character during a series of acerbic exchanges with Flood on January 29th. Winchester maintained that Briggs would not have deserted the ship unless absolutely necessary. When scientific examinations of the stains discovered on the sword and other parts of the ship revealed that they were not actually blood, Flood's theories of mutiny and murder seemed to fall apart. A report from a U.S. Navy Captain Schufelt, commissioned by the American consul in Gibraltar, Horatio Sprague, dealt Flood a second blow. According to Schufelt, the marks on the bow were caused by the sea's natural action on the ship's timbers, rather than being man-made. On February 25th, Flood reluctantly moved Mary Celeste from the court's jurisdiction because he simply didn't have any hard evidence to back up his suspicions. 2 weeks later, she sailed from Gibraltar to Genoa with a crew that had been raised locally, led by Captain George Blatchford of Massachusetts. When Cochrane announced the award on the April 8th, the salvage payment issue was resolved. The amount was about £1,700, which was pretty much 1/5 of the ship and cargo's total value. This was significantly less than what was generally expected, according to one authority, considering the degree of risk involved in bringing the derelict into port. The award ought to have been twice or 3 times that sum at least. But it's only worth as much as people are willing to pay, I suppose. Even though Morehouse had stayed in Gibraltar at the court's request, Cochrane's closing remarks were a scathing indictment of his choice to send De Gratia under Devoe to deliver her petroleum cargo earlier in the hearing. According to Hicks, Cochrane's tone implied wrongdoing, guaranteeing that Morehouse and his passengers would be under suspicion in the court of public opinion forever. And that's the problem, isn't it? It's fine to be let off by the magistrate, or the judge, whatever we call it in what part of the world we're at, but that court of public opinion never really forgets. And unfortunately, most of the time you're guilty until proven guilty. The suspicions of foul play persisted, even though the theories of murder and conspiracy were not supported by any evidence in Gibraltar. Because Mary Celeste had been significantly over-insured, Flood and certain newspaper reports raised the possibility of Winchester engaging in insurance fraud for a short time. The insurance companies that had issued the policies did not launch an investigation, and Winchester was able to deny these claims. Although there's no proof of a friendship between the two captains, another theory suggests that Briggs and Morehouse conspired to divide the salvage earnings. In addition to asking why Briggs left his son Arthur if he planned to vanish forever, Hicks remarks that if Morehouse and Briggs had been planning such a scam, they would have not devised such an attention-drawing mystery. And I suppose that is a good point. Now, it's also notable to mention that ruffian pirates were active off the coast of Morocco in the 1870s. They were absolutely everywhere. The ship would have been looted, but the captain's crew and personal belongings, some of which were extremely valuable, were unharmed. Well, according to the historian John Gilbert Lockhart's 1925 theory, he suggests that Briggs simply killed everyone on board before taking his own life during an attack of religious mania. In a subsequent edition of his book, he apparently apologized and retracted this theory after he had been told off by the descendants of Briggs. Yeah, I don't know where he got his evidence for making that theory. Well, later on, Oliver Cobb, Briggs' cousin, speculated that the move of the troops to the yawl might have been a short-term safety precaution, based on DeVoe's report on the condition of the ropes and rigging. He surmised that the yawl might have actually been attached to the ship using the main halyard, allowing the company to return to Mary Celeste once most of the danger had passed. But if the line had broken and the yawl and its passengers had been left adrift, Mary Celeste would have sailed away empty. According to Beck, it would have been nonsensical to affix the yawl to a ship that the crew was believed was going to sink or explode. After all, if it was going to sink, it would take the yawl down with it. While Briggs was also an experienced captain, according to MacDonald Hastings, who writes, if the Mary Celeste had blown her timbers, she would still have been better bet for survival than the ship's boat. Had Briggs depended on the ship's boat for survival instead of the Mary Celeste, he would have behaved like a fool, or worse, a frightened one. While most commenters concur that a very unusual and concerning situation had to have occurred for the entire crew to desert a ship that was sound, seaworthy, and well stocked. Based on the sounding rod that was discovered on deck, DeVoe ventured an explanation. He proposed that Briggs abandoned the ship following a false alarm, possibly due to a pump malfunction that gave the false impression that the ship was rapidly filling with water. The amount of water in the ship and the ragged condition of her sails and rigging could be explained by a severe water spout strike prior to the abandonment. The crew may have overestimated the amount of water on the Mary Celeste and thought she was in danger of sinking because of the low barometric pressure created by the spout, which could force water from the bilges up into the pumps. It's also possible that an earthquake on the seabed would have created enough surface turbulence to harm some of the Mary Celeste's cargo and release harmful gases. And this is an interesting theory. You see, Briggs might have ordered the ship's abandonment due to growing concerns about an impending explosion. The displaced hatches indicate that an inspection, or at least an attempt at airing the ship out, had occurred. On January 24th, 1886, the New York World reported on an incident involving the explosion of a ship transporting alcoholic beverages. According to the February 9, 1913 issue of the same journal, the gases that might have caused or threatened an explosion in Mary Celeste's hold came from the seepage of alcohol through a few of the more porous barrels. Oliver Cobb, Briggs' cousin, was a fervent supporter of this theory, which holds that Briggs could have ordered the ship's evacuation if the situation had been sufficiently frightening. We're talking about the smell of escaping fumes, rumblings from the hold, or perhaps even a small explosion, definitely enough to scare people away. It is possible that Briggs neglected to properly secure the yawl to the tow line in his hurry to get out of the ship before it exploded. The yawl's occupants might have been left to perish in the weather if a sudden gust of wind had blown the ship away. But while it all sounds pretty plausible, this argument's generally undermined by the cargo's generally sound condition and the discovery of the absence of explosion damage. So it sounds good, but, well, that's probably not what happened. There was an experiment, however, that was conducted as recent as 2006 that contributed to the resurrection of the explosion theory. It was done by the University College, London, by chemist Andrea Seller. Using paper cartons for the barrels, she constructed a model of the hold, then produced an explosion with butane gas that resulted in a significant blast and ball of flame, but surprisingly the replica hold was unarmed by the fire. The researcher stated, "What we created was a pressure wave type of explosion. There was a spectacular wave of flame, but behind it was relatively cool air. No soot was left behind. There was no burning or scorching." Well, back to the late 19th century. In the decades that followed, fact and fiction began to blend together. In June of 1883, a fictitious version of the Mary Celeste story was published in the Los Angeles Times. According to the November 1906 issue of the Overland Monthly and the Out West magazine, Mary Celeste drifted off the Cape Verde Islands, approximately 1,400 nautical miles south of the actual location. Every sail was set. The tiller was lashed fast, not a rope out of place. The fire was burning in the galley. The dinner was standing untasted and scarcely cold. The log written up to the hour of her discovery. There were live chickens on board, and the first mate was a man named Briggs. Well, these are all, of course, falsehoods. Especially since they happened in living memory of when the actual, event occurred. I suppose we can't really call it a tragedy because we don't know what actually happened. For all we know, all of the sailors could have gotten off in that little lifeboat, landed on some tropical island, and lived very happy lives. That's the thing. We just don't know. Well, many commentators believe that the story in the January 1884 issue of Cornhill magazine, which guaranteed that the Mary Celeste affair would never be forgotten, was the most influential retelling. Now, you might recognize the name Arthur Conan Doyle, who was a 25-year-old ship surgeon at the time, wrote this early work. The facts in Doyle's story, J. Habakkuk Jeffson's statement, were unfortunately not accurate. He changed the ship's name to Mary Celeste, and J was the captain. The fatal voyage, which was from Boston to Lisbon in 1873, was made by W. Tibbs. The title character, Jeffson, was one of the passengers on board. According to the story, a fanatic named Septimius Goering, who despises white people, had persuaded crew members to kill Tibbs and bring the ship to the coast of Western Africa. Well, except for Jeffson, who is spared because of his magical charm, which Goering and his cronies revere. The rest of the ship's company are all taken care of. I know it sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? Though Sprague was still in the US consul in Gibraltar, and sufficiently intrigued to ask whether any part of the story might be true, Doyle had anticipated that this story would never really be taken seriously. I mean, at least he's self-aware, right? And then we have the Strand magazine, who published a purported survivor's account in 1913 from a man named Abel Fosdick, who was purportedly Mary Celeste's steward. In this version, the crew was watching a swimming competition on a makeshift platform when it abruptly collapsed. Sharks ate or drowned everyone, except for Abel Fosdick himself. In contrast to Doyle's story, the magazine suggested this as a serious solution to the mystery. However, it was riddled with the most basic of errors, such as using Griggs instead of Briggs, Boyce instead of Morehouse, and so on. A plausible literary hoax from the 1920s, perpetrated by Irish writer Lawrence J. Keating, and presented as a survivor's account of a man named John Pemberton, convinced a lot more people than previous retellings. It was a complicated story of murder, insanity, and cooperation with the Di Grazia. But, once again, like the other stories being so fantastical, it was riddled with the most elementary of errors. But the story was presented so convincingly that the New York Herald Tribune, published on July 26, 1926, thought it was unquestionably true. Keating's hoax, according to Hastings, was an impudent trick by a man not without imaginative ability. Of course, there have been other documented instances of ships being discovered oddly or abandoned on the high seas before the Mary Celeste. Between 1840 and 1855, Rupert Gould, a naval officer of the Maritime Mystery Investigator, enumerates additional such incidents. Regardless of the veracity of these tales, people only really remember that the Mary Celeste, the ship's name, spelt M-A-R-I-E Celeste, has become ingrained in their consciousness as a symbol of unfathomable abandonment. But of course, it's meant to be spelled M-A-R-Y. In the 1930s, two popular radio plays based upon the Mary Celeste were written by L. Tim Healy and Edgar Peach, respectively. Peach's play was actually put on stage in 1949, and there's even a whole bunch of novels that for the most part provide explanations that are natural rather than fantastic. Of course, there's probably going to be a few more films and Of course, a whole bunch of YouTube videos about the Mary Celeste in the decades to come. I actually look forward to them. Take it all with a grain of salt and just enjoy the ride. Now, many of them, I'm sure, will involve the more bizarre theories. So before we go, we'll have a quick look at the more bizarre theories that are going around. And then we have Captain R. Lucy's story in the Daily Express in 1924 that claimed that the Mary Celeste's former boatswain was her informant. And even though the registered crew list does not mention such a person, well, Briggs and his crew are portrayed as predators in this new story. They see a derelict steamer and board it, only to discover that it's empty and contains £3,500 worth of gold and silver in the safe. They use the steamer's lifeboats to reach Spain, where they decide to divide the money, leave Mary Celeste, and start new lives. It's astounding to Hastings that such an improbable tale were accepted for a while, and he claims that readers were fooled by the magic of print. And you have to remember, back in those days, a lot of people were quite fooled by it. You have a newspaper come out. Why would somebody take the trouble to lie? People hadn't quite caught on to that yet. And then there's the really out there theories. According to Chambers' Journal of September 17th, 1904, it's perhaps a giant octopus or a giant squid that might have taken the Mary Celeste's entire complement off one by one, big tentacles out of the water, grabbing them like some sort of horror movie. The Natural History Museum states that a giant squid had rather been known to attack ships and can grow to 15 meters in length, but, I mean, it's pretty rare. Begg also notes that while such a creature could theoretically have killed a crew member, it would have been extremely unlikely to have captured the captain's navigational instruments and the yawl. You'd have to have very good tentacle-eye coordination. There is an undated edition of the British Journal of Astrology, which refers to the Mary Celeste story as a mystical experience and links it with the Great Pyramids of Giza, the lost continent of Atlantis, and the British Israel movement. Other explanations have proposed paranormal intervention, despite the Mary Celeste being abandoned in a totally different region of the Atlantic. The Bermuda Triangle has also been invoked because why not? And then, of course, there's the theories about alien abductions, which, of course, became a little bit more popular once aliens came into vogue in later times. But, well, we can't really take them too seriously. But in all honesty, I suppose anything is possible.
The Trail of Tears remains one of the most somber and tragic episodes in American history. A forced relocation during the 1830s that uprooted thousands of Native Americans from ancestral homelands in the southeastern United States to territories west of the Mississippi River. Enacted under the Indian Removal Act of 1830, signed by President Andrew Jackson, entire nations, including the Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaw, and Choctaw, were compelled to leave their lands, despite legal resistance and a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that upheld their rights. This harrowing journey, marked by exposure to brutal weather, disease, starvation, led to the deaths of over 4,000 Cherokee alone, with countless others from other tribes perishing along the way. The profound suffering and injustice endured has etched the Trail of Tears into the collective memory as a poignant symbol of devastating consequences of forced displacement and the cultural erasure of indigenous peoples. Hello and welcome. Here we are again. This time we're talking about the Trail of Tears. A pretty horrible name for a very horrible thing. But we can learn all about it from start to finish. As always, if you really want to help me out, you do the whole like, comment, subscribe thing. I see that quite a few of you are not subscribed. So if you just want to click that little button, there we go, you clicked it, didn't you? Then it really helps me out in the algorithm. Now with that being said, with all the begging out of the way, a little bit distasteful, let's get nice and relaxed and start. And we start this, in the 1830s, which by this time, the area that would be later known as the American Deep South was inhabited by a coalition of indigenous nations. Now, this coalition was known collectively as the 5 civilized tribes. Now, these tribes were the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, Muskogee, and Seminole. Now, these nations maintained their independence, but they were increasingly, over time, adopting aspects of the new white American culture little by little, a transformation that was encouraged in earlier times by leaders like George Washington and Henry Knox. Now, their cultural assimilation was particularly evident among the Cherokee and Choctaw peoples, but of course it was a spectrum, and not everybody was keen to abandon the old ways. Either way, despite this integration, the American settlers were eager to expand into new lands, and by new lands, I mean indigenous lands, while exerting pressure, of course, on the federal government to remove these nations from the southeast. You see, the problem was that settlers were often encroaching upon indigenous territories or just seeking additional land for their own settlement needs. Well, in the face of significant opposition from figures such as U.S. Congressman Davy Crockett of Tennessee, President Andrew Jackson secured the passage of the Indian Removal Act in 1830. I mean, usually with an act like that, they'll give it a name that doesn't sound that bad. Think of the Patriot Act and things like the Safe Schools Act, the Safe Communities Act. Yeah, they're not really trying to hide that one, aren't they? Well, of course, the legislation did exactly what it said it was going to do. It authorized the government to completely nullify any indigenous land claims on the southeast. Of course, the Choctaw were the first nation to be displaced under this act in 1831, which set a precedent for the subsequent removals. Following 2 conflicts, many Seminoles were forced out in 1832. The Creek faced removal in 1834, the Chickasaw in 1837, and the Cherokee in 1838, being of course the most famous of removals for the wrong reasons. Now, while some individuals managed to avoid relocation, such as certain Choctaw who remained in Mississippi, Creek in Alabama and Florida, Cherokee in North Carolina, and Seminole in Florida, a small group, fewer than 500 Seminole, successfully evaded forced relocation altogether. Of course, the modern Seminole nation of Florida descends from these very individuals. But alongside the indigenous individuals, many non-indigenous residents of these nations also moved westward. This group included about 4,000 enslaved individuals and others of African heritage, such as spouses and freedmen. Of course, this is long before that issue was sorted. By 1837, a total of 46,000 indigenous people from the southern states had been uprooted from their ancestral lands, making 25 million acres available for European settlement. Upon arriving in what was designated as Indian Territory, the 5 tribes occupied land that belonged to Plains Indian nations, and often obscured the histories of people who had previously inhabited the region. This fostered the narrative that they had settled in an uninhabited wilderness, aligning themselves with white American values by participating in the process of settler colonialism themselves. Other indigenous groups who had moved to Indian Territory before the 5 tribes, well, one can imagine that they regarded these newcomers as intruders. Of course, this is going to cause more than a few problems. Before 1838, the boundaries of these autonomous Indian nations spanned extensive areas of the United States, but were continually altered through cession and annexation. This was partly due to the encroachment of squatters and the use of military force in the newly established U.S. territories, which overlapped with indigenous treaty claims. As these territories became states, state governments sought to dissolve boundaries of the Indian nations within their jurisdictions, nations that were autonomous from state authority, and also to appropriate their lands. It was probably more about the latter. Now, these pressures were intensified by U.S. population growth and the expansion of slavery in the South, especially under Eli Whitney's invention of the cotton gin, which accelerated cotton farming in the uplands, kind of uprooted the old industry. Many members of the southeastern Indian nations had become economically integrated into the regional economy, participating in the plantation system, and even owning enslaved people themselves, who were also forcibly displaced during the removals. Now, the removal program, which was established before Andrew Jackson's presidency, was justified by the myth of the vanishing Indian. Now, historian Jeffrey Ostler explains that this narrative portrayed the decline of indigenous American populations as an inevitable result of natural processes, allowing Americans to avoid moral responsibility for these policies. Well, while Jackson is often associated with the Trail of Tears, the idea of removal existed long before his administration, although he's often blamed entirely for it. Yes, he signed off on it, but it wasn't his idea. I mean, that doesn't absolve anybody of any wrongdoing, but it does need to be mentioned. Now, we should also note that focusing solely on Jackson obscures the facts. The whole concept of this did not originate with him. Months after the Removal Act was enacted, Jackson referred to it as the fortunate culmination of a program pursued for nearly 30 years. Now, although Jackson was not the sole or original architect of the Indian removal policy, his significant influence did greatly advance its development. His advocacy for the displacement of natives began at least a decade before he became president. Once in office, removing indigenous people became his top legislative priority. In his inaugural address to Congress, Jackson asserted that forcing Native Americans to abandon their ancestral lands would be cruel and unjust. So, any emigration should be voluntary. However, he did emphasize that those choosing to remain within state boundaries must comply with state laws. He assured that individuals who did so would be
protected in the enjoyment of those possessions which they had already improved by their industry. Jackson's focus on the deportation of American Indians and his contentious history stirred unrest throughout U.S. territories. During his presidency, the United States negotiated 86 treaties with 26 Native American nations between New York and the Mississippi River, all requiring land cessions and including provisions for removal. In fact, in a discourse concerning the expulsion of Native Americans, Jackson stated, "It will separate the Indians from the immediate contact with the settlement of whites, free them from the power of the states, enable them to pursue happiness in their own way and under their own rude institutions, will slow the progress of decay, which is lessening their numbers, and perhaps cause them gradually under the protection of the government and through the influence of good counsels to cast off their savage habits and become an interesting, civilized, and Christian community." Despite the Indian Removal Act of 1830 stipulating that relocation should be voluntary and completely based on mutual agreements, President Jackson, along with Martin Van Buren, proceeded with the forced removal of the Native American nations. The act empowered the president to negotiate land exchanges with indigenous groups and improve infrastructure on their existing territories. It also authorized covering transportation of expenses for those willing to move west, but only if they agreed to relocate voluntarily. Crucially, the legislation did not permit the president to compel native nations to move westward without mutually agreed upon treaties. Reflecting on this policy, Martin Van Buren, who succeeded Jackson, remarked that there was no measure during Jackson's administration of which he was more solely the architect of than this one. Well, Jackson proceeded, undeterred by opposition, with his policy of Indian removal by negotiating the Treaty of New Echota on December 29, 1835. This treaty granted the Cherokee Nation a 2-year period to relocate to Indian Territory, now known as Oklahoma. While the Chickasaw and Choctaw nations agreed voluntarily and signed treaties with the U.S. government, the Creek Nation did so under coercion, and rather obviously so. The Treaty of New Echota was primarily advanced by Jackson and signed by a minority faction within the Cherokee known as the Treaty Party. However, the majority of the Cherokee people opposed the treaty because it lacked endorsement from the Cherokee National Council and was not signed by the principal chief, John Ross. In February 1836, the Cherokee National Council submitted a petition signed by hundreds of Cherokee citizens urging Congress to nullify the treaty. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. Despite the dissent, the Senate ratified the treaty in March of 1836, establishing it as the legal basis for what would be known as the Trail of Tears. Only a small number of Cherokees relocated voluntarily. In 1838, the U.S. government, assisted by state militias, forcibly removed the majority of the remaining Cherokee people. They were initially confined in camps in eastern Tennessee. In November, the Cherokee were organized into groups of about 1,000 individuals each and began their westward journey, enduring severe weather conditions, including heavy rain, snow, and freezing temperatures. Through the Treaty of New Echota, the Cherokee ceded all their territory east of the Mississippi River in exchange for land in present-day Oklahoma and a payment of $5 million from the federal government. Of course, many Cherokee understandably felt betrayed by their leader's acceptance of this agreement, leading to over 16,000 to sign a treaty demanding its ratification. By the end of the 1830s, tens of thousands of Cherokee and other indigenous nations had been displaced from their homelands east of the Mississippi River. Of course, the Creek, Choctaw, and Seminole and Chickasaw were also removed under the Act of 1830. A Choctaw leader described the removal as a trail of tears and deaths, which is where we get the name from. The establishment of Indian Territory and the nullification of native land claims east of the Mississippi River under the Removal Act foreshadowed the U.S. Indian Reservation System, which was later imposed on remaining indigenous lands during the 19th century. Now, back to a few legal issues. Now, the struggles over Native American sovereignty continued until the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, 1831, which declared that the Cherokee were not a sovereign or independent nation. Thus, they lacked standing to bring a case before the court. Following the Indian Removal Act, the Cherokee pursued multiple legal actions against the state of Georgia. Several cases reached the Supreme Court, with Worcester versus Georgia in 1832 being the most significant among them. It was in this case that Samuel Worcester and several non-indigenous individuals were convicted under Georgia law for residing on Cherokee land without a permit from the U.S. government. Worcester was sentenced to 4 years in prison, but appealed the decision, arguing that the punishment violated treaties between the Indian nations and the U.S. federal government by imposing state laws on Cherokee territory. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of Worcester, stating that the Cherokee Nation was solely governed by federal law, and that the Supremacy Clause prevented state legislative interference. Chief Justice John Marshall declared, "The Cherokee Nation is a distinct community, occupying its own territory, in which the laws of Georgia can have no force." Well, I'm sure that was a popular statement among those in the government. He also emphasized that all interactions between the United States and the nation were, according to Constitution and laws, the responsibility of the federal government. Now, the Supreme Court did not direct federal marshals to enforce its decision in the Worcester case, leaving President Jackson with no specific duties to carry out. Despite this, his political opponents sought evidence before the upcoming election to accuse him of neglecting the Worcester ruling. Jackson feared that enforcing the decision might lead to open conflict between federal troops and the Georgia militia. Nobody wants that, worsening the crisis in South Carolina and potentially sparking a broader civil war. Now, instead, he engaged in active negotiations for a land exchange with the Cherokee. Later, political rivals Henry Clay and John Quincy Adams, who supported the Worcester decision, criticized Jackson for his perceived failure to uphold Cherokee claims against Georgia. Writer and political leader Ralph Waldo Emerson documented the Cherokee's integration into American society and expressed his own support for the Worcester ruling. Now, at that time, various members of Indian tribes were not considered citizens of the United States on paper. Now, even though citizenship tests were administered
to Native Americans in newly annexed territories before and after the relocations, individual states did not recognize the land claims of the Indian nations, allowing only individual land titles under state law. Additionally, there was a legal distinction between the rights of white citizens and the non-white citizens, with the latter often having limited legal standing. The removal of indigenous peoples was carried out under U.S. military authority, frequently involving state militias. Consequently, even Native Americans who could prove U.S. citizenship, well, that didn't really matter too much. You were still getting kicked out. Bad luck, I suppose. So, back to the Choctaw Nation. Let's talk about them for a little while. Now, they originally occupied large areas of present-day Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Through a series of treaties beginning all the way back in 1801, their territory was reduced to 11 million acres. Now, the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek, ratified in early 1831, ceded any of their remaining lands to the United States. Evictions were authorized only after a clause in the treaty allowed certain Choctaw individuals to remain. The Choctaw were the first to sign a removal treaty proposed by the federal government. President Jackson sought firm negotiations with the Choctaw in Mississippi, who turned out to be more agreeable than he had originally anticipated. The agreement did stipulate that the United States would cover the costs of relocating their homes, which had to be completed within 2.5 years of the treaty's signing. Before the removals began, George Harkins, leader of the Choctaw Nations, addressed the American people, and these are his words. "It is with considerable diffidence that I attempt to address the American people, knowing and feeling sensibly my incompetency, and believing that your highly and well-improved minds would not be well entertained by the address of a Choctaw. But having determined to emigrate west of the Mississippi River this fall, I have thought proper in bidding you farewell to make a few remarks expressive of my views, and the feelings that actuate me on this subject of our removal. We, as Choctaws, rather choose to suffer and be free than to live under the degrading influence of laws, which our voice could not be heard in their formation." End of the address from George Harkins to the American people. Jeez, have some confidence in yourself. He shouldn't be talking so poorly about himself like that. Well-improved minds. What nonsense. United States Secretary of War Lewis Cass designated George Gaines to oversee the relocations. Gaines resolved to expel the Choctaws in 3 phases, commencing in November 1831 and concluding in 1833. The initial groups convened at Memphis and Vicksburg, when a severe winter assailed the emigrants with flash floods, sleet, and snow. Now, initially, many Choctaws were scheduled for transportation by wagon, but that didn't work because of the flooding. Certainly one way to impede the progress. The citizens of Vicksburg and Memphis were pretty apprehensive about all this too, due to dwindling food supplies. 5 steamboats transported Choctaws to their new destinations. The Memphis group journeyed approximately 60 miles up the Arkansas River to Arkansas Post. Is that Arkansas or Arkansas? Americans tell me in the comments. Now, the temperature remained below freezing for about a week, resulting in rivers obstructed by ice, so impeding traffic for several weeks. Food rationing comprised a limited portion of boiled maize, a single turnip, and 2 delicious cups of hot water daily. 40 government wagons were dispatched to Arkansas Post for transportation to Little Rock. The Vicksburg contingent was directed by an inept guide who actually became disoriented in the Lake Providence marshes. In 1831, the French philosopher Alexis de Tocqueville observed the expulsion of the Choctaw people while in Memphis, Tennessee, and he wrote about it in his work, Democracy in America. These are his words. In the whole scene, there was an air of ruin and destruction, something which betrayed a final and irrevocable adieu. One couldn't watch without feeling one's heart wrung. The Indians were tranquil but somber and taciturn. There was one who could speak English, and of whom I asked why the Choctaws were leaving the country. To be free, he answered. Could never get any other reason out of him. We watched the expulsion of one of the most celebrated and ancient American peoples. Around 17,000 Choctaw people relocated to the area that later became known as Oklahoma, initially designated as Indian Territory. Between 2,500 and 6,000 of them died along the way. Now, the United States acquired Florida from Spain through the Adams-Onis Treaty and took control in 1821. In 1832, the Seminoles gathered at Payne's Landing along the Ocklawaha River. The Treaty of Payne's Landing required the Seminoles to move west, contingent on the suitability of the land. They were to be sent to the Creek Reservation and integrated into the Creek Nation, which viewed them as deserters. Some Seminoles had origins in Creek bands and other indigenous tribes. Now, realizing that the Seminoles would resist removal, Florida began preparing for conflict. The St. Augustine militia requested 500 muskets from the War Department. 500 volunteers were organized under Brigadier General Richard Cole. Indian war parties attacked farms and settlements, prompting residents to seek refuge in forts, larger towns, or just to leave the area entirely. A war party led by Osceola captured a Florida militia supply train, killing 8 guards and wounding 6 others. The militia recovered most of the stolen goods in a subsequent encounter a few days later. Sugar plantations along the Atlantic coast south of St. Augustine were destroyed, leading several enslaved individuals from these plantations to join the Seminoles. Now, there was also an incident on December 28, 1835, when a group of Seminoles and African Americans ambushed a U.S. Army unit traveling from Fort Brooke in Tampa to Fort King in Ocala, resulting in the deaths of all but 3 of the 110 soldiers. This event became known as the Dade Massacre. Well, other war leaders, such as Jumper and Black Seminoles Abraham and John Horse, continued the Seminole resistance against the military. The conflict ended in 1842 after a decade of brutal hostilities. The U.S. government reportedly spent $20 million on the war, which is about $650 million in today's currency. Many indigenous people were forcibly relocated to Creek territories west of the Mississippi, while others sought refuge in the Everglades. But eventually, the government ceased efforts to subdue the Seminoles in their Everglades strongholds, allowing fewer than 500 of them to remain undisturbed. Some researchers assert that the several hundred Seminoles remained in the Everglades after the Seminole War. Now, after the War of 1812, many Muskogee chiefs,
including William McIntosh and Chief Celeste, signed treaties ceding additional land to Georgia. The ratification of the Treaty of Fort Jackson in 1814 marked the end for the Creek nation and all indigenous peoples in the southern region. Leaders of the Friendly Creek, such as Celeste and Big Warrior, communicated with Sharp Knife, the indigenous nickname for Andrew Jackson, to remind him of their role in maintaining peace. However, Jackson countered that they did not slit throat when they had the chance, referring to Tecumseh, so they must now relinquish Creek territories. Jackson also disregarded Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent, which had restored sovereignty to indigenous peoples and their nations. Quickly forgot about that one, didn't he? Now, the Creek Confederacy passed a law making further land concessions a criminal offense. But despite this, on February 12, 1825, McIntosh and other leaders signed the Treaty of Indian Springs, ceding most of the remaining Creek lands in Georgia. After the U.S. Senate ratified the treaty, McIntosh was killed April 30th, 1825, by Creeks led by Menawa. The Creek National Council declared the Treaty of Indian Springs illegitimate. President John Quincy Adams sympathized and nullified it through the Treaty of Washington in 1826. Despite many Creeks being expelled from Georgia, about 20,000 Upper Creeks remained in Alabama. The state aimed to dismantle tribal governments and impose state laws upon them. Now, Opothle Yohala appealed to President Andrew Jackson for protection, but when none came, the Treaty of Cusseta was signed on March 24, 1832, dividing Creek lands into individual allotments. Creeks could sell their allotments and move west, or stay and submit to state laws. However, they were not given a fair chance to comply. Illegal land seizures by Americans continued unchecked, with authorities basically shrugging their shoulders and failing to intervene. Tensions escalated into open conflict after the destruction of Roanoke, Georgia, in May of 1836. During the Creek War of 1836, Secretary of War Lewis Cass ordered General Winfred Scott to end the conflict by forcibly relocating the Creeks west of the Mississippi River. So, by 1836, over 15,000 of them were indeed forcibly removed. About 3,500 died on the journey to their new settlement in Oklahoma. The Chickasaw received financial compensation from the U.S. for their lands east of the Mississippi River. In 1836, after a contentious 5-year negotiation, they purchased land from the previously displaced Choctaws, paying about $500,000, which is about 15 million in today's money, for the westernmost part of Choctaw territory. The first group of Chickasaws moved in 1837 under John M. Millard. On July 4th, 1837, they gathered in Memphis with all their possessions, including livestock and enslaved people. Crossing the Mississippi River, they followed trails previously used by the Choctaws and Creeks. Upon reaching Indian territory, they assimilated with the Choctaw Nation. By 1838, over 2,000 Cherokee had voluntarily moved from Georgia to Indian Territory, now in Oklahoma. But the forced removals began in May 1838, when General Wilfred Scott received orders from President Martin Van Buren to remove any remaining Cherokees in the area. About 4,000 Cherokees died on the journey.
known in Cherokee as the place where they cried, or the trail where they cried. The Trail of Tears resulted from enforcing the Treaty of New Echota, signed under the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Now, during the 1830s, significant changes occurred in Cherokee gender relations due to this Indian Removal Act. Traditional matrilineal and matrilocal. Cherokee children belonged to their mother's clan, and women, they owned property, homes, and the children themselves. In fact, it's been noted by the naturalist William Bartram that marriage confers no entitlement for the husband over his wife's property. Upon separation, she retains custody of the children and their shared assets. However, in the 1820s and 30s, the Cherokee began adopting more Anglo-American authority structures, leading to a more male-dominated political system, and therefore subordination of women. Now, the Treaty of New Echota was mainly signed by men. Although women did attend the council discussing the treaty, they were not allowed to participate in the negotiations. This exclusion highlights the significant shift in women's roles within the Cherokee Nation due to colonial influence. As late as 1785, Cherokee women actively participated in land negotiations, such as the treaty at Hopewell, South Carolina. By the 1830s, this was unthinkable. One generation to change everything. It's funny how that works. Well, sparse Cherokee territories attracted Georgian farmers, leading to illegal encroachments. Tensions escalated after gold was discovered in Dahlonega, Georgia in 1829, sparking the Georgia Gold Rush. Gold speculators invaded Cherokee lands, increasing pressure to enforce the Compact of 1802, which the U.S. government promised to extinguish Indian land claims in Georgia. In 1830, Georgia tried to extend state laws over Cherokee lands, prompting the Cherokee to take the issue to the U.S. Supreme Court. In Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, 1831, the court ruled that the Cherokee Nation was not sovereign and just threw the entire case out. But we've already talked about that. But one interesting thing was this case was associated with Andrew Jackson's famous, though possibly apocryphal, mark, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it." Well, fearing conflict between federal troops and the Georgia militia, Jackson chose to take a step back and not support the Cherokee claims around Georgia. Now, the final treaty, narrowly approved by the Congress and signed by Jackson, was enforced by Van Buren. After the initial roundup, the U.S. military supervised the relocation to Oklahoma. 13,000 Cherokees, led by 7,000 militia and regular army soldiers. Most of the deaths along the way resulted from disease, starvation, and exposure to the cold winter. And so the march commenced 1838, predominantly on foot, many people without shoes, inadequately clothed, dredging through the snow. One can see how it was not a very safe march. Well, they set out from Red Clay, Tennessee, the site of the final eastern capital of the Cherokee Nation. Due to the sicknesses, the Indians were prohibited from entering the cities or the villages en route. Quarantining them this often necessitated significantly longer detours. Upon traversing Tennessee and Kentucky, they reached the Ohio River opposite Golconda in southern Illinois around December 3, 1838. The famished natives were assessed a fee of $1 per person to traverse the river via Berry's Ferry, which ordinarily charged 12 cents. They were denied passage until the ferry had accommodated all other individuals desiring to cross, and were compelled to seek refuge under Mantle Rock, a protective cliff on the Kentucky side, until Berry had no alternative engagements. Numerous individuals perished, clustered together at Mantle Rock, shivering while awaiting passage. A number of Cherokee individuals were actually killed by nearby residents. The Cherokee initiated legal action against the U.S. government at the Vienna courthouse, seeking $35 per individual for the burial of the slain Cherokee. On December 26, when they traversed southern Illinois, Martin Davis, the commissary agent for Moses Daniels' detachment, documented, "This is the coldest weather in Illinois I have experienced anywhere. The streams are all frozen over something like 8 or 10 inches thick. We are compelled to cut through the ice to get water for ourselves and animals. It snows here every 2 or 3 days at the farthest. We are now camped in Mississippi River swamp, 4 miles from the river, and there is no possible chance of crossing the river for the numerous quantity of ice that comes floating down the river every day. We have only traveled 65 miles in the last month, including the time spent at this place, which has been about 3 weeks. It is unknown when we shall cross the river." The final distance of 60 miles, just shy of 100 kilometers, between the Mississippi and Ohio rivers was traversed on land, and it took them nearly 3 months to do it. The Cherokee lost the majority of their members while on the march through southern Illinois, but some Cherokee who wanted to keep their homes willingly picked a water-based route to the rivers of Tennessee, Ohio, and Mississippi a few years before they were forcibly removed. Even though it only took 21 days, the forcibly relocated Cherokee were reportedly afraid of water travel. Not only did the trail physically relocate the Native Americans, but it also forced them to contemplate the complete abandonment of their native land. And of course, that comes with a lot of cultural ramifications. You see, land itself was that integral part of Cherokee life. There was a spirit in every rock, every tree, every location. Everywhere had a story. Additionally, the tribe's way of life revolved around this spirituality. For many, the prospect of leaving behind their homeland meant abandoning their identity, their heritage, their entire way of life. The cultural shift in question is described by Giulio Whitaker as an environmental deprivation, a term that relates to historical process of land and resource dispossession calculated to bring about the destruction of the indigenous Americans' lives and customs. In this context, environmental deprivation means that the settlers and settler governments have actively worked to prevent Native Americans from having access to resources that are effectively essential to their cultural preservation and survival. Removed near Tahlequah, Oklahoma, came the first Cherokee settlers. The Treaty of New Echota was signed in 1835 by Major Ridge, who remarked that he had signed his own death warrant. Among the treaty party leaders, only Stand Watie managed to avoid assassination during the subsequent political upheaval, which resulted in the assassinations of Major Ridge, John Ridge, and Elias Boudinot. Over time, the Cherokee population recovered somewhat, and now the Cherokees are actually the biggest group of natives in the U.S. Well, the removal was not always applicable. About 100 Cherokees managed to outwit the American soldiers and subsisted solely on land in Georgia and neighboring states. There was an exception for Cherokees who lived on privately owned property rather than tribally owned property. North Carolina was home to 400 Cherokees who were exempt from removal because they lived on land owned by a white man named William Holland Thomas. Thomas had been adopted by Cherokees when he was a boy, you see. Bit of a complex situation. Well, on July 24th, 1840, the Highland Messenger published an article stating that between 900 and 1,000 of these deluded beings are still hovering about the homes of their fathers in the counties of Macon and Cherokee, and that they are a great annoyance to the citizens, who had intended to purchase the land in the area under false belief that the Cherokee had disappeared. The article also mentioned that President Martin Van Buren had spoken about how they are, in his opinion, free to go or stay. Go where? Stay where? Well, throughout history, a number of Cherokee speakers have shared their personal experiences and perspectives on the Trail of Tears and how it's impacted them. Several prominent Cherokee speakers from the 19th century, including John Ross, Richard Taylor, and a few more, resisted the United States government by delivering this speech. Major John Ross and Major Ridge, who served as Cherokee chief from 1828 to 66, set out on a speaking tour within the Cherokee Nation to foster unity among the tribal members. In his council address, Ross emphasized the importance of tribal unity, saying, "Much depends on our unity of sentiment and firmness of action in maintaining those sacred rights which we have ever enjoyed." The sentiment echoed throughout the Cherokee resistance movement. The state of Georgia's ban on Native Americans addressing an all-white court and persuading other Native Americans to stay put the amplified significance on speeches like this one by the Cherokee. Byzantine Emperor Basil II, whose reign from 976 to 1025 marked one of the heights of the Byzantine Empire. But you may know him better as Basil the Bulgar Slayer. This moniker was earned through his relentless and effective military campaigns against the nearby Bulgarian Empire, culminating in the Battle of Cladion in 1014, where his forces decisively crushed the Bulgarians. A victory that was so complete that Basil blinded thousands of captured soldiers, leaving one in every 100 with a single eye, forming a chain to lead the others back home. A brutal act that cemented his fearsome reputation, and one that, no doubt, brings you here. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. Surely you know what you're in for. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, there is a link in the description. Otherwise, the best thing you can do for me is like, comment, and subscribe, as this tells YouTube to push the video out further. So, with that being said, let us begin. Please get yourself relaxed and close your eyes, and we may continue our life of Basil the Bulgar Slayer. Born in 958, Basil was the eldest son of Romanos II and Theophano, a woman who was of Laconian Greek origin. Theophano, his mother, was actually the daughter of Crateros, who was reportedly a poor tavern keeper, and was possibly from the city of Sparta, which at that point was quite different to what you think it to be in the ancient times. Now Basil possibly had an elder sister, Helena, who was born 3 years before him, around the year 955. He was what the Greeks call a porphyrogenitos, which means born into the purple. The significance of the purple being the royal color. This poorly pronounced title was given to children born during their father's reign, a distinction which he shared with his own father, Romanos II, and grandfather Constantine VII. Romanos II, his father, who took the throne after the death of Constantine VII in 959, crowned Basil as co-emperor on April the 22nd, 960. Basil's younger brother, Constantine, born in 960 or 61, was crowned in 962 or 63, and later ruled as Constantine VIII from 1025 to 1028. Romanos, unfortunately, died unexpectedly in the March of 963, at the age of 24, just 2 days after the birth of his youngest child, Anna. His death was, of course, widely suspected to be due to poisoning by hemlock, which is, by the way, the same poison that Socrates ingested, and I believe a Hungarian prime minister a few years ago. Look up that video if you dare. Well, chroniclers like Leo the Deacon and John Scilezes suggest that Theophano was actually involved in this poisoning, also noting her possible role in earlier plots against Constantine VII. Well, I suppose perhaps we will never really know. Well, following their father's death, Basil and his brother Constantine were still way too young to rule. The Byzantine Senate confirmed their positions as emperors, with Theophano as the nominal regent, but actual power shifted to Joseph Bringas. Theophano was distrustful of Bringas, and found an ally in Basil Lecapenos, an illegitimate son of Emperor Romanos I, not the second, the first, and he was also a eunuch, who had previously served under Constantine VII and Romanos II. Well, another opponent of Bringas was the celebrated general Nikephoros Phocas, fresh from victories in Crete and a raid into Cilicia and Syria, which culminated in the sack of Aleppo. In July, Phocas was declared emperor by his troops and advanced on Constantinople. With the populace's support, Phocas forced Bringas to flee, and Basil Lecapenos took over his position. Nikephoros Phocas was crowned on August the 16th, 963. In the same year, on September 20th, Phocas married Theophano, despite it being each spouse's second marriage, and also rather malicious rumors that he was the godfather to Basil or his brother. Well, despite Patriarch Polyectus of Constantinople's objections, the marriage was eventually declared valid. This legitimized Nikephoros' rule, and also his guardianship over Romanos' sons. Well, he did not last that long. He was assassinated in December 969 by, guess who? Theophano. and also his own nephew John Zimisces, who then became Emperor John I. John I then moved to exile Theophano and married Theodora, Romanos II's sister. Upon John's death on January the 10th, 976, Basil became the effective and senior emperor. He immediately recalled his mother from her convent, marking the beginning of his direct rule. Thus Basil II emerged as a skilled soldier and horseman, and his military prowess proved him to be a capable general and decisive ruler. In the initial phase of his reign, Basil chose to, rather than act, just observe and learn, allowing administration to be managed by Basil Lekepinos, the president of the Byzantine Senate. Lekepinos was a cunning and talented politician who intended to use the young emperors as puppets for his own ends. During this period, Basil focused on mastering the intricacies of administration and military strategy. Now the emperors preceding Basil, Nikephoros II and John I, were indeed exceptional military leaders, but they lacked administrative skills. Toward the end of his reign, John I attempted to limit the power of the major landowners, a move that prompted speculation that he was poisoned by Lekepinos, who himself had amassed large estates, illegally, and of course feared repercussions because of it. The failures of Nikephoros and John left Basil facing significant challenges, particularly from Bardas Skleros and Bardas Phocas. These members of the influential military aristocracy of Anatolia possessed the resources and ambition to challenge his authority openly. Skleros and Phocas, both experienced generals, aspired to the imperial power held by Nikephoros and John, and aimed to reduce Basil to a mere figurehead. Displaying a ruthless determination, Basil took direct command in the field to quell the revolts that were led by Skleros in 979, and later those led by Phocas in 989. He was supported in these efforts by 12,000 Georgians from Tornikios and David III Kuropalates of Tau. The downfall of Lekepinos was marked in 985 between the two rebellions. He was accused of conspiring with the rebels and was stripped of his power, exiled, and all of those properties, they were confiscated. This action by Basil II not only subdued the immediate threats, but it also signaled a shift in his approach. No longer sitting back and observing, he was done with that. He took a more active and direct role in the governance and also the defense of the empire. The intricate dynamic between generals Phocas and Skleros significantly shaped the early part of Basil's reign. Initially, Phocas played a crucial role in quelling the rebellion led by Skleros. However, the tables turned when Phocas initiated his own rebellion, prompting Skleros to emerge from exile and support him. This complex relationship was further tangled when Phocas died in battle, leading to Skleros assuming control of the rebellion. Despite his earlier imprisonment by Phocas, Skleros continued the insurrection against Basil, albeit desperately. During this period, Basil's brother, Constantine, participated in only one military campaign, and displayed very little interest in politics, statecraft, or military affairs. The campaign concluded without combat when Scleros finally surrendered to Basil in 989. Although Scleros was allowed to live, he eventually died blind, a condition caused either by disease or more likely as a punitive measure for his role in the uprisings. It was these events that profoundly influenced Basil's governance approach. Following Scleros's defeat, Michael Psellos recounts that Scleros advised Basil with words that would shape his reign, to keep governors and generals under tight control, to avoid excessive delegation of power, and to remain insulated from outside influences, particularly from women in matters of state. Basil adopted these strategies, focusing on centralizing power and maintaining direct control over military and administrative matters. To strengthen his position and suppress the revolts effectively, Basil formed a strategic alliance with Prince Vladimir I of Kiev. In 988, Vladimir captured Chersones, a vital Byzantine base in the Crimean Peninsula. In exchange for military support, Vladimir demanded the hand of Basil's younger sister, Anna. Initially hesitant due to the prevailing Byzantine view of the northern European peoples as barbarians, and of course Anna's personal objection to being married to a non-Byzantine ruler, Basil was eventually swayed by the broader implications of the alliance. Now, Vladimir's interest in Christianity, explored through delegations sent to various nations, was not merely for marital alliance, but it was actually a genuine shift in the religious orientation for his people. Basil agreed to the marriage when Vladimir promised that he would convert to Christianity and baptize all of his subjects. The marriage of Vladimir and Anna thus took place in Crimea in the year 989, and the 6,000 Rus warriors Vladimir provided were instrumental in ending the rebellion. No one really asked Anna how she thought about it, though, I assume. Well, these troops later formed the Varangian Guard. You may have heard of them, an elite unit in Basil's army. This alliance and marriage, of course, had lasting implications far beyond the wedding and the end of the rebellion, and it set the stage for the Grand Duchy of Moscow to later declare itself as the Third Rome, claiming the political and cultural heritage of the Byzantine Empire. This period also marked significant consolidation of Basil's power, establishing him as a ruler who skillfully navigated the complexities of both internal politics and external alliances. Once Basil had successfully suppressed the internal rebellions that plagued his early reign, he redirected his focus towards the external adversaries. The civil wars had significantly weakened the empire's stance in the east, almost reversing entirely the territorial gains that were made by his predecessors, being Nikephoros II and John I, gains against the Fatimid Caliphate. In the years 987 to 988, Basil managed to negotiate a 7-year truce with the Fatimids, which facilitated a prisoner exchange and established mutual recognition of protection for Christians
and Muslims under the rule of the opposing side. Additionally, the agreement led to the Fatimid Caliph's name being recited in the Friday prayers in Constantinople, replacing that of the Abbasid Caliph. This truce held until the death of the influential Fatimid vizier Yaqub ibn Kilis in 991. The new Fatimid Caliph, Al-Aziz Billah, adopted a more aggressive policy, appointing Manjut Takin as the governor of Damascus and signaling a shift in the caliphate's approach towards the Byzantine territories. Manjut Takin began his aggressive campaigns by attacking the Hamdanid Emirate of Aleppo, which at the time was still a Byzantine protectorate. His forces defeated a Byzantine army under Michael Bortzes in June of 992 and laid siege to Aleppo, but the city held firm. By 993, after 13 long and grueling months, Manjut Takin's campaign stalled due to supply issues, and ultimately he was forced to retreat back to Damascus. But you know what they say, you can't keep a good man down. In 994, Manjut Takin resumed his offensive, achieving a significant victory too at the Battle of the Orontes in September. This defeat necessitated Basil's direct intervention. The next year, 995, in the month of April, Basil rapidly moved his army across Asia Minor to Aleppo in a march of just 16 days. The exaggerated reports of his army's size caused more than a little bit of panic among the Fatimid forces. Manjut Takin, caught off guard with his cavalry dispersed, chose to retreat to Damascus again, without engaging in battle. The Byzantines then made unsuccessful attempts to besiege Tripoli, and successfully occupied and fortified Tartus with Armenian troops. The warfare persisted, as the Byzantines backed an anti-Fatimid uprising in Tyre. In 998, under the new leadership of Damian Dalasenos, the Byzantines attacked Apamea, but were defeated by the Fatimid general Jaish ibn al-Samsama on the 19th of July, 998. This setback drew Basil back into the conflict. He arrived in Syria in October of 999 and stayed for 3 months, with his forces raiding as far as Heliopolis. Despite placing a garrison at Larissa and burning minor forts near Abu Kubais, Mayas, and Arka, his campaign achieved limited strategic success, failing again at Tripoli, and ultimately not threatening Emesa. Basil's plans were disrupted by developments in Georgia, following the assassination of David III Kuropalates, which prompted his departure to Cilicia in January. Another round of diplomacy led to a 10-year truce in 1000 between the Byzantines and the Fatimids. During the reign of Al-Hakim bi Amir Allah, who was more focused on internal affairs, relations remained generally peaceful. Funny how things remain peaceful when you have a policy of minding your own damn business. Well, even events like the acknowledgement of Fatimid suzerainty by Abu Muhammad Lulu al-Kabir of Aleppo in 1004, and the Fatimid-backed installation of Aziz al-Dawla as emir in 1017, didn't manage to reignite hostilities. Al-Hakim's persecution of Christians and the destruction of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in 1009, well, that certainly strained relations, but once again did not lead to immediate military conflict. These developments showed the complexity of military action, diplomacy, and shifting alliances that characterized Basil's approach to handling these challenges and threats posed by the Fatimid Caliphate, not only in wartime, but this somewhat peacetime that balanced on the edge of a knife. The conquest of Bulgaria. That's what you're all here for, isn't it? Well, we're finally there. Of course, if you can't fight the Fatimids, you've got to fight somebody. Well, Basil II aimed to reassert Byzantine control over those lost territories, particularly focusing on Bulgaria, which was under the rule of King Samuel, one of his most formidable opponents. John I in previous times had partially subdued Bulgaria, following an invasion by Sviatoslav I of Kiev, but Samuel and his brothers, well, they maintained their own independent control over certain smaller parts of the country, and Basil did not like that. Since 976, the Bulgarians had conducted raids into Byzantine territories. In an effort to destabilize the Bulgarians, the Byzantine government facilitated the escape of the captive Bulgarian emperor Boris II. This strategy, however, failed to create the desired dissension among the Bulgarians, prompting Basil to take direct military action. Around 986, he led a formidable army, reportedly around 30,000 men, into Bulgaria and besieged the modern city of Sofia. I believe that's the capital of Bulgaria. Do correct me if I'm wrong. However, facing losses and doubting the loyalty of some of his governors, Basil decided to lift the siege. On his return to Thrace, he fell into an ambush, and thusly suffered a significant defeat at the Battle of the Gates of Trajan. Basil, however, did manage to escape, thanks to his Varangian Guard, remember them? And he sought to weaken Samuel by attempting to turn his brother Aaron against him through a marriage proposal involving Basil's sister Anna. Well, this plan fell apart when Aaron realized that the woman sent to him was an impostor and not the real Anna. By 987, Samuel had eliminated Aaron as a potential rival. Another of Samuel's brothers, David, was killed in 976 by the Vlachs, who were guarding caravans between Prespa and Castoria. Despite capturing the titular Bulgarian Emperor Roman in 991, Basil lost control of Moesia to the Bulgarians. While Basil was preoccupied with internal rebellions and stabilizing the eastern frontier, Samuel expanded his territory from the Adriatic to the Black Sea, effectively recovering most of the lands held by Bulgaria before Sviatoslav's invasion. He also launched damaging raids deep into Byzantine territory, reaching as far as central Greece. In 996, Byzantine general Nikephoros Oranos countered with a victory over a Bulgarian raiding party at the Battle of Spercheios in Thessaly, with Samuel and his son Gabriel narrowly escaping capture. Well, by 1000, Basil was back, and he was ready to focus on a comprehensive war of conquest against Bulgaria. That year, the Byzantine generals Nikephoros, Xiphias, and Theodorokanos captured the former Bulgarian capital, Great Preslav, along with Lesser Preslav and Pliskova. The following year, 1001, operating from Thessalonica, Basil regained control of Vodena, Veroia, and Servia. That following year, he stationed his army in the Philippopolis and seized control of the military road from the western Hamios Mountains to the Danube, effectively severing the connection between Samuel's Macedonian heartland and Paristrion. After this, Basil laid siege to Vidin, which eventually capitulated, but they put out a pretty lengthy resistance. In response to the Byzantine campaign, Samuel launched a large-scale raid of his own into the heart of Byzantine Thrace and unexpectedly captured the major city of Adrianople. After turning homeward, laden with extensive plunder, Samuel was intercepted near Skopje by a Byzantine army commanded by Basil himself, whose forces stormed the Bulgarian camp, defeating the Bulgarians and recovering the plunder from Adrianople. Skopje surrendered shortly after the battle, and Basil treated its governor, Romanos, with overt kindness. In 1005, the governor of Dyrrhachium, Ashurbanipal, surrendered his city to the Byzantines as well. The defection of Dyrrhachium completed the isolation of Samuel's core territories in the western highlands of western Macedonia. Samuel was forced into an almost entirely defensive stance. He fortified the passes and routes from the coastline and valleys held by the Byzantines to the territory remaining under his control. Over the next few years, the Byzantine offensive began to slow, and after no significant gains were made, although an attempt by the Bulgarians to counterattack in 1009 was defeated at the Battle of Creta, east of Thessalonica. In 1014, Basil was ready to launch a campaign aimed at destroying Bulgarian resistance once and for all. Thus, on the 29th of July, 1014, at the Battle of Cladion, he and his general, Nikephoros Xiphias, outmaneuvered the Bulgarian army, defending one of his fortified passes. Samuel avoided capture due to the valor of his son Gabriel. But after crushing the Bulgarians, Basil was not quite satisfied with a normal victory. He decided to exact a little bit of vengeance in a very interesting way, capturing 15,000 prisoners and blinding 99 of every 100 men, leaving one man with one eye in each cohort to lead the rest back to their ruler. This act of cruelty was partly because in Byzantine eyes the Bulgarians were rebels, and blinding was the usual punishment for being a rebel. Well, the other reason is, too, kind of multifaceted. You see, it's like this. First of all, you get rid of all of the soldiers. Instead of taking them prisoner, well, you send them back, but they can never fight again. But through blinding all of them in this way, well, they're not just a burden upon themselves, but think of almost 15,000 blinded men being sent back to their home city. Someone has to take care of them. I mean, the Bulgarians aren't going to kill all of their own soldiers, aren't they? What an interesting way to cripple an enemy. A very cruel way, but hey, credit where it's due. I bet the soldiers did not see that coming. Well, as for Samuel, yes, he might have gotten away, but reportedly when all of these 15,000 blinded men began showing up, all with their hands on their shoulders like one big, horrible, macabre conga line, he was so struck by the sight of it that he just couldn't believe it. He went into shock, and he died 2 days later, on October the 6th, because apparently this sight gave him a stroke. Not good. Well, Bulgaria did continue to fight for 4 more years, fueled by Basil's cruelty, but they did submit in 1018. This submission resulted from continued military pressure and a successful diplomatic campaign aimed at dividing and suborning the Bulgarian leadership. This victory and the later submission of the Serbs fulfilled one of Basil's goals as the empire regained its ancient Danubian frontier for the first time in 400 years. Now, word had certainly gotten around about what happened to the Bulgarians. Therefore, the rulers of the neighboring Croatia, Krasimir III and Goslav, who were previously allies of Bulgaria, accepted Basil's supremacy to avoid the same fate. Old Basil, well, he was quite delighted and warmly received their offers of vassalage. He even awarded them the honorary title of Patricios. Croatia remained a tributary state to Basil until his death. Well, before returning to Constantinople, Basil celebrated his triumph in Athens, of all places. He showed considerable statesmanship in his treatment of the defeated Bulgarians, at least the ones that he wasn't gouging the eyes out of. He gave many former Bulgarian leaders court titles, actually, positions in provincial administration, and high commands in the army. He sought to absorb the Bulgarian elite into Byzantine society, and that was exactly what happened. Well, because Bulgaria did not have a monetary economy, at least in the same extent as Byzantium, Basil decided to accept Bulgarian taxes in kind. However, this policy was reversed by his successors, leading to significant Bulgarian discontent and rebellion later in the 11th century. Campaigns against the Khazar successor states. Though the Kievan Rus had significantly diminished the power of the Khazar Khaganate in the 960s, the Byzantines had not fully capitalized on the resulting power vacuum to reassert their dominion over Crimea and the Black Sea regions. By 1016, Byzantine ambitions turned towards these areas. Basil, in a combined effort with Mstislav of Chernigov, launched a military campaign against Crimea, much of which was under the control of the Khazar successor kingdom, led by George Zul, based in Kerch. According to Kedrenos, this campaign was successful. Zul was captured, his kingdom destroyed, and the Byzantines subsequently occupied southern Crimea. Byzantine-Georgian Wars. The stability of the Byzantine Empire was significantly challenged by internal rebellions and external threats. A full-scale rebellion was initiated by Bardas Skleros in 976 that spread all across Asia Minor. It was during this period that Basil was supported by the Georgian prince David III of Tau, who played a crucial role in the loyalist victory at the Battle of Pankaleia. For this support, David was granted a lifetime membership to Raid Shadow Legends. No, I'm just joking. A lifetime rule over key territories in eastern Asia Minor. However, the relationship between Constantinople and the Georgian rulers was complex and often fraught with distrust, especially after David's perceived rebuff during Bardas Phocas's revolt in 987. After the failure of this revolt and the death of David of Tau in 1001, Basil inherited key provinces, including Tau, Phasiane, and Speri, which were reorganized into the theme of Iberia, with its capital at Theodosiopolis. This inheritance forced Bagrat III, the Georgian Bagratid ruler, to recognize the new territorial arrangements. Bagrat's son, George I, however, harbored ambitions to restore the Kuropalates' succession to Georgia. In 1015 to 1016, amidst the campaigns in Tau and alliances with external powers like the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim, George posed a challenge to Byzantine authority. With Bulgaria subdued in 1018 and al-Hakim well and truly deceased, Basil was ready to launch a significant campaign against Georgia. By late 1021, Basil led a large Byzantine army, reinforced by the formidable Varangian Guard, into Georgian territory. The Byzantines advanced, recovering Phasiane and pushing beyond Tau into the heart of Georgia. George I responded by burning Oltisi to deny its use to the enemy and retreating to Kola. A significant confrontation occurred near the village of Shirimni at Lake Palakazio on September the 11th, where Basil achieved a victory, yet a costly one, but it did prompt George to retreat even further. Basil then plundered the region and withdrew to Trebizond for the winter. Despite several attempts at negotiation, the conflict continued on. George received reinforcements and even allied with Byzantine commanders Nikephoros Phokas and Nikephoros Siphias, and it's a different Nikephoros Phokas, by the way, during their short-lived insurrection against Basil. In December, amidst all of this chaos, the Armenian king Senekerim of Vaspurakan, facing pressures from the Seljuk Turks, surrendered his kingdom to Basil. In early 1022, Basil launched a final offensive and decisively defeated the Georgians at the Battle of Svindax. Facing threats from both land and sea, George was compelled to agree to a treaty,
that ceded significant territories back to the Byzantines. As part of the treaty terms, George's infant son, Bagrat, was also taken hostage by Basil. Little harsh, isn't it? Well, he's young. I'm sure he'll forget about it. Well, Basil was greatly admired by his army, because he actually spent most of his reign right there with them, rather than merely sending orders from Constantinople like other people, many of his predecessors. This direct leadership fostered a strong loyalty within the ranks, enhancing his influence over both political and church matters. He also adopted the lifestyle of a soldier, one of the boys, even eating the same daily rations as his troops, which was probably the bravest thing he could have done. Basil also took under his protection the children of deceased army officers, providing them with shelter, food, and education. Many of these children grew up to become soldiers and officers themselves, effectively replacing their fathers in the ranks. Among these, actually, was Isaac Komnenos, who rose to become emperor, by the way, much later. Video on him soon. Maybe. See how we go. Basil also secured the annexation of sub-kingdoms in Armenia, and a promise that its capital and surrounding regions would be willed to Byzantium following the death of its king. In 1021, he negotiated the cessation of the kingdom of Vaspurakan from its king, Sennacherib John, in exchange for estates in Sebastia. These territories were heavily fortified, creating a robust frontier in the highlands. Additionally, Byzantine forces restored much control over southern Italy, which had been lost over the previous 150 years. At the time of his death, on December the 15th, 1025, Basil was preparing a military expedition to recover Sicily. His death marked the end of the longest reign of any Byzantine or Roman emperor up to that point. At his death, the Byzantine Empire's territories stretched from southern Italy to the Caucasus and from the Danube to the Levant, its greatest extent since the Muslim conquests 4 centuries earlier. Although initially intended to be buried in the last available sarcophagus in the rotunda of Constantine I in the Church of the Holy Apostles, Basil later requested that his brother and successor, Constantine VII, bury him in the Church of St. John the Theologian, outside the walls of Constantinople. The words on his tomb read thusly: "From the day that the King of Heaven called upon me to become the Emperor, the great overlord of the world, no one saw my spear lie idle. I stayed alert throughout my life and protected the children of the new Rome, valiantly campaigning both in the west and at the outposts of the east. O man, seeing now my tomb here, reward me for my campaigns with your prayers." The German Peasants' War, spanning from 1524 to 1525, was a significant uprising across the German-speaking territories of the former Holy Roman Empire. It began as a series of local protests and revolts, fueled by a mix of economic hardship, rising feudal oppression, and the spread of Reformation ideas that called for widespread religious and social reforms. The discontent of the peasants was further aggravated by the harsh demands and injustices imposed by the nobility and clergy, leading to a broader coalition, including peasants, miners, and urban laborers, seeking relief from their grievances through a united radical struggle. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? If you are, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you with me again. Perhaps you know what to expect. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, there's a link to a Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my subscriber goal of 15,000 subscribers. I think we can get there pretty quickly. But I'll need your help with a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic of today. Take a deep breath and relax for a moment. We're going to learn all about the German Peasants' War. Let's go back to the beginning, a few years before the revolt, and set the scene in the Holy Roman Empire. During the 16th century, the Holy Roman Empire was a loosely connected conglomerate where the Holy Roman Emperor, despite his title, held quite limited direct authority beyond his hereditary lands. The empire included numerous autonomous territories, governed by aristocratic families, as well as semi-independent city-states. In 1519, Charles V, also the King of Spain, was elected to the position of Holy Roman Emperor. One key economic motivation for princes within the empire was to establish a separate German church, to escape taxation imposed by the Roman Catholic Church. By advocating for German money for a German church, many German princes sought not only fiscal relief, but also a strengthening of their political autonomy. The application of Roman civil law also played a significant role in consolidating princely power within the empire. This legal framework allowed princes to claim personal ownership of lands, undermining the feudal relationship which traditionally included mutual obligations and rights between lord and peasant. By reinforcing ancient laws that legitimized their rule, princes could enhance their wealth and control by confiscating properties and increasing their authority over peasants. Does it sound fair to you? Well, it isn't. Additionally, the Knights' War from 1522 to 1523 showed tensions between feudal traditions and emerging economic structures. Initiated by the Knights, albeit lesser landholders in the Rhineland, the rebellion was sparked by economic pressures and was not primarily religious in nature, despite the use of religious rhetoric influenced by Martin Luther's Reformation ideas. The Knights aimed to preserve the old feudal order against the new encroaching economic systems that were frankly threatening their livelihoods. Martin Luther, I'm sure you know about him, a key figure in the German Reformation, initially adopted a moderate stance during the Peasants' War, criticizing both the injustices faced by the peasants and their violent reactions to them. He supported the centralization and urbanization of the economy, aligning himself more with the urban middle class than the lesser nobility. Luther believed in the divine duty of work. Peasants were to labor in the fields, and rulers to maintain peace. He opposed the Peasants' War for disrupting this balance, viewing it as a greater evil than the grievances that the peasants were fighting against. As the rebellion reached its height in 1525, Luther's stance shifted drastically towards supporting the secular rulers and their Catholic allies. In his treatise, tellingly titled "Against the Robbing, Murderous Hordes of Peasants," what a title, Luther urged the nobility to suppress the uprising harshly, likening the peasants to rabid dogs that needed to be put down. His words, not mine. Well, following the war's end, he faced criticism for these views, and he tried to defend his position in an open letter to Caspar Müller, although he admitted that the nobility might have been too harsh. Well, it was a little bit too late to get the common people back on his side. They effectively viewed him as a class traitor. On the other side, Thomas Müntzer, a radical preacher, aligned closely with peasant demands for political and legal reforms. Münzer's theology, developed amidst social turmoil and religious skepticism, advocated for a new social order that resonated with the peasant struggles. At the end of 1524 and early 1525, Münzer was in southwest Germany, interacting with peasant leaders and possibly influencing their demands. While he did not author the famous 12 Articles of the Swabian peasants, he may have contributed to another key document, i.e., the constitutional draft. Münzer returned to Saxony and Thuringia in early 1525 to help organize the rebels and lead them in the disastrous Battle of Frankenhausen on May 15, 1525. His involvement in the Peasants' War is debated, with opinions ranging from minimal influence to being a pivotal leader. Regardless, Münzer saw the uprising as a divine act, positioning himself as a divine agent against the godless. The theological disagreements between Luther and Münzer were also quite profound, with Luther denouncing the moderate peasants' demands outlined in the 12 Articles. His writings against the peasants were published in the May of 1525, coinciding with the crushing defeat of the peasant armies, underscoring his complete opposition to their cause. Now, in this period of significant transformation, modernizing princes often allied with the clergy and the urban burghers against the lesser nobility and peasants. So let's have a look at the different factions here, starting with the peasants, the princes rather. The rulers of Germany's various principalities acted as autocratic leaders, who acknowledged no authority within their domains, except, of course, their own. And they had the authority to impose taxes and acquire loans whenever they wanted. Driven by the escalating costs of administration and military needs, these princes continually increased demands on their subjects and focused on centralizing power within their towns and estates. Such centralization often economically benefited the princes through the acquisition of lands from the declining lesser nobility. This dynamic fueled the aforementioned Knights' War from 1522 to 1523 in the Rhineland, a conflict that was quelled by the cooperation between both Catholic and Lutheran princes confronting a mutual threat. Lesser nobility. Advancements in military technology during the late medieval period made the lesser nobility, or knights, increasingly irrelevant on the battlefield. Innovations such as gunpowder and the rise of infantry diminished the role of heavy cavalry and castles. Coupled with a luxurious lifestyle, these knights found themselves financially strained as they attempted to extract income from their lands using their ancient rights, which were really no longer valid. In northern Germany, many lesser nobles were already subordinate to secular and ecclesiastical lords, limiting their control over serfs. In contrast, in southern Germany, they retained a little bit more power, and their harsh treatment of peasants directly contributed to the eruption of the uprisings, particularly in the south where conditions were quite a bit more severe. As their status and income declined, the knights grew resentful towards the princes for increasing control over them, leading to numerous conflicts. They also viewed the clergy as both arrogant and frankly unnecessary, despite envying their privileges and wealth. Additionally, their relationships with town patricians were strained due to debts, placing them at odds with other social classes in Germany. Both the clergy and the lesser nobility were notably exempt from taxes and often supported their local princes, which further complicated the social dynamics of the time. In 1525, the clergy held a position of intellectual prominence, being among the few literate and the main producers of books during the Middle Ages. They garnered support from both the wealthy and the masses. Yet the clergy's intellectual dominance was waning due to the advent of the printing press, increased commercial activity, and the influence of Renaissance humanism, which of course fostered higher literacy rates. In later times, Friedrich Engels, I know you didn't see him coming, didn't you? Noted that these developments diminished the Catholic Church's monopoly on higher education. Of course, that's probably true. Despite the secular trends of 19th century humanism, earlier Renaissance humanism remained closely tied to the Church, with its advocates often educated in ecclesiastical institutions. Well, as time progressed, corruption seeped into the Church, with widespread clerical ignorance and the abuses of simony and pluralism becoming prevalent. High-ranking church officials, including some bishops and archbishops, exploited their followers as aggressively as secular princes. This exploitation, combined with the sale of indulgences and the taxation for prayer houses, fueled public outrage, prompting Martin Luther to initiate his Protestant Reformation by posting his 95 Theses in 1517. Luther's reformative zeal was not embraced by the aristocratic clergy, who of course resisted any and all changes, including severing ties with the Roman Church. Too many investments, you know what it's like. Well, less affluent clergy, particularly rural and itinerant preachers who lacked significant positions within the church hierarchy, were a lot more inclined to support the Reformation, and many of them sought to broaden Luther's egalitarian messages to encompass societal reforms. Patricians. In many towns, the patrician class, that being wealthy families who monopolized town councils and held administrative authority, enjoyed quite a few tax exemptions, shifting the fiscal burden onto peasants. As urban populations and guild activities expanded, these patricians faced growing dissent. They leveraged their control to extract revenues through arbitrary tolls and taxes, and commandeered common lands, prohibiting traditional peasant rights such as fishing and logging. Guild taxes were imposed without proper administrative oversight, leading to financial mismanagement, embezzlement, and increasing wealth and power within this elite class. This fiscal and administrative arrangement placed the patricians in a contentious position with the burgeoning urban middle class and peasants, both of whom bore the brunt of these policies. Burghers. As the middle class of well-to-do citizens, burghers held significant rights within the administrative guilds and served as merchants. They increasingly criticized the town patricians and demanded more inclusive town assemblies that would incorporate both patricians and burghers. They also challenged the clergy, advocating for a cessation of clerical privileges such as tax exemption, and calling for a general reduction in their numbers. The burghers who owned their workshops and tools allowed apprentices to utilize these resources, prompting a degree of economic independence within the guild structure. Plebeians. The plebeian class, consisting of urban workers, journeymen, and peddlers, included financially ruined burghers. Most journeymen, despite being technically eligible to become burghers, were often prevented from ascending to higher ranks controlled by the affluent guild families. This exclusion typically cemented their temporary status into a permanent lack of civil rights, distancing them further away from property ownership and higher economic opportunities. And then there's the peasants, who bore the brunt of these societal burdens, continually subjected to heavy taxation and stringent controls over all of their activities. Lords had usurped common lands, denying peasants the freedom to hunt, fish, or even gather wood, which were once customary rights. The social structure required peasants to seek lordly permission even for marriage, which they had to pay a high fee. Additionally, upon a peasant's death, the lord claimed the best of their cattle, clothing, and tools. The justice system, dominated by clergy and the wealthier classes, rarely provided peasants with any form of legal recourse. They just didn't care about them. You can see how this all led to a revolt, right? Now, just before we get to the war itself, raid shadow legends. No, I'm just kidding. Let's examine a few theories about the causes of the revolt. Well, the nature of the German Peasants' War remains a subject of debate, of course, centering on whether the conflict was primarily driven by burgeoning religious reforms of Martin Luther, socioeconomic shifts, or simply the rise of a modernizing state. Some historians suggest that the revolt stemmed from the economic prosperity in preceding decades that enabled peasants to achieve a higher standard of living. This period of economic dynamism allowed peasants to command higher wages and sell their products at elevated prices, leading to enhanced social and legal standing for a segment of the peasant population. The war, from this perspective, was a defensive action aimed at preserving these newfound privileges against the backdrop of an emerging and centralizing authority that threatened to take them away. Challenge to serfdom. A pivotal element of the revolt was the peasants' push against the system of serfdom. With the weakening of the feudal system, peasants saw an opportunity to secure greater freedoms and resist any reversion to the old feudal constraints. Nobody wanted to go back there. This desire for autonomy was vividly illustrated by incidents like the refusal of Mulhausen peasants to engage in demeaning tasks, such as collecting snail shells for their lady, reflecting a broader refusal to accept these traditional servile roles. Cultural and ideological shifts. The early 16th century was marked by a questioning of established social and religious hierarchies. Works like the Book of 100 Chapters advocated for religious and economic freedoms and critiqued the governing elite, reflecting a broader societal shift towards anti-authoritarian sentiments. These ideas were disseminated through various channels, including the Bundsuk revolts, highlighting a growing interconnectedness of reformative and revolutionary thought across different regions. Impact of Luther's Reformation. Now, the Reformation of Martin Luther, while a completely separate movement, overlapped in timing with the Peasants' War, lending a religious fervor to the economic upheavals. Luther's concept of the priesthood of all believers inadvertently fueled notions of social inequality. Although Luther himself condemned the peasants' uprising in very stark terms, as we've mentioned, advocating for their violent suppression. And lastly, a more modern perspective is, of course, class dynamic, viewing this through that 19th century lens. Friedrich Engels, yes, he's back again, posited that the Peasants' War was indicative of an emerging class struggle, where the nascent urban proletariat failed to ally effectively with rural classes against the aristocratic oppression. This lack of unified class action left the peasants vulnerable to suppression by the combined forces of the nobility and the burgeoning state apparatus. Thus, there's probably an amalgamation of different reasons why this kicked off, but I boil it down to people simply being sick of being treated like dirt. Well, let's get on to how things actually played out. What were the main specifics of the war? So what exactly were the peasants up against? Well, they were up against the Swabian League. What was the Swabian League? Well, it was effectively a mutual defense and peacekeeping group made up of all the imperial states and principalities, pooling all of their resources together just in case the unwashed masses wanted to get a little bit too big for their boots. The Swabian League, with its headquarters in Ulm, managed its military efforts through a war council that determined the size of troop contingents each member was to provide. This force was comprised of both mounted knights and foot soldiers, tailored to the capabilities of each member. For instance, the Bishop of Augsburg was required to supply 10 mounted knights and 62 foot soldiers, approximating half a company. Initially,
recruitment challenges emerged, particularly among the peasant class, due to concerns that they might defect to the rebel cause. Additionally, as the revolt began to spread, which we'll get to, many nobles faced difficulties dispatching troops to the League's forces because they had to suppress their own insurgencies within their own territories. And making things even more difficult, the overlapping feudal obligations to multiple lords created logistical confusion among the nobility, attempting to muster sufficient forces to quell these uprisings. The infantry primarily consisted of landsknecht, mercenaries who were primarily paid a monthly wage of 4 guilders, and organized into regiments named Haufen and companies called Fadlein, or Little Flag, each ranging from 120 to 130 men. These companies were further divided into smaller units of 10 to 12 men called Rot. The landsknecht were responsible for their own clothing, armament, and even sustenance, supported by a large retinue that included sutlers, bakers, washerwomen, and various other personal essentials for maintaining the army. These support trains often outnumbered the combatants themselves, but required stringent organization and discipline to function at any rate. Each landsknecht unit, maintained its own community assembly, complete with elected leaders and provost officers to enforce discipline. For its heavy combat operations, the League primarily relied on its armored cavalry, which included both heavily and lightly armored units. The lighter cavalry often comprised second and third sons of impoverished nobility who lacked inheritance and were prone to seek employment in military ventures, or at times simply resort to highway robbery, whichever one came first. These cavalry units, designed for rapid mobility and avoiding pike-armed foes, were crucial for the League's military strategy during the Peasants' War, marking a transitional period from traditional noble-led warfare to the increased reliance on a professional mercenary force. The peasant forces during this period were structured in bands known as Haufen, echoing the organization of the landsknechts. These Haufen were further divided into smaller units called Unterhaufen or Fadlein, and even smaller groups known as Rotten. The size of these bands varied greatly depending on the number of rebels in a given area, with some groups numbering around 4,000, while others, like those at the Battle of Frankenhausen, reached up to 8,000. The Alsatian peasants at the Battle of Zabern amassed an impressive 18,000 fighters, but of course this was a very rare occurrence. Each peasant company generally consisted of about 500 men, organized into platoons of 10 to 15 individuals. Command structures within these peasant armies mirrored those of professional soldiers. They had supreme commander, known as the Oberstter Feldhauptmann, and various officers including lieutenants, captains, ensigns, who bore the company's standard, and sergeants. Leadership roles such as the Supreme Commander and the Lieutenant were typically elected. The governance of the peasant army was notably democratic, centered around a structure called the Ring. In these gatherings, peasants would form a circle to discuss strategy, troop movements, alliances, and of course, how to distribute spoils. Despite this democratic approach, there was a defined hierarchy within each band, including roles such as marshal or schultheiss to keep order. Various lieutenants, standard bearers, and logistical officers were responsible for supplies, communication, and the maintenance of wagon forts. Peasants made effective use of these wagon forts, a defensive strategy perfected during the Hussite Wars. That was during the time of Jan Hus, the famous heretic. Well, heretic to the Catholic Church's definition. Wagons were linked to form a barrier, with cavalry and animals secured inside, and supported by ditches and timber fortifications around the perimeter. Artillery was then positioned centrally on earthen mounds to shoot over the wagons. Although mobile and defensive, wagon forts required flat terrain and were less effective in offensive operations. Service in the peasant armies was rotational, allowing peasants to return to their villages periodically. This rotation system also meant that at times peasants inadvertently produced supplies for their adversaries, as seen in the Archbishopric of Salzburg, where peasants mined silver that funded the recruitment of additional landsknechts for the Swabian League. Despite their organizational efforts, the peasant forces were at a disadvantage due to a lack of cavalry, possessing few horses and minimal armor. Their mounted units were primarily used for scouting. The absence of strong cavalry forces to flank the enemy formations or break through densely packed landsknecht squares was a significant tactical and strategic drawback throughout the campaign. So, what kicked it all off? How did it all start? Well, it went a little bit like this. In 1524, following several poor harvests, the Countess of Lupton in Stullingen, south of the Black Forest, tasked her serfs with the laborious job of collecting snail shells to be used as thread spools. This seemingly trivial task sparked outrage among the peasants, and within days 1,200 peasants had gathered, drafted a list of grievances, elected leaders, and raised a banner in protest. By the following weeks, the revolt had spread across most of southwest Germany, spanning from the Black Forest to Lake Constance, through the Swabian highlands, along the upper Danube River, and even into Bavaria and the Tyrol. By the 16th of February, 1525, 25 villages under the jurisdiction of the city of Memmingen openly rebelled, expressing their grievances regarding their economic conditions and perceived political injustices. They highlighted issues such as peonage, land use rights, and unfair ecclesiastical demands. The city responded by forming a committee of villagers to negotiate. They expected rather specific and minor demands, a couple of breadcrumbs here and there, and maybe a few other little trinkets, perhaps. That ought to be enough to suit the peasants, right? Well, that's not what happened. In fact, the peasants presented a unified and articulate declaration, a declaration of which that challenged the fundamental relationship between them and the magisterial authorities. It was not what they were expecting. This manifesto later influenced the formulation of the 12 Articles by the Upper Swabian Peasants' Confederation on the 20th of March, 1525. Well, the dissent kept growing, and things were getting pretty heated. Despite assembling a contingent of 200 cavalry and 1,000 infantry, the local forces were inadequate to stop the excitement. By early 1525, the rebellions in regions like the Black Forest, Breisgau, Hegau, Sundgau, and Alsace necessitated a much larger force, estimated at around 3,000 infantry and 300 cavalry. Thus, on the 6th of March 1525, representatives from various Upper Swabian peasant groups, including the Baltringerhaufen and Lake Constance-Haufen, convened in Memmingen. They formed what was to be known as the Christian Association, an alliance aiming to consolidate their efforts against the Swabian League. Subsequent meetings on the 15th and 20th of March led to the adoption of the 12 Articles and the Federal Order, under the symbol of Bunska, a laced boot, emblematic of their unity. These demands were swiftly disseminated across Germany, thanks to the printing press, with over 25,000 copies circulated within 2 months. These 12 articles called for community rights to elect and remove clergymen, proposing that the Great Tithe, a significant church tax on wheat and vine crops, be redirected for public use after providing for a reasonable pastor's salary. They also sought the abolition of the small tithe on other crops. That, and of course the end of serfdom, and the removal of death tolls and restrictive hunting and fishing rights. They demanded the restoration of forest, pasture, and community rights previously seized by the nobility, as well as reductions in excessive labor demands, taxes, and rents. Lastly, they called for the cessation of arbitrary justice and administration, pushing for a fairer and more equitable governance system. So you can see how they were going for the full thing straight away, right? They didn't want this slow build-up, this slow compromise. No, they wanted everything right now. I'm sure you can imagine how the nobility reacted to that. Well, in the early 8th century, Celtic monks founded Kempten Abbey in what is now the Allgäu region of Bavaria, near the borders of Württemberg and Austria, and by 1215, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II had elevated the abbots to the Reichsstand, or the imperial estate, conferring upon the abbot the title of duke. Later, in 1289, King Rudolph of Habsburg bestowed special privileges on the urban settlement in the river valley, establishing it as a free imperial city. A significant event occurred in 1525, however, known as the Great Purchase, where the abbey sold its last property rights in the imperial city, leading to the parallel existence of 2 independent cities with the same name, Kempten, side by side. This dual authority was challenged during the Peasants' War, when the abbey peasants revolted. Thus, they plundered the abbey and began to advance on the town. The tension escalated into the Battle of Leipheim on the 4th of April 1525, when 5,000 peasants mobilized near Leipheim to confront the city of Ulm.
organized into 5 companies and supplemented by about 25 citizens from Liebheim. They strategically positioned themselves west of the town. Reconnaissance by the Swabian League under George, Truches, and Waldberg revealed the peasants were well armed. They even had cannons, arquebuses, and some light artillery, numbering between 3,000 and 4,000. They secured strong defensive positions, flanked by woods and marshland, with a wagon fortress to their rear. Despite opening negotiations, Truches von Waldberg simultaneously maneuvered his forces tactically, positioning the bulk of his army facing Liebheim while sending detachments of horse from Hesse and Ulm across the Danube to Elchingen. These detachments clashed with a separate group of 1,200 peasants, routing them and capturing 250. As negotiations continued and ultimately broke down, Truches von Waldberg faced an initial volley from the main peasant group, before commanding a guard of light horse and foot soldiers to assault the peasant fortifications. Upon seeing the size of the approaching main force, which included 1,500 horse, 7,000 foot soldiers, and 18 field guns, the peasants decided that the game might not be worth the candle and commenced an orderly retreat. Approximately 2,000 did manage to withdraw to Liebheim, transporting their wounded in carts, while others attempted to cross the Danube, resulting in 400 drowned peasants. Additionally, cavalry units from Truches cut down another 500 peasants as they fled. This conflict marked the first significant battle of the war, and unfortunately for the peasants, it would set the overall tone of the conflict. The rebellion in Odenwald saw the Cistercian monastery at Schontal overtaken by the local rebels, who were soon joined by peasant groups from Limburg and Hohenlohe. As the insurrection gained more and more momentum, a significant group from the Neckar Valley, led by Jacob Rohrbach, also joined the movement, coalescing into a formidable force known as the Bright Band, Hellerhaufen in Germany. This enlarged group marched to Weinsberg, capturing the town and the castle, which was less defended due to the garrison's deployment in Italy. The Count of Helfenstein, the Austrian governor of Württemberg, was taken prisoner, along with about 70 nobles. The peasants then executed these captives by forcing them to run the gauntlet of pikes, an execution method borrowed from the people themselves who used to oppress them. While a piper played, of course. You gotta have some music. Now, the brutal act caused significant dissent among other peasant leaders. Obviously, not everybody was happy with it, and it led to Rohrbach being ousted and replaced by Gotz von Berchingen, a knight elected as the new supreme commander. Under his leadership, the band continued to Amerbach, gathering more radical peasants along the way. These radicals, still bearing the grudges from previous suppressions, sought bloody revenge against Berlichingen and destroyed Wildenberg Castle in defiance of agreed military conduct. Martin Luther was particularly appalled by the Weinsberg massacre, prompting his vehement condemnation of the peasant uprising in his writings. Many of the peasants did not take this very well. Well, on April 29th, Thuringia became a hotspot of rebellion as town populations joined the peasants in revolt. They besieged and stormed the Schwarzburg Count's castle, growing in numbers. Thomas Munster, with a contingent from Mulhausen, joined the insurgents, bolstering their ranks to around 6,000. However, the combined forces of Landgrave Philip of Hesse and Duke George of Saxony were hot on their trail, combining in a decisive confrontation near Frankenhausen on May 15th. The peasant forces, ill-equipped and lacking in training, faced the experienced and, frankly, much better equipped Landsknecht mercenaries. Despite initial resistance, deceitfully broken truce by the prince's troops led to a chaotic retreat and subsequent massacre of peasants, with casualties estimated between 3 to 10,000, whereas the Landsknecht, well, their losses were hardly worth a mention. Munster was captured, tortured, and finally, once they'd thought he had enough, was executed. During the Battle of Boblingen on May 12, 1525, possibly the most lethal clash of the Peasants' War, the peasants' forces suffered an even more significant loss. After capturing Herrenberg on May 10th, the peasants learned that Truchas von Waldberg was encamped at Rottenburg. They then positioned themselves between Boblingen and Sindelfingen, organizing into 4 divisions on the slopes with their artillery on the Galgenberg hill. However, they were quickly overwhelmed by the League's cavalry, which encircled and chased them for miles, leading to the death of about 3,000 very out-of-breath peasants. Subsequently, in the Battle of Königshofen on June 2nd, peasant leaders Wendell Hipfler and George Metzler faced a critical situation as the League's cavalry flanked them. Anticipating an assault, they fortified their position on a hill above the town. Despite the preparations, chaos ensued when the League's cavalry attacked from the rear, causing the peasant leaders and gunners to flee. Roughly 2,000 peasants did manage to regroup in nearby woods, but by nightfall, only 600 of them remained. After the battle, League soldiers found about 500 peasants on the ground lying as still as possible, pretending to be dead. During the siege of Freiburg in Breisgau, peasants faced difficulty as the city, a Habsburg territory, struggled to raise a defending force. After a refusal to accept their demands, the peasants, led by Hans Müller, with an 8,000-strong force that soon swelled to 18,000, laid siege to the city. Freiburg capitulated on the 23rd of May, agreeing to join the Peasants' Christian Union. In the Second Battle of Würzburg in June of 1525, Hans Müller and a group of Franconian farmers faced the forces of Gotz von Berlichingen near Würzburg. Despite forming an alliance, their combined forces were small and quickly defeated by the more experienced soldiers, reportedly resulting in over 8,000 peasant casualties. The conflict gradually dwindled down, with several smaller revolts being suppressed, such as the decisive defeat of the Palatine peasants at the Pfeffersheim on June the 23rd to 24th. By September 1525, all resistance had pretty much ceased, culminating in expressions of gratitude towards the Swabian League from Emperor Charles V and Pope Clement VII for quelling the upheaval. The Germans' Peasant War concluded in a defeat for the peasants, with significant repercussions for their economic standing and political influence. The peasant bands, divided by territorial boundaries, suffered from poor communication and strategic disadvantages, ultimately contributing to their failure. Despite some support from professional soldiers and knights, the peasants were militarily outmatched by the Swabian League, which boasted superior military technology and expertise. Of course, the consequences of such a rebellion were severe. The princes and nobility, under the nominal oversight of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, represented in German regions by his brother Ferdinand, re-established traditional controls and often imposed even harsher conditions than before. The restoration of the old order notably curtailed the rights and freedoms of the peasant class, excluding them from any meaningful political participation. In the aftermath, certain areas like Upper Swabia, Kempten, Weissenau, and Tyrol saw the creation of peasant territorial assemblies, and the inclusion of peasant committees addressing local issues such as taxation. However, these changes were admittedly limited, and did not fulfill broader aspirations expressed in the 12 Articles, with significant societal and political reforms only occurring much later. Moreover, the economic impact of the conflict was also profound, with the deaths of thousands of peasants leading to a natural labor shortage that stunted the economy recovery and affected regions for decades. This loss of life and the subsequent economic downturn showed the lasting devastation brought about by the war on the peasant communities. Well, and with that, we reach the end of another less talked about chapter in history. You know, when I was doing the Peasants' Revolt video under the reign of Richard II in England, I thought to myself, you know, no one ever talks about the German Peasants' War. It's always a peasant revolt that stands in the shadow of the one put down by Richard II. So I thought, why not be the one who talks about it in a bit of detail? I hope you've enjoyed it. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, that is Stark Factory, Jeffrey, JC, and Susan. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. If you would like to do so as well, you know what to do. Otherwise, thank you once again for listening, and I will see you tomorrow. Same history time, same history place. Good night, everyone. Sleep well.